Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin TV audiobook channel. Shadow Slave, Chapter 2750, A Lesson in Patience. They walked back in silence. Sunny could simply whisk Rain away through the shadows, but she was not ready to return to the embrace of civilization just yet. So instead, they traveled through the ashen expanse of the hollowed-out hollows on foot. It felt nice and nostalgic, reminding her of the long hikes back to Ravenheart they had often taken after her hunts. The pleasant sense of fatigue, the warm feeling of sharing her teacher's company, the pride and satisfaction of having slain a nightmare creature with her own mundane hands. Times had been so much simpler back then. Eventually, her brother stopped near the scorched remains of an ancient asura and gave it a little kick. These ones are different from the asuras of Condemnation. I wonder what they were called, he sighed, sometimes miss being infected by the spell. Its whispers were quite convenient at times, for things like finding out what this city had been called or what kind of deity had ruled it once before becoming swallowed by corruption. Rain lingered for a moment. Asuras of Desolation. Tamar had investigated everything connected to the seed quite thoroughly, so she learned how these abominations were called from a saint who had slain one during the war. In fact, she tracked down everyone who had slain nightmare creatures in these ruins and convinced them to share their knowledge with her. She looked at her brother intently. Things like the details of local abominations, memory descriptions, scouting reports from both armies, and so on. But you already knew that, considering that you had helped her with the investigation to increase her chances of becoming a master. Sunny smiled. Well, she is a subject of my domain after all. Rain studied him for a few moments, then sighed and looked away. I wonder when I'll become a master as well. Her voice was full of wistfulness. Sunny hesitated for a short while, then raised an eyebrow. I see that arrogance runs in our blood. Shaking his head, he turned away from the fallen asura of Desolation and continued walking. To understand how you feel. It must be a bitter pill to swallow, being left behind by your friends. However, you mustn't be impatient. It has not even been 2 years since you awakened and unsealed your aspect. People used to spend a decade preparing to challenge the second nightmare. Things move a bit faster these days, but 2 years is still far too fast. He glanced at her. And that's for the carriers of the well? She is a subject of my domain, after all. Rain studied him for a few moments, then sighed and looked away. I wonder when I'll become a master as well. Her voice was full of wistfulness. Sunny hesitated for a short while, then raised an eyebrow. I see that arrogance runs in our blood. Shaking his head, he turned away from the fallen asura of Desolation and continued walking. To understand how you feel. It must be a bitter pill to swallow, being left behind by your friends. However, you mustn't be impatient. It has not even been 2 years since you awakened and unsealed your aspect. People used to spend a decade preparing to challenge the second nightmare. Things move a bit faster these days, but 2 years is still far too fast. He glanced at her. And that's for the carriers of the nightmare spell, who already walk the path of ascension at an astonishing speed due to its cruel gifts. You are doing things properly, unlike them, so it is only natural that things are going to take longer for you. Rain smiled bitterly. She followed him in silence for a while, then said, You say that I must be patient, but at the same time you pushed Tamar to enter the seed earlier than she had planned. Sunny shrugged. I wouldn't have if I thought that she was not ready. Rain glanced at his back and frowned slightly. She hesitated a little before speaking again. But that is not everything there is to it, is it? You hide it well, but can tell you are worried. Sunny gave her an inscrutable look. Eventually he averted his eyes. Yes, there's more to it. I might have been inclined to believe that it would be good for your friends to be away for a while. Irene's frown deepened. So you're worried, after all? She remained silent for a while, then said in a somber tone, I'm not sure that want to know what can make a supreme nervous. Sunny grinned. Oh, a great number of things. But I'm already worried enough for the both of us, so you don't have to feel worried as well. Rain looked at him cautiously. Or you can share your worries and see if doing that would alleviate some of them. He chuckled. Sunny continued to walk across the ash in silence for a while, then said, It's just a new enemy. Well, rather an old enemy, the newest old enemy I've had. That enemy is a tricky one, too. He's unlike anyone I've faced. He is hidden in the shadows, while we are out in the open. Quite ironic, isn't it? He also doesn't have anything to lose while we stand to lose everything. All of it makes me uncomfortable. He winced, and then added in a low tone. We recently encountered an enemy that we couldn't kill, and now we are up against an enemy that we cannot even fight. How can one win a war if the enemy refuses to engage in battle? Rain scrunched up her face, trying to discern what he was talking about. Her brother was a demigod, so it was not always easy to understand his point of view. Demigods had different problems from mortals like her, after all. So it's like guerrilla warfare? Sunny smiled. Come to think of it, yes. It's somewhat like that. Rain fell into a thoughtful silence. After a while, she said, from what I remember from school, the best way to counter guerrilla warfare is to destroy the enemy's source of power, which is usually founded in the support of the local population. Once you get the population on your side, the enemy won't be able to replenish their numbers, move freely, or hide among the people. Then, you can eradicate the insurgents through a series of targeted offensive operations. Something like that. Sunny stared at her in bafflement. Just what are they teaching you in schools? Why would they teach kids how to counter guerrilla warfare and suppress insurgencies? Rain blinked a couple of times. What else would they teach us? All kinds of situations are possible in the first nightmare. So, children are taught how to handle various types of conflict effectively. Well, at least we were in my school. Granted, it was quite an elite establishment. Sunny kept staring at her for a bit more, then looked away and shook his head. Actually, what you just said made me worry even more. He paused for a moment. Because it sounds suspiciously like what that bastard is trying to do to us, Rain scoffed. Who is he talking about? The public was buzzing with rumors about the evil deeds of the King of Nothing, but Rain knew that he couldn't be the enemy. Sunny had mentioned, after all, she was a member of the Shadow Clan, too. So she knew who was behind the seemingly endless string of clandestine arrests, or simply put, kidnappings. Come to think of it, she had been meaning to ask her brother about what was up with that. Surely there had to be a good reason. Rain had almost asked the question when her brother suddenly froze. He remained motionless for a short while, and even though Rain could only see his back, she could tell that his entire demeanor had changed abruptly. None of his usual carefree attitude remained, replaced instead by tension and sharp focus, and a hint of anxiety as well. Rain could not help but tense up, too. What is it? Sunny turned to her slowly, his face a few shades paler than usual. His eyes were cold and dark. It's Cassie. Even his voice sounded like it was brimming with cold darkness, and a chilling wind suddenly blew across the hollows, making Rain shudder. The presence of the Sovereign of Death spread like a frigid tide, drowning the ashen expanse around them. C.S. Sunny added in an even tone, I just received a message from her. I think it was a call for help. Chapter 2751, A Mousetrap for the Demigod. Sunny, I think I walked into a trap. Sunny froze when Cassie's voice suddenly resounded in his mind. It sounded calm but concerned. A dire proof that whatever danger Cassie had found herself in was grave enough to make her fear for her safety. It had to be, otherwise she would not have contacted him at all. His mind spun, entertaining innumerable possibilities. The most probable reason was that the thralls locked up in the quarantine facility in NQSC had escaped their cells. Possibly Asterion was finally making a move. It was unlikely that a group of enthralled awakened could pose a threat to a saint, but possibly the Supreme pulling on the strings behind the scenes had empowered them somehow. No, wait. Was Cassie even in the abandoned factory at the moment? She had been spending most of her time there. But today, she was supposed to meet with Wake of Ruin. Sunny thought that it was today, at least. His mind settled as he prepared to take action. Where are you? The answer came a split second later. Cues, but she never finished the sentence. Her voice disappeared abruptly, a dead silence filling his mind in its place. Sunny remained still for a moment. Cassie? There was no response at this point. His composure finally revealed a crack. Damn it all! Sunny assessed the situation. Cassie was somewhere in NQSC facing danger, possibly mortal danger, unless it was already too late, and she was unwilling to finish the thought. He shifted slightly. Any case, there was no point in considering that possibility since there was nothing he could do if it was already too late. If it wasn't, however, he had to act fast and base his decisions on the assumption that Cassie was still alive. He had to travel to NQSC and find her as quickly as possible. Sonny's thoughts moved at a speed far greater than that of a mundane human, so no more than a single heartbeat had passed since Cassie sent him the message. His incarnations were scattered across the dream realm. Ravenheart, Bastion, Godgrave, and the Forgotten Shore. Each one was performing an important task, but nothing was as important as ensuring Cassie's safety. The question was, which one would he send? Just as he began considering the question, his eyes widened slightly. That was because several things happened at the same time all across the dream realm. The Forgotten Shore. He sensed the shadows moving erratically beyond the walls of the dark castle in the prison camp. There, a storm of ethereal sparks suddenly exploded to obscure the somber buildings, beginning to coalesce into hundreds of monstrous echoes. In Ravenheart, the ground trembled as a deafening groan of shattering rock resounded from the depths of the volcano. Jagged cracks suddenly appeared on its slope, sending enormous boulders rolling downward and threatening to drown the outer reaches of the city in lava. In Bastion, bells suddenly rang in the towers of the ancient castle, announcing that a powerful nightmare creature had entered the estuary of the Mirror River and was now moving upstream, threatening to attack Rivergate. And those were merely the places Sonny was watching over from the shadows. Even if he did not have any proof at the moment, he was convinced that similar situations were happening in other areas of the dream realm, and Earth too, possibly. He frowned. What terrifying timing. Too terrifying to be a coincidence, no less, sadly. That did not mean that they could ignore these acts of sabotage. Eradicating the echoes summoned by the thralls among the captives was simple enough. Revel could handle them herself. But if he wanted to avoid any casualties, he would have to lend her his help and guidance. The unknown threat to Rivergate was serious enough for the watchman to raise the alarm, but Effie would most likely be able to handle it alone. Still, considering that Astarion seemed to be behind the attack, there was a real possibility that it was a trap, so Sonny would have to go take a look personally to ensure a good outcome. A trap. The situation in Ravenheart was similar. Kai had long been prepared to deal with anything the volcano could throw at him, and he had plenty of helpers on top of that. Morgan alone could probably stop the lava from reaching the city. However, Sonny was still going to watch over them, in case there was more to the sudden earthquake than it seemed. All of these emergencies were quite easy to handle, which meant that it's a trap. What other reason would Astarion have to deliver such trifling attacks to the human domain? Either he was trying to distract them from something, or it was a carefully set trap. Cassie needs my help. A good trap was incomplete without a perfect lure, though Sonny and Nephis were not going to let their city suffer, but nothing would lure them out better than a threat to their closest friend and confidant's life. Out there in the waking world, no less, where their powers would be suppressed. Sonny was suddenly sure of it. The Dreamspawn had prepared a trap for them, and Cassie was the lure. It seems he has a very low opinion of our intelligence. Naturally, Sonny had to rescue Cassie, but he was not going to walk into a trap unprepared. At the very least, he had to inform Nephis of the danger and take her with him. Effie and Kai would be tied up dealing with the emergencies. Jet as well, most likely. But there were still a few powerful, transcendent allies he could call upon to act in the waking world without being suppressed by its laws. So Sonny would have to collect them before venturing across the realm boundary. A simple plan swiftly formed in his mind, and he nodded resolutely. His incarnations were already preparing to depart in order to enact the plan when Sonny stopped himself and frowned. Something was bothering him. Something, it felt like he was overlooking some small detail. A small detail, but important, nonetheless. But what was it? His frown deepened. Cassie needs my help. A cold shiver ran down his spine as he realized something. It was the frightening fact that ever since Cassie had contacted him with a plea for help, his thoughts had been a little strange. His thoughts had been a little suspect. They were not irrational, really, but his priorities seemed oddly skewed. He had surrendered the urgency of the situation in favor of caution too easily at the very least. What the hell was I thinking about wanting to waste time gathering helpers when Cassie might be hurt or dying right now? Sonny's eyes widened, and he inspected himself carefully. It was only then that he realized that his thoughts and emotions were being manipulated by someone. The realization hit him like a bucket of cold water. Sonny possessed very formidable mental defenses, and it was only because of that powerful resistance that he had been able to notice the unnatural course of his thoughts. If he hadn't, he would have continued to act on the circumspect plan, oblivious to the insidious mental assault. Which of his other thoughts and emotions were not his own? Then a piercing, unpleasant feeling grasped his heart. There was no time to examine his every thought and feeling, though he had already wasted too much of it. Muttering a quiet curse, Sonny rose from his throne and pulled on his tether. The realm boundary offered too much resistance to his vast existence, though so he gritted his teeth and roughly forced his way into the waking world, appearing on the deserted streets of the outskirts in a violent whirlwind. He inhaled deeply, and then extended his shadow sense to cover all of NQSC. Immediately, billions of shadows flooded his mind, hundreds of millions of them belonging to living beings. A vast expanse of tangled streets, numerous buildings extending both high into the sky and deep into the ground, a myriad of moving humans, the gaping holes in the fabric of the world, where the active nightmare gate stood, surrounded by alloy fences and contamination domes. He had to find a single individual among them. Even with Sonny's capabilities, it took him a little time to locate Cassie. And when he did, his blood ran cold. Letting out a growl, Sonny stepped into the shadows and emerged from them on a quiet, peaceful street. Or at least it had been peaceful once. Now, one of the homes here seemed to be on the verge of collapsing, and blood was smeared on the smooth surface of the concrete pavement. Cassie was here, maimed and bleeding but still alive, and behind her. Just as Sonny focused his attention there, a gargantuan dream gate suddenly tore the fabric of reality apart in the middle of NQSC. Chapter 2752 echoing absence. It only took Sonny a split second to register every minute detail of his surroundings. The world was drowning in the soft embrace of the night, shrouded by encroaching darkness. The warmth of the dying summer had already surrendered to the cool indifference of the fall. The stars were nearly invisible, having retreated from the stark radiance of electric lights. A silver moon was climbing the velvet expanse of the dark sky. The lamps that were supposed to illuminate the desolate street had all been extinguished, but it was bathed in moonlight. The residences here were small and clinging to each other with no space between, a far cry from the spacious homes in more affluent districts, but still a step above standard family units in residential towers. They were the kind of homes that families of modest standing could sometimes afford if they lived diligently and budgeted their incomes wisely. One of these cozy homes was a ruin now, revealing its decimated interior through a shattered wall. A red trail led from it to the middle of the road where Cassie was laying motionlessly, awash in blood. She was still breathing, and her shadow was still that of a living being. But for some reason her wounds were not healing, as if Nephis could not reach her with the soothing blessing of her flames. A middle-aged woman with blonde hair, and a lovely kind of beauty that felt familiar enough to draw a connection, was kneeling in the puddle of blood near her, a strangely blissful smile playing on her lips, and behind them, Sonny let out a quiet hiss. Towering Dreamgate had just sliced the fabric of the black sky like a razor-sharp blade, biting into the surface of the road and hungrily drinking in the moonlight. Inside it, a darkness far more terrifying than the night hid like a predator. That hungry abyss felt both boundless and insatiable, enough so that for a moment, Sonny could not tell if he was looking at a nightmare gate instead. A tall man with tan skin and black hair was standing in front of the gate. For a moment, he cast a gaze of his glistening golden eyes at Sonny and smiled slightly. Then, with a small bow, he took a step back and disappeared into the gate. It happened so fast that Sonny could not do anything, leaving him to seethe with a dark, murderous fury. His killing intent was so overwhelming that the grass around him withered, and the trees lost their yellowing leaves. That moment, he knew that the man with golden eyes was none other than Asterion, the dream spawn, in the flesh. That bastard had escaped the moon after all. Sunny stared at the abyssal dream gate for a moment, then slowly tore his gaze away and looked at Cassie. So many things were happening at the same time, but this one was the most important. Taking one step, he appeared near her unconscious form and kneeled. Reaching forward, Sunny carefully turned her over and assessed her wounds. His breath caught for a moment. Cassie's body was bloodied and battered, littered with cuts and lacerations. These wounds alone were not enough to kill a saint, but what shocked him was how terribly she was maimed, with one eye missing and the entire left side of her face covered in blood. A painful mix of fury and powerlessness grasped his heart. There's no time for that. There was no time for sentiment, indeed. Asterion had just revealed himself, and on top of that, he opened a dream gate in the middle of NQSC. That alone was enough to inform humanity that there was an unknown supreme out there somewhere. But Sunny already knew that it was only half of the problem. The dream spawn could have retreated to anywhere in the dream realm, making the task of finding him again all but impossible. And yet Sunny already knew exactly where he had gone. This is not good. Not good at all. Just a minute before, his incarnation in Bastion was following Nephis, as she commanded the firekeepers to take the chainbreaker to Rivergate. The flying ship rose from the placid lake of the Ivory Island and plummeted toward the castle, where Effie was already donning her armor and retrieving her spear. Should one of us go with her? Sunny sounded uncharacteristically unsure of himself. That was because even while one of his incarnations was searching NQSC for Cassie's familiar shadow, he was questioning his every thought and decision. Who knew which ones had already been tampered with by Asterion? Nephis gave him a short look. Effie is more than capable enough to handle that threat. Don't overthink it. The dream spawn did mess with our minds, but he is not powerful enough to enthrall a supreme titan. Now that we know what to look out for, further manipulation would be difficult. Sunny grimaced. Difficult did not mean impossible. The madness of Connacht had failed to consume Neff's mind, and Asterion was probably not going to succeed either. Granted, his power seemed to be subtler and more insidious, more akin to Nightmare's dream curse than anything, accumulating slowly as it poisoned its victims. Sunny and Nephis both knew his name, which meant that they were already carriers of the idea of Asterion. However, that did not mean that he could control them. At best, he could attempt a subtle manipulation or compel them to say his name aloud without noticing it. Asterion had already tried to launch a full-scale mental assault on both Nephis and Sunny, and all that bought him was a few dozen seconds of disorientation. The nature of his powers also meant that such an attack would be less effective the second time around. Hopefully. So there was no reason to worry too much about this facet of the threat posed by the dream spawn, at least. What is the situation? Without Cassie, their fastest means of receiving important information was gone. The familiar means of communicating with the members of the cohort were gone as well. There were alternatives, of course, but none were as swift or efficient. It was no surprise that Sunny and Nephis had grown dependent on the quiet and unassuming blind seer. In her echoing absence, Sunny's 7 incarnations scattered across the world were the closest there was to a replacement. As Nephis walked toward the balcony, summoning her armor and the blessing, he followed with a hard expression. I am dealing with the echoes in the prison camp as we speak. That one is easy enough. Morgan had blocked the crack in the slope of the volcano, and Kai is directing the consequent measures. There would be no damage done to Ravenheart. We will have to hear more about the minor attacks in other areas, but for now, everything seems to be under control. Nephis's brow creased slightly. What about Cassie? Sunny lingered for a moment. Cassie. He narrowed his eyes, then let out a relieved sigh. Found her. She's wounded, but alive. The man who attacked her... Sunny did not get the chance to finish the sentence, though, because just then, Asterion had opened his dream gate. Its entrance opened on a desolate street in NQSC, while its exit, as Nephis stepped out onto the balcony of the ivory tower. She could see the exit perfectly well. Asterian's dream gate was there below them, towering above the mirror lake in the heart of Bastion. Chapter 2753. The Road to Hell. Unlike NQSC, which was already in the embrace of a dark night, Bastion was still basking in sunlight. The surface of the lake glistened placidly, reflecting the blue sky, the walls of the castle, and the stunning silhouette of the ivory island drifting between the clouds above it. Bastion was usually a bustling city, and today was no exception. Countless people were out and about, some working, some taking a break from their duties. For the latter, the most popular destination was the parks and promenades running along the lakeshore. Those who resided inside the castle, meanwhile, often took walks on its piers and outer walls. All of them paused in the middle of what they were doing when a cold breeze blew from the water. It was not unpleasant or strange, really, but there was something about the cool wind that made them stop and look in the direction of the lake. It was then that the water rippled, growing restless for a moment, and the spectacular rift of a dream gate split the sky above the lake. For citizens of Bastion, the sight of the dream gate was nothing new. Most of them had entered the dream realm through the gate opened by the King of Swords. After all, their memories of it were hazy, though, since they were under tremendous stress while escaping the chain of nightmares. But they saw Changing Star's dream gate almost every day, and many even took trips to admire the view of its radiant depths from close by. The dream gate that opened on the surface of the mirror lake now, however, was nothing like that luminous portal. It was dark and eerie instead, and those who looked into its depths shuddered because it felt like the gate was looking back a moment later, though that eerie feeling was gone. The dream gate disappeared as well, and all that remained of it was the figure of a tall, handsome man standing on the surface of the water, inhaling the fresh air of Bastion with a full chest. He smiled softly, clasped his hands behind his back, and walked across the water with easy steps. The man was walking toward the castle. The clouds reflected on the water he treaded upon. Because the reflection of the castle was surrounded by the clouds, people of Bastion now called it Cloud Castle. So it seemed as if the man was walking both on water and across the sky, like a guest from the celestial realm who had somehow gotten lost in the mortal world. His golden eyes and pleasant smile only made that impression stronger. The people who stood on the walls of the castle all looked at him, fascinated and mesmerized. Their faces betrayed expressions of curiosity, fascination, and awe. Who is that man? He came from a dream gate. Is he a supreme? Can he be the king of nothing? No, of course not. He doesn't look like that villainous monster. Do you know what the king of nothing looks like then? Well, no, but this man is definitely not an evil man. Who is he then? Is there another supreme? While the citizens watched Asterion cross the lake with wonder in their eyes, Sunny and Nephis were having an entirely different reaction. They were stunned for a short moment. The dream spawn was supposed to be sealed on the moon after all. They had taken the possibility of his escape into account, but neither expected that Asterion would one day just show up in the middle of Bastion, completely in the open, instead of biding his time and hiding somewhere in the dream realm. He's here! Neph's voice was even sunny, studied her face quietly for a moment. Cassie is in rough shape. She'll live, but your flames do not seem to be working. Nephis lowered her gaze. I know, Sunny could not help but stare at the distant figure of Asterion. The implications of his coming to Bastion were too difficult to predict at this point, but all of it was bad. In fact, it was all worse than bad. On the other hand, the adversary was finally here, right in front of them, and while he could not be killed, it was possible to defeat and contain him. It was just that they still knew too little about the Dreamspawn. They did not even know what his purpose was, let alone what aces he was hiding in his sleeves. Sunny frowned. So, do we just attack him? Nephis stared at the Dreamspawn for a moment, her eyes burning with a cold, scathing hatred. However, in the end, she slowly shook her head and dismissed the blessing. No, if we fight here, all of Bastion might be wiped off the map. Sunny grimaced. He was aware of the fact as well. It was just that, even if he would never sacrifice Bastion and all its people, he had an ominous feeling that they would one day regret not stopping Asterion right here and now. It was an appalling feeling, to know that you would regret something and still have no choice but to do it anyway. So what do we do? Nephis exhaled slowly, then stepped onto the parapet of the balcony. For now, I guess we'll have to talk to him. Down below, Asterion had reached the middle of the lake. There. He stopped and looked at the people gathered on the walls of the castle with a smile. The mirror lake was vast, so there was no way for his voice to reach them, but somehow it did. In fact, it could be heard both from the walls of the castle and from the lakeshore, where a far greater crowd was gathered looking at him with wonder. The Dreamspawn said, "Citizens of Bastion, people of the human domain, my name is Asterion, and once upon a time, I fought against the nightmare spell by Broken Sword's side. My dear friend is gone now, and I have become supreme." He glanced up at the graceful silhouette of the Ivory Island at Nephis. Then, Asterion looked back at the people, and his smile widened. "I am here to help." Chapter 2754, A New Supreme. Asterion regarded the citizens of Bastion with a benevolent smile and fell silent. His bold proclamation had caused a great shock among the people, who were only now learning about the existence of another supreme. As they discussed the stunning news excitedly, he lingered for a moment and then looked up. Up there, above the mirror lake, the chains of the Ivory Island rattled as it began to descend. The people noticed that the celestial island was moving soon. Their excited voices fell silent, and they watched breathlessly as it glided down from the sky. Eventually, the flying citadel landed on the water and plunged into it, raising a wave as it became no different from a mundane island. The ivory tower now stood between Asterion and the castle, as if shielding one from the other, or perhaps welcoming him to the human domain. That was how the people saw it, at least since Changing Star had never brought her heavenly court down to the ground before. Asterion remained standing on the turbulent surface of the lake with a calm expression, observing the Tower of Hope curiously. Then, his gaze traveled to the shore of the island, where a woman of sublime and holy radiance was standing at the edge of the water, her silver hair moving faintly in the wind. Nephis and Asterion regarded each other silently for a while. Then, she willed the water to support her weight and stepped off the emerald grass, walking across the lake to meet him. The people held their breaths, watching their goddess and the golden-eyed supreme meet. Nephis stopped a few meters away from Asterion, regarding him coldly. He studied her for a few moments as well, then glanced briefly at her shadow. Then he cast an amused gaze at her reflection on the surface of the lake. Finally, Asterion looked up and smiled warmly. "My dear Nephis, how well you have grown up." She did not answer, continuing to watch him with an expressionless face. He chuckled. "Warms my heart to see that even if my friends are gone, their daughter is alive and well. You took up the torch that had fallen from their cold hands and raised the banner of immortal flame, higher than ever before, shining a radiant light to guide humanity through the darkness. They say that humanity will not be extinguished as long as immortal flame still burns after all." His golden eyes suddenly glinted with amusement. "As long as the last daughter of immortal flame still stands unbroken." The people on the walls of the castle and on the shores of the lake exploded with cheers, for Sunny and Nephis, though that last remark carried quite a sinister undertone. Nephis lowered her chin a little. She was most likely searching for a way out of the appalling situation they had found themselves in, and discovering none. Sunny knew because he could not find a solution either. Asterion had them exactly where he wanted them. He had no hope of defeating them in battle. So he took the population of Bastion hostage to prevent them from attacking him. Just like he had taken the lives of people infected by the knowledge of his name hostage to stop them from preventing its propagation. Not only could they not engage Asterion in battle despite finally confronting him face to face, but they could not even stop him from announcing his name to the entirety of Bastion. Modern Bastion was an enormous city. By the end of the day, every human living here would be exposed to Asterion's name, and it would not stop there. Merchants would carry it to other cities in the east, while ships would bring it to the Storm Sea. From there, it would enter the basin of the River of Tears and travel north to Ravenheart. It would also travel by the Road of Shadows to traverse Gograve in the north. But even that was not the worst part. There were countless awakened in Bastion, and while some of them had come here through a dream gate, others were still traveling to the dream realm from the waking world every night. Once these people returned to Earth, Astarion's name would become unstoppable. No matter how tightly the government controlled the network, even the mighty propaganda machine could not suppress news as explosive as the emergence of a new supreme. Soon enough, every human in existence would know the name of Astarion. Despite how much effort Sunny and Nephis had put into containing it had all been for naught. It had all been useless, and the most disturbing part of it all was that they had never even stood a chance. No matter how much Sunny thought about it, he could not imagine how they could have prevented this disaster, short of obliterating all of Bastion, that was. He felt it again then, the ghastly feeling of powerlessness. He got us good. Of course, the war was not lost yet. With the number of infected people increasing exponentially, the number of exposed people who were especially susceptible to the disease would increase as well. Far more of them would end up enthralled. Cassie had already been barely handling their numbers, so even if she recovered from her wounds, the quarantine facility in NQSC would prove woefully insufficient. Therefore, they would have to invent more drastic measures of removing the thralls from the board. In this situation, the resistance of the population to the plague of Astarion would become even more important, which meant that Sunny and Nephis would have to do anything in their power to make sure that belief in the human domain remained as strong as ever, while Astarion would, without a doubt, attempt to undermine it. As Nephis and Astarion looked at each other, one expressionless, the other smiling warmly, they both were probably thinking about just that. It was why Nephis had not allowed herself to express her hatred, knowing that he would turn any display of hostility against her. Astarion raised an eyebrow. "Are you not going to welcome me home, dear Nephis? I've been away for so long." Met with silence, he chuckled and shook his head. "Then again, you were shy even as a little girl. There's nothing wrong with being a little emotional when reuniting with someone precious, though that's just human nature." With that, he took a step forward and walked the remaining distance separating them, stopping a hair's breadth away from Nephis. Astarion looked down at her and slowly raised his arms. Then, as countless people watched, he reached forward and pulled her into a tight embrace. Lowering his head to her ear, he whispered, "Of course, we've never been humans to begin with, you and right, Nephis? Chapter 275 fifth, honeyed words. Remove your hands unless you want to lose them. I might not be able to kill you, parasite, but I can make you wish that you were dead." Neph's voice was even and quiet, so no one except her and Astarion could hear it. Well, and Sunny, of course, who was hiding in her shadow, was so emotionless as to sound inhuman, but the cold threat contained within it was only more palpable as a result. Astarion broke his embrace and took a step back. When he spoke again, his words did not resonate across the lake, leaving the people watching them with rapt attention from afar, none the wiser as to what was being said. "How time flies. You really are all grown up, sweet Nephis." He gave her an evaluating look. "I've endured plenty of pain, you know. What makes you think that you'll be able to hurt me more than any of the countless ghastly beings that I've met?" She pierced him with an impassive look. "Have you ever met a being who could reduce you to a shrieking pile of charred flesh, then heal you, then burn you to ash all over again, until you lose even the ability to curse the day you became immortal, and forget how to beg for mercy?" Astarion regarded her silently for a few moments, then glanced away with a faint smile. "Ah, still so sweet. I see." Ignoring his nonchalant tone, Nephis allowed her brow to crease slightly, and asked in a cold tone, "What do you want?" He gave her an amused glance. "Are you really not going to invite me inside?" "I don't mind, really. If anything, talking in front of all these people works better for me." Nephis inhaled deeply, then turned and invited him into the ivory tower with a gesture. Astarion walked past her and headed for the great pagoda, looking around the island. In the distance, the people exploded with another wave of cheers. The Dreamspawn, meanwhile, studied the bones of Dragon Severax, the Ivory Lord, with curiosity. Choosing not to say anything, he passed through the dragon's maw and entered the ivory tower. The firekeepers stationed on the island had left, taking the chain breaker with them, so it was just the three of them inside the great pagoda at the moment. As soon as they were hidden from the gazes of the crowd, Sonny rose silently from the shadows and regarded the dream spawn with murder in his eyes. Asterion met his gaze calmly. The Lord of Shadows? Sunless, was it? This is our first proper meeting, I think. My name is Asterion. Ah, but you already knew that. It took all of Sonny's composure not to move. One of his incarnations was carrying Cassie across the realm boundary at that moment, his clothes soaked with her blood, so he was in the mood to mangle and maim, not hold polite conversations. Still, he held himself back. Asterion looked around the great hall of the ivory tower, his gaze lingering on the chains forming the gateway ring on the floor. Eventually, he let out a wistful sigh. "You've achieved so much, Nephis." He gave her a look that seemed almost proud. "No, truly. You gave me quite a start. I did expect you to make your parents proud, but I never imagined that you would attain supremacy and conquer the world. You brought down 2 supremes." Asterion looked at Sonny, and seduced the third. "How very devious of you." "Well done." Nephis gritted her teeth. "I will repeat myself. What do you want?" He looked at her with a surprised expression. "Didn't I say? I want to help." At that point, Sonny could not help but scoff. "Please don't make me laugh." Asterion sighed and strolled around the gateway, studying the magnificent interior of the brightly illuminated hall. "I felt it already, but the 2 of you seem to harbor a deep animosity toward me. I've never done anything to deserve such hostility, so I truly cannot help but be perplexed. Why do you treat me as an enemy?" White flames ignited in the depths of Neff's eyes. "You dare ask?" "I could not help but notice how you dared to utter the name of my father with that dirty mouth of yours, as well. My father whom you killed." Asterion stopped and turned to face her, a concerned expression settling on his handsome face. He let out a sigh. "Indeed I did, however. You should know by now why Broken Sword had to be killed. Do you think that I felt joy while watching my closest friend die? On the contrary, it felt as if my own heart was being pierced. But it had to be done, and so we did it. To prevent the forgotten god from awakening." Nephis looked at him with scathing hatred. Sonny smiled darkly. "Oh, I see. You were the good guy all along? Why were Anvil and Ki Song terrified of you, then? Why did they trap you on the moon?" Asterion gave him a confused glance. Eventually, he said, as if explaining something self-evident, "Isn't it only natural for villains to fear a good man? I don't see a reason why I, the victim of their treachery, should be condemned for it. Not to mention that Nephis is only alive because I prevented them from coming after her in full force. Who knows, that might have been why they turned against me. In the end," Nephis chuckled, "how admirable, a good man, though. How shameless are you? Would a good man put a mind hex on numerous people, turning them into obedient thralls?" Asterion smiled wryly. "And after turning them into obedient thralls, I commanded them to do what exactly? Continue with their lives as if nothing was the matter, doing their best to contribute to society. How dreadful! I must truly be a monster." He shook his head. "Let us be honest, Nephis. Those people might have fallen under my power, but I've never done anything to abuse that power or harm them. If anything, you 2 are the ones doing them harm. And besides..." He looked at her with a faint smile. "Haven't you done exactly the same? Haven't you lied, manipulated people, and twisted the truth to win their loyalty? From the Forgotten Shore to Godgrave, you did everything you could to enthrall and subjugate those around you. That was how you conquered humanity. Ah, but don't get me wrong. I am not judging you. If anything, I am impressed. It was beautifully done, really, and from such a weak position, no less." Asterion raised his hands and clapped a few times, seemingly enjoying himself. "Can you rightfully admonish me, though?" His pleasant voice sounded a little reproachful. Chapter 2756, Most Insidious of Foes. Sonny stared at Asterion, not knowing how to react. Was he mocking them? Nephis, meanwhile, frowned deeply. "That is not the same." Asterion chuckled. "Why? Because I use my aspect, while you used underhanded schemes and the propaganda machine of the government. I'm sorry, but I will have to disagree. To an ordinary person, those 2 are equally impossible to overcome. The soft power you wield is in no way inferior to the mystical powers I command. It can even make people die for you, and countless did die with a happy smile on their faces. Ah, how eerie! Sonny had had enough of this unabashed nonsense. Taking a step forward, he spat through gritted teeth. What kind of crap are you trying to pull? Do you think that spouting lies in a confident tone magically makes them true? You've never done anything to abuse your power or cause your thralls harm. Please, your thralls are staging a suicidal attempt to escape their prison. At the same time, Ravenheart is at risk of being drowned in lava. At the same time, nightmare creatures are storming Rivergate. All of it is your doing. Asterion blinked a few times, looking at him with a confused expression. You kidnapped all those people and put them into a harrowing prison. Naturally, they would want to escape. They don't need me to manipulate them into trying to regain their freedom. People value freedom above all else. After all. As for erupting volcanoes and attacking nightmare creatures, it feels like you're just looking for random things to blame on me now. What do I have to do with these unfortunate events? Sonny felt like he was going insane. Asterion was clearly lying. They knew that he was lying, and he knew that they knew that he was lying. And yet he continued to lie with a sincere expression and an utter lack of shame. You? You caused these unfortunate events, bastard? Asterion simply gave him a look of incomprehension. Nephis let out a heavy sigh. I guess you did not attack Cassie either? He turned to her and studied her expression intently for a few moments. Then Asterion shook his head. No. I did attack your friend, Song of the Fallen, I had to. His golden eyes seemed to lose their mesmerizing gleam, turning a shade darker. I had to take her power away in order to protect you. After all, I'm here to help. Sonny suddenly felt tired. What the hell are you talking about, you lunatic? Asterion remained silent for a while, studying them quietly. In the end, he inhaled deeply and sighed. The two of you seem dreadfully wary of my aspect. Well, it's only fair. Commendable, even. Those who are capable of manipulating the mind are the most insidious of foes. After all, I have faced persecution because of the nature of my powers my entire life. He turned away with a somber expression and looked at the chains that had once bound Hope. And yet you are strangely trusting of your supposed friend, Song of the Fallen, who possesses the power to manipulate and alter memories. You do not seem to ever ask yourselves if that power had been turned against you. Which is a bit strange, don't you think? For two people as cautious as you. Taking a step forward, he shook his head again. It is not just strange, it is outright startling, if we consider the fact that Nephis and all those who entered the third nightmare with Song of the Fallen are suffering from unexplainable gaps in their memories, with entire swathes of their lives missing, as if intentionally erased. He turned and looked at Nephis. Those gaps in your memory, they start from your days on the Forgotten Shore, don't they? From the time you met the woman named Cassia for the first time. As Nephis stared at him with a concerned expression, he sighed. So how is that you never questioned a woman who can erase and alter memories despite missing countless memories of your own? How is it that you allowed her to become your closest aide and confidant without ever questioning her loyalty? Is it because you trust her implicitly? Or is it because your real memories of her were replaced with memories of her earning your implicit trust? Asterion smiled wistfully. How countless of your memories do you think might have been falsified by her? Song of the Fallen's power is too insidious. It's too dangerous. That is why I had to take that power away. Sonny stared at him with wide eyes. Hell, the bastard was the one who was too dangerous and insidious. The lies he wove were a little too convincing. If Sonny was not the cause of Neff's missing memories while retaining the knowledge of what had happened himself, even he would have been tempted to believe what Asterion was saying, and grow suspicious of Cassie, even if only for a moment. Nephis, however, did not remember the truth, so she had no weapon to cut the net of lies. She stared at Asterion expressionlessly for a while. Eventually, though, she asked in a low tone, "Is this fun for you?" As the air in the great hall suddenly grew hot, the promise of an incinerating white abyss ignited in her eyes. Was I supposed to believe these pathetic lies? Asterion looked at her with an expression of sincere surprise, as if stumped by her unjust accusation. Then, however, his expression cracked, revealing a delighted grin. He laughed quietly. Ah, Perhaps. I thought they were quite entertaining. Admit it, you almost believed me for a second. His expression turned cold. That little oracle of yours was proving to be troublesome, so I had to take her eyes. Ah, but I only managed to take one. What a pity, but do not worry. He flashed her a smile. I'll rip out her other eye sooner or later. Chapter 2757. The three of us Asterian's smile did not vanish despite the savage words he had spoken. However, it did change. The difference was both subtle and chilling. It was as if all warmth drained from his eyes, revealing the cold, ruthless void beneath. In the stark absence of pretense, his stunning golden eyes did not seem human at all. Then finally, his smile disappeared as well. Actually, I lied. With his hands still clasped behind his back, Asterion did not look too threatening. His stance was wide open, and he neither wore armor nor wielded a weapon, and yet the sound of his voice forced Sunny to move slightly, shifting his weight to his dominant leg. Asterion walked toward Nephis slowly. Earlier when I said that you grew up well, Nephis, that was a lie in truth. You are a disappointment. Stopping a few steps away, he looked at her with displeasure. Well, I will not deny the fact that you are remarkable in your own way. In truth, I never expected you to take out Anvil and Key Song. Natural supremacy, huh? How ambitious. You gave me quite a start, to be honest. It forced me to alter some of my plans. Sunny had been meaning to explain which parts of Asterion's body he was going to. Slowly saw off with a dull blade, if the bastard dared to touch Cassie again, but held himself back. After all, if his enemy was in the mood to ramble about his past plans, Sunny would be a fool to interrupt him. Asterion, meanwhile, sighed. Initially, I meant to begin slowly preparing for my eventual return sometime after the Chain of Nightmares. But your antics in Godgrave made me change the timetable. You have a habit of ruining things, don't you, Nephis? But of course, you are changing star after all. The Star of Ruin. Sunny tilted his head slightly. Interesting. If he were to believe Asterion's words, it seemed like the Dream Spawn had been planning to escape the moon for a long time. Curiously enough, these plans had been in place before the Sovereigns fell, meaning that the measures they had put in place to prevent his return had not been as effective as everyone believed. It was also unnerving to see just how well-informed Asterion was about everything that had happened in his absence, even if Sunny expected no less from the Dream Spawn. Why did he accelerate his plans when Nephis usurped the throne? Sunny was not sure yet, but one thing had already become painfully apparent. Asterion was somewhat fixated on Nephis, maybe because of their old connection. He did not pay the same amount of attention to the role Sunny had played in the fall of the original domains at all. My, oh my. Sunny felt something that he used to experience often, but had not had the pleasure of enjoying for quite some time, to the point that it was difficult to remember the feeling. It was the wonderful feeling of being underestimated. Asterion gave Nephis a look that was full of contempt. Still, despite your many achievements, everything about you is distasteful. Aren't you tired of maintaining the charade, pretending to be human? Or have you actually deluded yourself into believing that you are one of them? He shook his head. What a shame. Turning away, Asterion regarded the chains of hope once more. He remained silent for a few moments, then spoke, his voice echoing in the bright expanse of the great hall. There were 7 Gonds, there were 7 daemons as well. Plenty of terrors and titans. Countless chaos creatures hiding in the void. His tone turned sharp. But there are only 3 dream spawns in the world. You, me, and that transcendent brat, the rest are all dead. In the wake of the Chain of Nightmares, meanwhile, countless children have been born in the dream realm, but none of them are like us. That is because they never belonged to both worlds. From the second of their inception, they had already belonged to the dream realm. The waking world will be gone soon too. Do you understand what that means? Asterion's gaze grew heavy. It means that there will never be a 4th dream spawn. We 3 are all there is, and all there'll ever be. And since the youngest is still a child, you are the only other member of our kind to have reached adulthood, and yet you have denied your own nature, discarding it in favor of pretense and self-deception. He smiled coldly. Do you understand my disappointment now? You have limited your own potential, You have crippled yourself, burying half of yourself in the ground. All this time you have been fighting with one hand tied behind your back, incomplete, imbalanced, mutilated, all that of your own accord. And for what? To be a human? One of those pitiful, constrained creatures. Astarion shook his head. I guess I should not be complaining, since that only plays into my hand. Still, I can't help but feel offended. It is offensive to see the only other member of my tribe debase herself so thoroughly. He grimaced. And yet you and your lover deem yourselves my enemies. Suddenly Astarion let out a laugh. Make no mistake. I have no enemies. I have no rivals either. All you are is an obstacle, at best. Sunny regarded Astarion with a dark expression. He has no enemies. Astarion did not mean that he was a friend to everyone, of course. Instead, he meant that no one, not even the two of them, was qualified to be his enemy, because he was that much more fearsome than anyone else. Arrogant bastard. And what was with that whole speech about how Nephis failed to behave like a proper dream spawn? It sounded completely unhinged, but also strangely sincere. Well, of course it did. If Astarion did not consider them worthy of being his enemies, he would have no reason to go out of his way to lie to them about every little thing either. He could have expressed his earnest distaste. I guess Mordred was right. Mordred had told Sunny once that Astarion did not consider himself to be a human. It had sounded like an insult back then, but now Sunny saw that it was simply a dispassionate truth. Astarion did not think of himself as a member of the human race. However, he did not consider himself a nightmare creature either. Rather, he believed himself to be a member of an entirely different tribe, a unique being that belonged to both worlds. A dreamspawn. Being who was neither a human nor an abomination, but inherited some traits of both. Nephis smiled darkly. Sorry to disappoint. If it makes you feel any better, though, please know that no matter how much I disgust you, you disgust me more. She frowned then. This is the third time I'm asking you, Astarion. What do you want? But Sunny. Sunny did not hear her, because at that moment something clicked in his mind, and a hint of a dreadful understanding made his eyes widen slightly. Chapter 2758. Dire Ambition. When a seed of a troubling theory formed itself in Sunny's mind, he tried his hardest to suppress his shock. However, he must have let something show, because the shadows across the ivory tower suddenly grew restless. Nephis spared him a brief glance and continued her verbal duel with Astarion. Sunny, meanwhile, was too preoccupied with exploring his suspicion, wanting to turn it into certainty, and dreading that certainty as well. It can't be. Can it be? He examined the facts. All of them were things he had already known. However, only after meeting Astarion face to face did it become possible to assign real weight to these tidbits of knowledge, and therefore draw connections between them. The first hint was the timing of Astarion's supposed return. He had mentioned having to push his plans forward because of Neph's unexpected ascension to the throne of supremacy. But what about it had made Astarion feel hurried? Exactly. Maybe the answer to that question was not as important as the question itself. Astarion had mentioned planning to escape his lunar prison soon after the Chain of Nightmares, as if it held some hidden meaning. He had spent decades imprisoned on the moon. So why would he only want to escape after Antarctica fell, and not at any point before the death of the sovereigns had apparently nothing to do with it, even if they had been responsible for ruthlessly ensuring the continued non-existence of his insidious domain? There were numerous potential answers to that question. The fact that the sovereigns had finally revealed themselves, for example. The arrival of the Skinwalker and other great ones on Earth, the dream realm beginning to devour the waking world piece by piece. The conflict between the great clans moving toward open war, thus distracting the original supremes. But what if the real reason was something else? Sunny was suddenly reminded of the conversation between him and Morgan that had happened in the Nightmare Desert, soon after the disastrous battle of the Black Skull. She had been planning to leave them and escape with the summer night, while Sunny had been planning to challenge the third nightmare as a means of escape. So, he had asked Morgan if he would face consequences for attaining transcendence without the permission of the great clans. And she told him that he did not have to worry about that, because critical mass had already been reached, and the waking world's collapse could not be delayed anymore. So, The chain of nightmares was when the sovereigns had stopped artificially suppressing the number of emerging saints. That was when Asterion had begun to plan his return. Sunny remembered another conversation as well. That one was not a conversation with Morgan. Instead, it was a conversation with her sinister brother Mordred. It happened back in Mirage City, where Mordred revealed to him how Asterion had ended up on the moon, as well as the fact that he would inevitably return and pose a grave danger to everyone. Mordred had described Asterion as what Nephis was supposed to be, but taken to a logical conclusion, a being that walked on the edge between a human and a nightmare creature. Nephis and Asterion were like two sides of the same coin, or perhaps twisted reflections of each other. Nephis had denied the nightmare creature part of herself, so much so that she became the epitome of humanity, as well as its ruler. Asterion, meanwhile, embraced the creature part of himself fully, to the point that he did not even consider himself to be human. Now that Sunny had heard Asterion personally confirm Mordred's description, he was struck by a sudden revelation. In hindsight, it felt almost obvious, like most things were. And the key to that revelation was a third conversation Sunny remembered. That last conversation had nothing to do with the Valor siblings. Instead, it was a conversation with Nightwalker, who had been betrayed and abandoned by Asterion in the Eternal City. It was not about the Dreamspawn himself, though it was about a different monster, the primordial human who had been cursed by Shadow God at the dawn of time, Connacht. Connacht had become the ruler of the first human kingdom in the end. However, he was not satisfied with his historic throne. Instead, Connacht wanted to become a god to achieve apotheosis. No matter how much he tried, though, godhood eluded him. His kingdom slowly turned into a land of nightmares, ruined by his obsession, but eventually Connacht did find a way to become a deity. He learned how to achieve apotheosis through consuming his kingdom, as well as all its citizens. And he would have succeeded if the demon of repose had not stopped him. Damn, Ashen. Nightwalker had explained something else to Sunny as well. It was the way tyrants became terrors. They became terrors by consuming the minions. So, now, here was a man named Asterion, who did not consider himself human, and thought of himself as a creature instead. Creatures walked the path of ascension in a different manner from humans. Wouldn't that mean that Asterion, born to the zealots of the Path of Ascension cult, could strive to emulate that manner himself? He was not a tyrant, though, and did not control an army of minions. Instead, he was a supreme who controlled a domain, just like Connacht had controlled the first human kingdom. So if Asterion, the descendant of the god of hunger, expanded his domain to encompass all of humanity, could he attempt to consume humanity in order to fuel his apotheosis? Sunny sensed a cold shiver run down his spine. That lunatic. Asterion might not have spent decades on the moon because he couldn't come back. Instead, he might have simply remained there, far above Earth, waiting for humanity to fatten up. And only when the number of powerful humans began to rise exponentially in the wake of the chain of nightmares, thus offering him a big enough feast, did he decide to come back. Chapter 2759. Just a monster. Sunny felt an echo of an old, mostly forgotten hatred. It was the hatred he had felt when the truth of the Forgotten Shore was finally revealed to him. The 7 heroes of that cursed land had performed a dreadful hecatomb to create a new sun and dispel the darkness, a bloody sacrifice to fuel their artificial god. It's always the same revolting story. The heroes of the Forgotten Shore had sacrificed countless people to create the nameless sun. Thousands of years later, that sun became the Crimson Terror and consumed every living being on the Forgotten Shore to become an even greater horror. Connacht had wanted to consume his kingdom in order to become a god, and now Asterion wanted to devour all of humanity for the same reason. Ah, I hate it. Back when Asterion had gotten himself trapped on the moon, humanity had been incomparably weaker than it was today. There had been barely any saints around, and very few masters. The entire awakened population of the waking world could be gathered in a single dormitory tower of NQSC. Granted, those human hives were quite enormous. The power of humanity had grown gradually over the decades, and then exploded in the wake of the chain of nightmares. By the time the domain war happened, there were no fewer than 100 saints, thousands of masters, and more than 1,000,000 awakened out there. These numbers continued to grow with startling speed after Nephis came to power, much faster than before the war. Even since her policy was more or less the opposite of what the original sovereigns had enforced. She did not attempt to limit or control the number of awakened and masters challenging the seeds of nightmare. Not only that, but she earnestly supported their pursuit of greater strength, encouraging as many people as possible to challenge the spell. As a result, countless people had perished in the jaws of nightmares. But the power of humanity had swelled greatly as well, which meant that humanity had become powerful enough to satiate Asterian's hunger. In fact, it was developing so swiftly that he had deemed it necessary to push forward the day of his return. That was most likely the reason why he had maimed Cassie, instead of simply killing her, even if killing her would have been much simpler. Because if she died, there would be one less saint for him to use as fuel for his apotheosis. And not just any saint at that. Despite her unassuming ways, Cassie was one of the most powerful transcendents in existence. In fact, one could argue that she was the most powerful that wretched bastard. Having deduced the answer to the mystery that had been plaguing them for a long while, their enemy's motive, Sunny felt dazed. The Dreamspawn had always been a mysterious and sinister figure, so Sunny anticipated that his goals were far from benign. However, the idea of consuming all of mankind to fuel one's apotheosis was so preposterously wicked that it gave him pause. He's a damn cannibal. The god of cannibals, really. But no, that was not an apt description. Asterian did not consider himself human after all, so from his point of view, he would not be devouring beings of his own kind. He was not a cannibal. He was just a monster. Sunny shifted slightly, casting a somber gaze at Nephis. At that moment, he wanted nothing more than to share his sudden discovery with her, but sadly Cassie was unconscious, so they lost the familiar means of silent communication. Is there even a point of keeping quiet, though? Sunny had already been feeling apprehensive, but at that moment, he could not help but sense a cold shiver run down his spine. Damnation. He knew that Asterian could read people's thoughts. There had to be some limit to that ability, but they did not know what that limit was. So, their minds could very well be like an open book to Asterian, even if Sunny doubted it. The Dreamspawn could definitely glean at least some of their thoughts, but overcoming the mental defenses of two supreme titans had to be a challenge even for him. Cursing quietly, Sunny divided his countless streams of consciousness into two. Then, he divided the multitude of these mental partitions by two several more times, until keeping them isolated from each other became a strain even for his deific mind. Finally, he hid his current train of thought in only one of these thousands of partitions, making it close to impossible to find. Asterian spared him a curious glance, then turned back to Nephis. "You asked what I want?" He raised an eyebrow. "Isn't it obvious?" Asterian looked around the ivory tower, then cast the gaze of his golden eyes at the two of them and grinned. "Everything. I want everything." He spread his arms as if wanting to embrace the world. "I want your citadels. I want your soldiers. I want your people, too. I can sense some of your true desires as well. So, no, there will be no deal." Chapter 2760. Soul Devours. Nephs studied Asterian for a few moments, then continued in an even tone. "In truth, you do not really want our citadels. You do not want to rule humanity or conquer both worlds either. All you want is to grow. All you want is to use the human domain as fertilizer for your growth? Ah, I've never felt a more abominable hunger." Asterian met her gaze with a nonchalant smile. "So you knew what I wanted all along, but still went to the trouble of asking 3 times. All that just to refuse me," he sighed. "This is the problem with those who were nurtured by the nightmare spell. Your power is exceptional, but you are too militant. You are too used to solving problems with a sharp sword, so no one knows the value of good negotiations." Smiling faintly, he shook his head. "Still, you're only reluctant to strike a deal with me because you're under the illusion that there is a different choice. Your mind will change once you taste true despair, of course, by then. I won't be offering such reasonable terms." Sunny scoffed. "I was right. You really do like the sound of your own voice. Well, no surprise, you're quite eloquent, after all." However, I could not help but notice your peculiar choice of words earlier. What was it? We'll get to live the rest of our lives in peace if we agree. He gave Asterion an unamused look. You forgot to mention that the rest of our lives would not amount to much, didn't you? A handful of years at best. Goodness, something tells me that you are not approaching this supposed deal in good faith. He turned to Nephis. Actually, I figured out what this lunatic wants already. He is aiming for natural apotheosis. Maybe unnatural is a more fitting word in this case, though. He wants to achieve what Canactit failed to achieve and attain godhood through feeding on his own domain, not as a human but as a creature. In short, he wants to enthrall all of humanity, then devour it. Turning to Asterion, Sunny added in a dark tone, "What a guy," in response, Asterion gave him an amused look. "You figured me out so quickly? I guess you did not become supreme by accident after all." His tone was friendly and easygoing, not at all fitting the hideous darkness of his genocidal intent. A heavy silence hung in the air, overflowing with tension. An unexpected sound then suddenly broke the silence, surprising both Sunny and Asterion. It was the sound of laughter. Nephis was laughing. Her laugh was dry and joyless, but she was laughing nonetheless. So that's it. She looked at Asterion, her eyes full of contempt. That is all the great and terrible Asterion amounts to? All these years of waiting, the ominous mystery surrounding you, the fear of you everyone seems to share, and in the end, you are no different from the other two. His smile dimmed a little. Ouch! That was uncalled for. Nephis, meanwhile, gritted her teeth. All of this because you're just another cowardly deserter who is afraid to challenge the fifth nightmare. Her eyes blazed with white flames. Anvil and Ki Song convinced themselves that they could not abandon the waking world or risk leaving humanity without the guardianship of Supremes. But you don't care about the waking world or humanity. So what is your excuse? Asura met her fiery gaze with a relaxed smile. Why do I need an excuse? He looked at her, then shifted his gaze to Sunny in confusion. And why do I need to gamble my life away in the fifth nightmare when there is a safer, better way to become a deity? Sunny exhaled slowly. Why? Oh, I'm not sure. Has it ever occurred to you that consuming the souls of countless humans, of all humans, is the vilest, most appalling way of attaining godhood one can imagine, perhaps? Asterion raised an eyebrow. Really? Remind me, please. How was it that you two became supreme titans? Was it through pacifism and natural enlightenment, maybe? Or was it through murder, slaughter, and bloodshed? He shook his head. How many souls have the two of you consumed to get to where you are? Sunny scowled deeply. Too many, perhaps, however? Are you really comparing the souls of nightmare creatures to those of humans? Asterion laughed. Oh, and you two have never killed humans? The piles of corpses left in Godgrave tend to disagree? And even then, is there really such a difference? You treat nightmare creature as if they do not count. But they are living creatures too. Most of them are beasts, but many are just as sentient as you and I. It's just that their sentience differs from your own, so you don't feel the need to extend them the courtesy of counting them as individuals. Sunny stared at the dream spawn, feeling dizzy. He really could not tell if Asterion was simply a pathological liar or actually insane. Perhaps it was both. The dream spawn was not mentally ill, but his worldview was so outside the norm that he could not be considered a sane person either. At the same time, he lied as easily as he breathed. However, his lies were always masterfully hidden between truths, cunning omissions and baseless assumptions presented as facts, which made conversing with him a horrible headache. Asterion's deceit was so believable, and spoken so confidently that even Sunny found himself involuntarily accepting it as truth sometimes. The worst part was that the bastard was not even seriously trying to deceive them, considering that all his lies crumbled easily as long as one examined them just a little. Take this last claim, for example. On the surface, it sounded like a bold but oddly logical accusation. Of course, Asterion had failed to mention that all nightmare creatures shared an overwhelming compulsion to kill and devour humans. If there were peaceful abominations out there, Sunny and Nephis would have never attacked them of their own accord. There is indeed a difference. They are the aggressors. We are merely defending ourselves out of necessity. We are simply trying to survive. Asterion gave him a pitying look. Isn't that what I'm doing as well? Do you think humans were never the aggressors from whom I had to defend myself? To me, you humans are no different from nightmare creatures, strangers who stand in the way of my survival. Do not forget that I was born here in the dream realm. This is my home. You, on the other hand, are the invaders? Sunny smiled darkly. I think you're lying through your teeth. Nephis stared at Asterion with scathing intensity. Her voice, however, remained even. There is a huge flaw in your reasoning, though. He raised an eyebrow. Oh, is there? She nodded. It is quite misguided of you to assume that conquering the human domain, which Sunny and I rule, will be safer and more conducive to your survival than challenging the fifth nightmare. Asterion remained silent for a while, looking at her with a strange smile. Then he sighed. I guess you don't know. Makes sense, considering that the elders of your clan passed away a long time ago, while Anvil and Key Song regarded you as a threat. The chain of inheritance was broken, and plenty of knowledge seems to have been lost. Asterion shook his head. The fifth nightmare. It's different from all the rest. Challenging it is a far greater gamble than challenging the previous four. Chances of conquering it are slim. He fell silent for a moment and then added somberly, and even if you succeed, you won't be the same. Chapter 2761, Cautionary Tale. Nephis and Sunny looked at each other. Ah, I don't like it. Even knowing that nothing Asterion said could be trusted, Sunny still felt intrigued. After all, they were planning on challenging the fifth nightmare while knowing nothing about it. Information about it was scarce. In fact, there was no information about it at all. The sovereigns could have known something. Though by now Sunny had learned more about the greatest secrets of the world than they had ever learned, but that did not mean that there was no knowledge they had possessed that he did not. The original Supremes had been around for far longer than Sunny and Nephis. After all, they had hoarded knowledge like treasure, or rather wielded it like a weapon to build their kingdoms. Asterion, meanwhile, had been the foremost explorer and historian among them. It was no coincidence that he had visited both the Eternal City and the Nightmare Desert long before the rest of humanity discovered them. Where else had he been? What secrets had he gleaned, and what mysteries had he uncovered? It was quite a tantalizing question, so Sunny lingered for a while, and then asked, What makes the fifth nightmare so different, and how do you even know about it? Asterion chuckled. I'll admit, it seems improbable that I would know anything about the fifth nightmare. After all, no awakened from our cycle of the nightmare spell has returned from it, so it is not like I could ask someone, Right, the phantoms who dwell within the nightmares. Meanwhile, all lived long before the spell was completed. I understand your suspicion. He looked at them quietly. However, that does not mean that the awakened from the previous cycles did not know anything either. If one searches diligently, finding traces that they left behind is not impossible. Granted, there is barely any of those traces left, considering the obliterating conclusions of all the previous cycles. Sunny frowned. Cycles. He understood what Asterion was talking about. Earth was not the first realm infected by the nightmare spell. In fact, it was the last. In the past, the spell had infected 5 other divine realms, giving its dwellers a chance to conquer the nightmares and find salvation. Just like the humans of the War Realm were fighting for their salvation now. It was just that none of those ancient people had succeeded. The Twilight Sea had been swallowed by the Dream Realm and became the Storm Sea. Heart Realm was the burned forest. Now a piece of the Sun Realm had become Godgrave. Moon Realm was nowhere to be found. Even if Sunny suspected that Moonriver Plains had once been a part of it, and the Shadow Realm. Well, Sunny had no idea who the nightmare spell would have infected there, but it had been swallowed by the Dream Realm in the end as well. Asterion was claiming that he had discovered knowledge about the fifth nightmare in the ruins left by one of those fallen civilizations. Sunny did not know if that too was a lie, but he was willing to hear the dream spawn out. Judging by the faint smirk on Asterion's face, he must have read that thought in Sunny's mind. Shaking his head lightly, he continued to stroll around the ring of chains forming the gateway. You should be familiar with Godgrave quite well, no? The ruins hidden inside the hollows. There are what remains of a civilization that, like ours, was infected by the spell and strived to resist the encroaching nightmare. Naturally, they failed in the end, but they had achieved quite a few startling feats before succumbing to their fate. Several awakened of their cycle even became spirits, no less. He smiled. Condemnation, Desolation, and a few others as well. Of course, they went by different names back then, before corruption. And among the ruins of the cities where their temples stood, there were fragmented remains of the chronicle depicting their deeds. That is where I learned a few things about the fifth nightmare. Sonny looked at him incredulously, huh? So, according to Asterion, Condemnation had not always been a nightmare creature. That fallen deity had been a fellow human once. A carrier of the nightmare spell no different from Nephis or Sonny, no less, albeit far more accomplished. Not that it helped in the end. What a sobering revelation, but one that could be easily believed, actually, considering that Sonny himself had once fallen prey to corruption. If not for the nature of the tomb of Ariel, he might have been a great titan now, not a supreme one. He might have been the Mad Prince. Why would the fifth nightmare be so different from the rest? Asterion smiled. Why wouldn't it be? After all, among all the steps on the path of ascension, the fifth one is the most profound. It is the step of attaining godhood. There is a vast abyss between those supreme and those sacred. That abyss is far greater than the gap between supremacy and all the lesser ranks combined. In fact, it is far greater than the gap between being sacred and being divine as well. The latter is mostly a question of scale, of quantity. The former, however, has to do with the inherent quality of one's being instead. He looked at Sonny and Nephis, with a wry glint in his golden eyes. Look at you! You have only recently become Supremus, and you're already barely holding on to your humanity. Can you even remember what it feels like to be mundane humans? And why would you? Your powers as Supremes are already incompatible with consciousness that is mundane, and therefore human. Imagine what you must become to wield the power of a god. Asterion shrugged. How would the spell guide one to such a fundamental transformation? It is not a matter of gaining raw power or attaining a deeper mastery of your aspect. It is a matter of shedding the remains of your mortal self and being reborn as something greater. It is only natural that the fifth nightmare would be different from all the rest. Nephis frowned. So, what exactly is the difference? Asterion flashed her a smile. I am afraid I cannot answer that. Asking me to be exact is asking too much. Even I am not omniscient. After all I know is that the fifth nightmare shares more in common with the first nightmare than it does with the rest. It involves not one but two trials, one personal, tailored specifically to the challenger, and one collective, like they usually are. Both are unimaginably brutal, and failing either one means death. He looked up with a wistful expression. If you succeed, however, well, the spell will do its thing and help you achieve apotheosis in record-breaking time. Quite miraculous, really. His expression darkened. The problem is that there is risk involved in causing such a transformation with brute force. The changes your consciousness, your very sense of self, will undergo as a result of the fifth nightmare cannot be controlled. After all, the spell does not care if you are still yourself at the end of the nightmare. All it cares about is that you have attained a new rank. Asterion turned to Sonny and Nephis, looking at them with a dark expression. That was what destroyed the civilization of the Sun Realm. In the end, their cycle did not end because of the nightmare creatures or because of the dream realm swallowing their world. Instead, it was the very thing that had been meant to save them that ended up becoming their doom. The dream spawn smiled. That's right, it was the spirits that the Sun Realm civilization had given birth to that devoured and destroyed it in the end, because they lost themselves to godhood. He fell silent for a second, and then asked, in an amused tone, Now, do you still want to challenge the fifth nightmare? Chapter 207-062, Demon of Hunger. Sonny hesitated. The tale Asterion had told sounded compelling. The knowledge of how the civilization of the Sun Realm had fallen was both poignant and darkly fascinating. The information about the uniqueness of the fifth nightmare was fascinating and believable. It conformed to what Sonny had learned from Yuri's. After all, He had already known that a profound transformation of one's consciousness was a necessary requirement of achieving apotheosis. Only made sense that Weaver would have designed a special trial to let the spell push its carriers to godhood. It also made sense that such a transformation would threaten the challenger's humanity and sense of self. Sonny himself had been wary of that aspect of becoming a deity, let alone of becoming one in a rushed and forceful way, however. Asterion was also personally biased against the prospect of his enemies attaining godhood, not to mention being a highly manipulative, masterful liar, so how much could his words be trusted? Trusting him implicitly would be impossibly foolish. At the same time, simply assuming that everything he said was a lie was a sure way to end up fooled, since accomplished liars always hid their deceit between truths. In fact, those who were truly good at deception could be completely honest at times, specifically because they expected their words to be seen as lies, thus blinding others to the truth. Sonny would know, since he had mastered that particular manner of deceit all the way back at the Awakened Academy. I don't know. Why couldn't people just be honest? There was no telling which parts of what Asterion had said about the fifth nightmare were true. If Sonny were to guess, though, would assume that most of it was Asterion had definitely omitted some information, and exaggerated the rest to make the act of challenging the fifth nightmare seem even more dangerous than it was. However, the core of it should have been true, which did not mean that his conclusions were correct. Sonny smiled. Well, why not? After hearing you out, actually I want to challenge the fifth nightmare even more. Asterion was striving to attain godhood without the assistance of the spell for two simple reasons. Firstly, it was because he could. He had no moral compass whatsoever, and neither did he harbor any emotional attachments to humanity. So why wouldn't an appalling creature like him choose an easier and safer path? Secondly, Asterion's grasp on his sense of self had to be tentative at best. Person driven only by hunger and ambition, unmoored from everything and everyone else, could hardly rely on something external to anchor his personhood in the storm of apotheosis. That was why he was wary of the dire trial of the spells. Sonny and Nephis were different, though. Sonny was a master of maintaining his self intact, more so than anyone else, perhaps. That was because his very nature as a shadow was formless and shapeless. As such, he had trained relentlessly to never forget himself through shadow dance. So much so that even the mists of the Hollow Mountains failed to erode him into nothingness. Nephis, meanwhile, was connected to billions of humans and their most ardent wishes through the longing domain. That connection itself would most likely be enough to preserve the core of her being. But even if she entered the fifth nightmare entirely stripped of her domain, she would possess an overwhelming advantage in tethering herself to her sense of self. It was her own ardent desire, her own longing, an absolute and uncompromising resolve to not only conquer the nightmare spell and destroy it, but also do it in a way she deemed worthy. It was no coincidence that she possessed the longing ability after all, which made her soul incorruptible. So, even while choosing to believe Asterion in the matter of the fifth nightmare, Sonny did not think that it would be impossible for them to both conquer it and remain, if not the same, then at least faithful to the core of what made them who they were. They did not have a lot of choices anyway. Nephis smiled darkly. Whether we challenge the fifth nightmare or not is not for you to decide, Ghoul. However, I do have a question of my own for you. She regarded Asterion with cold contempt and then asked in a dispassionate tone, What for? What are you doing this for? Is it really for no other reason than to satiate your hunger? She shook her head. What happens after you satiate it by devouring humanity and become a minor deity? Then, are you going to rule over a pile of corpses, all alone in an empty world? Or are you intending to surrender yourself to corruption and become one of the profane gods of the nightmare? Nephis pursed her lips. You know about the forgotten god, it seems. That means that you must know that he will wake from slumber one day, destroying all of existence. Do you truly not intend to challenge the trials of the nightmare spell to stop him? Asterion studied her with a wry smile for a while, keeping silent. Eventually, he chuckled. That was more than one question, I would say. Still, allow me to answer. Why not? Walking up to them, he faced Nephis and looked down at her. You questions, I'd say that they betray a lack of imagination. Who says that my hunger will be satiated by devouring humanity? A faint smile twisted his lips. No, no, far from it. I do not intend to stop at consuming all of humanity. I'll feast on all the fallen gods of the dream realm too, and every nightmare creature there is. Destroying only humans would be somewhat unfair, don't you think? So, I'll swallow all nightmare creatures as well, so that no one's feelings are hurt. His smile widened. After all, why leave it for forgotten God to destroy all of existence when I can consume it all myself? Then, by the time the dream realm is truly empty, and only bones remain, when I am divine, I will challenge the seventh nightmare and face the forgotten God. Asterian's charming smile turned into a grin, a hint of a strange, eerie light igniting in his golden eyes. And I will devour him as well. The dream spawn laughed. I'll feast on his flame, rise above divinity, and swallow the world. I'll bask in the endless darkness of the void. Then, I will devour the void too. I'll try at least. Wouldn't it be thrilling to see what lies beyond, and feast on the beyond, of course? Shaking his head, Asterion looked at Nephis and Sunny affably. Ah, I see. Judging by your expressions, my plans sound overly ambitious. But wouldn't you agree? To live is to aspire. One has to have at least this much ambition to live a satisfying life in this dull, dying world. Chapter 2763, Endless Growth. He's insane. He's actually unwell. That was the only thing Sunny could think of as he regarded Asterion with a frozen expression, but no. Sunny had already established that the dream spawn was of sound mind. Was just that nothing about the way he saw the world was within the bounds of what humans would consider normal, while his thinking process was completely free of all preconceptions that most people shared. After all, why would Asterion not want to devour humanity, the forgotten god, the entire world, and the everlasting void on top of that? The notion was no more preposterous than a random orphan from the outskirts of NQSC becoming an immortal demigod who commanded a legion of dead souls and ruled half of humanity. To someone who did not know Sunny very well, his strange story would sound like the ravings of a madman, just like Asterion's confession had sounded just now. He truly is a worthy heir of Heart God, the god of growth and hunger. Asterion was more or less a flawless embodiment of insatiable hunger and unending growth. Nothing could ever satiate him because his endless growth would always demand more fuel. So in a sense, it was only natural that his ambitions went far beyond what Sunny and Nephis dared to want to achieve. Hell, just what had those damn Path of Ascension zealots done to raise Asterion into the eerie creature he was today? Was it their fault that he had turned out this way? Or had his mind become twisted as a result of their isolated colony in the dream realm being annihilated instead? No one knew much about the fate of that mysterious group. It had always been dismissively described as a fringe cult, but really, those supposed zealots were quite exceptional in their own way. They had been some of the first masters of humanity, just like Immortal Flame, Warden of Valor, and Nightwalker. One of them had claimed the lineage of Heart God as well. It was just that their beliefs clashed with the emerging legacy hierarchy, so they decided to abandon the waking world entirely instead of being pushed out. That was how Asterion came to be born in the dream realm. Their citadel had fallen at some point, though leaving him the only survivor. Come to think of it, Sunny did not know the details of how the Path of Ascension cult had been destroyed. However, there could have been only a few possible causes. The most probable cause was that their settlement had been overrun by nightmare creatures. Alternatively, it could have been attacked by humans instead. It was an established fact that the legacy regime had been born in bloodshed, after all having eradicated all other rising factions. Would they have really left a fringe group like the Path of Ascension cult to develop in peace? Looking at Asterion now, Sunny realized that there was a third possible cause. The Dream Spawn could have slaughtered the Path of Ascension zealots himself. Considering his current disposition, it was not difficult to imagine that he would have began on his journey of endless growth by consuming the very group that had created him. There was no way to know. Sunny exhaled slowly. He wants to devour the void, huh? In short, Asterion wanted to become equal to the 7 great gods and declare war on the void, as well as on the harrowing creatures that dwelled within it. just like the gods had done once in a sense that war had never ended. So he would resume where the gods had left off, after inheriting their legacy. No wonder he was hunting down all the divine lineages. No, wait. Sunny suddenly felt a little dazed. The gods had not been able to destroy the void, they had only been able to seal it, but Asterion was not planning to succeed where they had failed by relying on the same amount of power. He was planning to attain power greater even than what the gods had wielded. After all, if he really did manage to consume all humans, all nightmare creatures, the forgotten god and existence itself, then he would not simply become equal to one of the great gods. No, he would unite that which had been scattered all along. He would contain within himself all of the flame of desire. So, he would become as powerful as the source that had given birth to the gods, not the gods themselves. Seen in that light, his ambition to devour the void suddenly did not seem quite as baseless. He's still mad, though. Sunny sighed. Do you suppose that we will just let you gobble up humanity? Asterion turned and looked at Sunny silently for a few moments. Then he asked in a pleasant tone, "But what can you even do?" Chuckling quietly, Asterion looked away. "You can't kill me. You can't seal me either, because to do so, you'll have to sacrifice the lives of the very same humans you want to protect from me." The sound of his voice was almost compassionate. "Ah, but of course, by sparing them, you're only ensuring that I will get them all, eventually. Goodness gracious, I really do not envy you. You really are in a tight spot. It's almost like the whole situation has been designed by someone to trap you." He grinned. Looking at that grin, Nephis said in a calm tone, "Do you really think that I will not burn all of Bastion down just to end you?" A cold smile twisted her lips as well. "Do you think that there is anywhere in this world, in all worlds, that you can escape to if I decide to find you?" She looked at him evenly. "Go on. Provoke me more. Let's see which one of us is ready to make sacrifices." Asterion remained silent, and Sunny did as well. That moment, even he did not really know if she was bluffing. Eventually, Nephis shook her head. "Your arrogance is impressive, but your bluff is too simple to call. You try to pretend that neither of us poses any danger to you, and yet you spent years doing nothing but hiding. You even felt so threatened by a mere saint as to ambush her. Most pitifully of all, your ambush failed." She frowned. "Countless humans have been infected by the idea of you already. But how many have you been able to make your thralls? The human domain stands strong, and all your efforts to shake its foundations have amounted to nothing. Yes, you are devious and dangerous. But do you really think that you can win?" Sunny was not sure if that confidence was a bluff either. Asterion stared silently at her for a long while, as if unwilling to answer. Then suddenly, he grinned. "All right, it seems that you really are unwilling to make a deal with me. So then, how about a bet instead?" Chapter 2764, Bet Against the Devil. Sunny raised an eyebrow. "A bet?" Asterion shrugged. "Well, I do hate to admit it, but the young lady is somewhat correct. Indoctrinating subjects of her domain has indeed proven to be more difficult than I anticipated. You really did a number on them, didn't you, Nephis?" He shook his head. "I don't even think that I could have done better myself. They truly are devoted, disgustingly so. Really. As if you were already a goddess. Ah, but no matter. I'll get to them eventually. The question is, what will the three of us do in the meantime?" Raising a hand to rub his temple, Asterion said in a pensive tone, "As I see it, there are two avenues to resolve our dispute. One is to make it a spectacle. You know, the usual repertoire of modernity. Burning cities, rivers of blood, piles of corpses. You can unleash the full force of your aspects upon me, while I will escape and command my thralls to begin a campaign of terror and sabotage across both worlds, dealing devastating damage to humanity and undermining the public's confidence in your leadership." His expression soured. "Naturally, that avenue will leave both parties unsatisfied. You will lose the lives of countless people you wish to protect, while I will lose the opportunity to devour those people. The drawbacks of this solution are substantial." Asterion fell silent, then continued as if nothing was the matter. "The other avenue is a more civil manner of resolving a dispute. We simply do nothing, Sunny scoffed. Nothing? You expect us to do nothing? Asterion raised an eyebrow. Why not? Ah, but in this case, nothing is simply a manner of speech. What I meant to say was that we will limit ourselves to above-board measures, for a time at least. After all, haven't you just proclaimed your confidence in the unity of the human domain? He smiled ominously. So, let us test it, Nephis frowned. What exactly do you mean? Asterion gave her a reserved look. It is just as I implied. I will endeavor to undermine the unity of your domain and make it mine, without resorting to bloodshed or acts of sabotage that can actually hurt it. Meanwhile, can take measures to strengthen the devotion of your followers and prevent them from falling into my hands. It will be a war of public opinion. A war of ideas, if you will. Sunny and Nephis glanced at each other. At this point, it was clear that Asterion was trying to con them. It could hardly be called a con, really, because he was not even trying to hide his intentions. Naturally, it would be in everyone's best interest if the clash between the three supremes transpired without any blood being spilled. However, Asterion's powers were tailored for exactly that kind of warfare, for manipulating public opinion and propagating ideas that he deemed worthy, so he would inevitably receive an advantage if they agreed to this temporary deceptive ceasefire. It was just that Sunny and Nephis did not really have other options. Asterion had been right. At the moment, they could not contain him without causing destruction on a colossal scale, and that was not something either of them was ready to perpetrate, or at least ready to perpetrate just yet. The human domain, meanwhile, was indeed robust and strong. Neph's popularity was universal, and she was both revered and beloved by humans all across the two worlds. Some venerated her as a symbol of humanity. Some regarded her as their best hope to survive the apocalypse, while some simply worshipped her like a goddess. That reverence was partially a result of a tremendous propaganda campaign that had spanned, in some shape or form, many decades, from the day Neph's grandfather became the first human to ascend until her rise to the throne of humanity. But it was also a result of Neph's own efforts and her radiant powers, which had saved countless lives and were saving them still. Such a foundation was not simple to destroy, even for Asterion. Sunny had a sinking feeling that they would still end up on the losing end of a war of ideas, but that did not even really matter at the moment. Whether Asterion was trying to con them into accepting a losing proposition or not was not as important as the implications of accepting his bet. The main one being that they would receive more time, and if they wanted to find a way to regain control of the situation and deal with the dream spawn, time was something that they needed the most. Why does it feel like delaying the inevitable, then? Sunny sighed. He nodded subtly, signaling his opinion to Nephis. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly, betraying her displeasure, but she seemed to be of the same opinion as him, in the end. After a long bout of silence, Nephis finally spoke, her voice echoing in the vast hall. Are there any stakes to your bet, I wonder? Asterion simply laughed. Why, of course, if you win, I will be captured and sealed. If I win, you will become my thralls. Naturally, when the time comes, either side can decide not to honor the agreement. But the beautiful thing about this bet is that its very terms leave the loser no way out. It is not that different from a self-fulfilling prophecy. Sunny and Nephis looked at each other once again. They were in a dead end. Asterion might have presented his offer as a bet, but in truth, it was an ultimatum. All they could do was agree, for now. Once they regrouped and had a chance to discuss the situation, they could find a better solution. Kai, Effie, and Jet would be able to offer their opinions as well, and Cassie would be with them again too. Her advice might prove vital, considering how fixated Asterion was on eliminating her. Nephis grimaced. Fine, I'll accept your bet. The words were spoken. Asterion smiled, then gave her a mocking bow. A wise decision in the silence that followed, Sunny asked in a disgruntled tone. Are you just going to stand there, then? The dream spawn chuckled. No, it's time for me to go, I think. Nephis raised an eyebrow. And where exactly will you go? Turning away, Asterion headed toward the exit with the same light steps. Well, now that I have revealed myself, I'll need a residence. I can't very well ask you to provide me with accommodations, can I? Luckily, I happen to own a wonderful property right here in Bastion. He looked over his shoulder and smiled. It's a scenic church on the edges of the city. Granted, all its worshippers have mysteriously vanished one night, but it's not a problem. Just as he was passing through the gate, he added in a pleasant tone, "Something tells me that it will have a great number of new visitors soon." Chapter 2765. No one to trust Asterion had left. However, even if he was gone, his presence stayed in the ivory tower, not the metaphysical kind of presence powerful, awakened, possessed, but simply the impression the weight of his existence left on the world. Sunny looked at Nephis and remained silent for a few moments. Neph. She inhaled deeply. I know, letting out a sigh. Nephis gave him a composed look. At the moment, all we can do is deal with the pressing issues. One step at a time, Sunny. In order of priority, we must resolve the crises the dream spawn orchestrated first. Check up on Effie, contact Jet and Kai as well. She fell silent for a moment. Bring Cassie here? Nephis looked at him and added in a distant tone, if you don't mind. Sunny offered her a faint smile, then nodded and dissolved into the shadows. It did not take him long to reach Rivergate. Despite his worries, the battle had already concluded by then. The remains of what looked like a gargantuan great monster lay at the bottom of the dam, its eerie limbs reaching all the way to its battlements, hundreds of meters above. Judging by how savagely the gargantuan body was mangled, Effie must have torn it apart with bare hands. Hiding in the shadows, Sunny pursed his lips. Really now? What did I give her that spear for? The chainbreaker was looming in the sky above the dam, while Effie herself seemed to have disembarked. He cast his shadow sense outward, searching for her. As it turned out, she was close by, standing near the person in charge of the Rivergate hydroelectric plant, with her arms crossed. Beth was busy shouting out orders. Check the turbines! Make sure that the water doesn't flood the generator chamber. And by the dead gods, somebody, get Quentin. He has to repair the cracks before the entire damn dam collapses. Letting out an infuriated huff, she looked up at Effie and added in an exasperated tone, Saint Athena, thank you for your prompt assistance, really. But you're not going to leave that thing lying there, are you? It's blocking the outflow channel. So can you transform again and drag the carcass away? Just a few hundred meters will do. No, better yet chop it into little pieces so that my awakened could transport them with their own strength. Processing the carcass of a great one was a logistical nightmare, unless a saint or two were at hand, so Sunny could understand the urgency in her voice. However, Beth was going to be disappointed. Effie was needed elsewhere, so he could not allow her to waste time here. Becoming a shadow, Sunny made himself into a human once more, this time simply by using shadow manifestation instead of manifesting a true incarnation. He changed his facial features and appearance in the process, as well as contained his presence within himself, so that none of it could leak. Getting the skin tone to look natural was a bit difficult, but he managed just fine. In the end, a man who looked nothing like Sunny emerged from the shadows and walked up to Effie, giving her a polite bow. Saint Athena, I bring a message from the immortal flame. Your presence is urgently needed in Bastion. She looked at him with a confused frown. Who? Then her eyes widened a little. She remained silent for a few moments, then asked in a wary tone, Did you say urgently? Sunny nodded. The matter is of grave importance. You must return post-haste. Effie gave him a long look, then turned away and bellowed, Everyone back aboard! We are returning to Bastion. Beth stared at her with a startled expression. Returning? Who is going to get rid of that ugly thing, then? Sunny spared her glance, thinking about the times they had spent together in Antarctica. It was not that he particularly missed the chain of nightmares, but being a complete stranger to her made him feel wistful. Sorry, Beth. Apologies, Chief Bethany. Someone will be sent to assist with the removal and processing of the carcass soon. In the meantime, please direct your ascended specialist to ascertain the potential value of salvageable material. With that, he followed Effie to the chainbreaker. Soon enough, the flying ship was soaring through the sky, rushing back to Bastion. The firekeepers seemed to be in high spirits, celebrating a swift victory. None of them knew that the world had fundamentally changed in their short absence. that the human domain they had been defending so fervently was under immense threat, poised to be completely destroyed. Sonny envied their ignorance. At the same time, he was studying their faces quietly. He had known these people since the Forgotten Shore, and there was no one in the world more devoted to Nephis than they. But still, how many of them would fall victim to Asterion's powers one day soon? It was difficult to imagine, but he was slowly coming to terms with the fact that nobody could be trusted in this stark new reality. The Dreamspawn was simply too powerful, and his powers were too insidious. Maybe taking away the trust people had in each other was the first step in his ghastly plan to undermine the human domain. What the hell happened, Sonny? Effie's voice sounded even, but she was visibly anxious. No surprise, her family resided in Bastion after all. Hearing that her immediate presence was required because of something that had happened, there must have rattled her. That reminds me. We must assign additional protection to Little Ling. Considering how interested in the Dreamspawn's Asterion seems to be, there is no telling what he'll do. Sonny sighed. What happened? Well, we had a guest at the Ivory Tower. The more he spoke, the more Effie's expression seemed to dim. Soon enough, the shining surface of the Mirror Lake appeared on the horizon. Almost at the same time, a different incarnation of Sonny arrived at Bastion through a radiant dream gate. That one was carrying the unconscious, bloodied figure of Cassie in his arms. Chapter 2766, A Bitter Reversal. By the time Effie and Sonny reached the Ivory Tower, the rest were already there. They had seen the unusually lively streets of Bastion on the way. The growing crowd of prominent champions of the human domain gathered on the pier of the castle, waiting for a ferry to come and take them to the Ivory Island, where, without a doubt, representatives of the immortal Flame Clan would shine a light on the preposterous rumors quickly spreading across the world. The rumors that Asterion the Dreamspawn was back from the dead and claiming his place as the third sovereign of humanity. Damn it at all. Things had gone much more smoothly when Mordret suddenly attained supremacy. Now, everything was in chaos. The Firekeepers were supposed to deal with the turmoil, but with one of their leaders gravely wounded and the other busy treating her wounds, they fell into inaction. None of them knew who Asterion was anyway, because simply knowing about his existence had seemed perilous once. And it was. Everyone either already knew or would soon know about him, though, and therefore everyone was already in danger. How is she? Cassie was laying on the bed in Neph's personal quarters on the highest floor of the Ivory Tower, while Nephis herself was kneeling beside her, soft light slowly disappearing from under her skin. She gave Sonny a somber look. He could see the answer himself. Some of Cassie's wounds seemed to have closed, but the gaping hole where her left eye had been remained exactly the same. The bleeding had stopped. At least, her bloodied face looked incredibly pale in the bright sunlight pouring into the windows. As she lay there vulnerable and unconscious, Cassie seemed younger than usual. No, actually she finally looked her age. Not that age still held the same meaning for beings like Sonny, Nephis, and her. Both physically and mentally, they were more or less ageless. I managed to heal most of her wounds, but her eye simply refuses to recover. It is as if it was never there, as if missing an eye is the natural state of her body, so restoring it goes beyond the concept of healing. Casting a gaze at her friend, Nephis gritted her teeth and said, her voice shaking with fury, "I have no idea how he did that. I do not know how he prevented me from healing her remotely either." Ah, really prepared that ambush well? Sonny frowned, but not well enough. Otherwise, Cassie would be missing both eyes right now. Nephis looked at him with a hint of misery in her eyes, which made his heart ache a little, then nodded somberly. Yes. She remained silent for a moment, then sighed and looked to Kai. "Kai, can you ask one of the Firekeepers to bring us water?" She turned back to Cassie and brushed a few stray strands of bloodied hair away from her face. She shouldn't have to stay that way. Kai and Jet were there with them as well. They had arrived with the second incarnation of Sonny from Ravenheart via the Dream Gate, and were now standing behind Nephis in grim silence. When Kai left, she turned to Jet. "What is the situation?" Jet lingered for a moment. "The news has already reached the waking world. We are suppressing the spread on the network, but we can't stop people from talking. The gin is out of the bottle, Nephis. Well, you must already know that. By tomorrow, 2 days at best, all of humanity will know that the dream spawn has returned. So, we can't cover it up. The best we can do is frame the story in a way that benefits us. Nephis looked at her with a dark expression. Only we can't, because he won't be sitting idly either. He'll make sure to spread his own version of the story to cement his starting position. Then, he will start an information campaign to discredit us. Jet pursed her lips. He might be a supreme, but we still control the infrastructure. All the means of directing the flow of information are in our hands. Sunny shook his head. No, the dream spawn himself is a means of controlling the flow of information, the most powerful one there is. He is a supreme, whose aspect is all about controlling thoughts and emotions. We cannot prevent him from poisoning our people with his ideas. He paused somberly. All we can do is inoculate them against the poison with ideas of our own. Maybe. Effie, who had been silent the entire time, finally spoke. This is not our area of expertise, though. Isn't it too arrogant to think that we can beat that monster at his own game? Sunny and Nephis both looked at her. Eventually, it was Nephis who spoke, her voice low. Arrogance has nothing to do with it. It's just that we have no other choice. We have been left with no other choice. So what's the point of cowering in fear? Effie grimaced. Can't we just lure him somewhere and turn him into a puddle of blood? Oh, and then feed that puddle to some unholy horror. Even if he is immortal, that should keep him occupied for a while. Sunny sighed. We can't. He is too cunning to walk into a trap. He is a human, after all, despite all his proclamations, and fighting humans is so much more difficult than fighting nightmare creatures. Even if we do manage to lure him away from human cities, though, it's unclear whether we can defeat him in battle. Or rather, defeat him before he can escape. Effie frowned. You killed Anvil and Kisong, all right. Sunny shook his head. We had been preparing for that battle for years. We had usurped their citadels, stolen the loyalty of their people, and attacked them unexpectedly when the power of their domains was lower than ever. He paused for a moment, thinking how eerily that described what Astarion must have been planning. Swallowing his unease, Sunny continued. While they were already exhausted from fighting each other, no less, they had not even entertained the thought that we might attain natural supremacy either. But we did. By then the outcome of the battle was already a moot point. Kai had returned with a basin of water and a clean cloth. Nephis wetted the cloth and washed the blood off Cassie's face, speaking quietly. We are strong. Much stronger than Astarion, most likely, but strength alone does not decide the outcome of battles. Do not make the mistake of underestimating him. He has been supreme decades longer than we have, after all. He wields 4 divine lineages as well. Heart God, War God, Storm God, and Beast God. He inherited the power of all 4, no less. Maybe that could explain some of his unexplainable powers. Nephis sighed. It would have been good if we could join forces with the King of Nothing. But he made his unwillingness to ally with us clear. In fact, he completely isolated himself in the Hollow Mountains, avoiding all contact with humans. A crooked grin twisted her lips. He must have known that humans would become a liability once the dream spawn returns. At best, they are hostages that he uses to manipulate his enemies. Where worst. They are his willing thralls, infecting everyone who comes in contact with them, with his disease. Mordred had hidden himself in the mist of the Hollow Mountains, eventually cutting all contact with humanity. Of course, Sunny did not think that he was merely planning to hide from Astarion with his tail tucked. The bastard was definitely brewing his own plan. He had to know how meaningless hiding from Astarion was, at the very least. Sooner or later, the insatiable monster would come for him as well. After meeting Astarion, Sunny could suddenly see where many facets of Mordred's personality had come from. Some of his habits and mannerisms, even one had been raised by the other, after all. It was amazing how Mordred suddenly seemed far less of an unhinged monster when compared to his former captor and guardian. Who knew that he would seem sensible one day? Any case, there was no point in expecting assistance from Mordred. We still can. Before he could finish the sentence, Nephis interrupted him by raising a hand. In front of her, on the bloodied bed, Cassie let out a quiet groan and then slowly opened her one remaining eye. Chapter 2767, End of mercy. Cassie opened her one remaining eye. However, Sunny knew that she could not see anything, still. For a brief moment, her pale face twisted in an expression of pain and fear. It was only after she activated her awakened ability that it relaxed a little, betraying her disoriented state. Cassie. Nephis called her name quietly, holding one of her hands. You are in the ivory tower. You are safe. Have you shut down your mental network during the attack? You can activate your marks again now. Sunny walked closer, lowering himself to the floor near the bed. It's just you, me, Nephis, Effie, Kai, and Jet here. How do you feel? Cassie remained motionless for a few long moments, then drew a deep breath and sat up, using Nephis for support. Her voice sounded weak. My mom? He hesitated a little. She is safe too, but she seemed out of sorts, so one of my incarnations brought her to the quarantine facility. She is still under observation there. Jet added from behind him. Lev also sent someone to recover your father? He is in protective custody now. Cassie nodded slowly. Then, her hand hesitantly reached toward her face, where a gaping wound had replaced the gorgeous blue ocean of her left eye. Her fingers hovered just above the wound, trembling slightly. Nephis gritted her teeth. I haven't been able to heal it yet. We'll find a way, soon, don't worry. Cassie did not respond. She remained silent for a while, then lowered her hand, exploring the changed geography of her face with a gentle touch. Eventually, she asked in a hoarse voice, What happened? Tell me everything. No, that will take too long. She turned to Sunny, a silent question written in the subtle shadows on her face. He nodded simply, giving her permission. Go ahead. Cassie's remaining eye drew him like a boundless abyss, and as she activated her transcendent ability, Sunny felt something pouring over his memories. He saw flashes of past events before settling on what had happened after he received Cassie's call for help. Before he could fully relive the memory, though, Cassie suddenly let out a piercing scream and fell back to the bed, clutching at the left side of her face. Crimson blood flowed from between her fingers, painting the sheets red. What's the matter? Kai stepped forward, shocked. Nephis leaned forward, her hands igniting with healing light. Sunny just remained frozen in place, powerless to do anything. Then again, Neph's flames did not seem to have any effect either. Cassie's scream turned into a tortured groan, then into a deafening silence. She stayed quiet for a while, gritting her teeth in pain. Then, slowly, she lowered her hands, revealing the bleeding wound of her missing eye. It's all right. Cassie seemed to stare at the ceiling, her expression slowly becoming still. It's all right. A little bleeding won't kill me. She paused for a moment, then asked, So he came here? To the Ivory Island? Sunny and Nephis glanced at each other. He studied Cassie for a brief moment, then said cautiously, Yes, but can you still use your transcendent ability? A pale smile twisted Cassie's lips. Somewhat. She remained silent for a while, then added quietly, Barely. It's difficult. With only one eye, the strain is too severe for me to handle, at least without causing myself harm. A somber silence hung in the brightly lit hall. It was good that Cassie had not lost her transcendent ability completely. However, if she had to harm herself so severely every time she used it, it was as good as gone, which meant that their only way of curing Asterian's thralls was effectively gone too. Perhaps Cassie would be willing to sacrifice herself in order to cleanse the minds of especially vital people should they fall victim to the dream spawn, but Sunny was not sure that he would be willing to let her, especially not for such marginal gains. He suppressed the desire to curse and stood up with a sigh. It's all right. We will simply find another way. Now that everyone in the world knew Asterian's name, the number of thralls was bound to explode. The quarantine facility and Cassie would not have been able to handle the flood of infected anyway. So, Sunny and Nephis would have had to resort to more radical means of containing them regardless. Cassie exhaled slowly. The thrall who attacked me in the lounge bar. He was a master. There were others as well. Her expression remained still. We have only encountered enthralled awakened before. But now that the hunger domain has sufficiently grown, the dream spawn seems to be capable of claiming ascended too. She remains silent for a few moments, then added in an even tone, The ambush could only have been prepared in advance. I was supposed to meet Wake of Ruin? He was the one who had chosen the location as well. There might be thralls embedded into his immediate circle of subordinates. But we can't exclude the possibility that saints are becoming susceptible to the Dreamspawn's influence either. Jet looked at her with a dark expression, lingered for a while, and then said somberly, "I will investigate, Kor." Cassie nodded slowly. "In any case, it is more important than ever to keep our strongest vassals confident in the authority of the immortal Flame Throne. Sation and her sisters, Morgan, the White Feather clan, the Saints of Night, and others. They must be waiting for an explanation. Time is of the essence, so we must reassure them first." She turned her head, facing the members of the cohort. "You must address the population immediately after that, Neff. You cannot reveal the Dreamspawn's true nature and goals, though. Doing so will only cause widespread fear and panic, which will weaken the integrity of the human domain in turn. We must choose our words carefully." She took a deep breath, drops of blood still rolling down her face. "This bet he offered you, we cannot win it. He will inevitably defeat our efforts to prevent him from stealing the human domain. However, we can slow him down." She paused for a moment, "and using the time we gain by slowing him down, we will find a way to destroy him." Cassie gritted her teeth, then pushed herself into a sitting position once more. "I will command the firekeepers to start preparations for receiving high-ranking guests. I will send a message to the saints of the human domain, as well, announcing an emergency council. There is no time to waste." Nephis gently prevented her from standing up. "The rest can do that, and more. You should rest and recover for now. Take care of yourself first." Cassie faced her with an unreadable expression. She remained silent for a few moments, then said, "I am not a cripple yet, Neff." Then Cassie softly pushed her hand away and staggered to her feet. "And none of us has time to rest. The Dreamspawn has returned, so I don't need to tell you, a war for the survival of humanity has begun. Even if there are no armies marching to destroy each other yet, you know that this war will be far more ferocious and harrowing than the war in Godgrave. You cannot afford to pity me. You cannot afford to pity anyone or show anyone mercy." Cassie faced them somberly, the crimson blood on her face contrasting sharply against the vivid blue intensity of her remaining eye. She exhaled slowly and then said, in an even tone, "And I shall not show anyone mercy either." Chapter 2768, Bloodied Message. Ah, I remember that pain. The being who had been Song of the Fallen once almost lost herself in the torment of the dark, dreary memory. The iron stench of blood, the warmth of sunlight shining upon her bruised face, the texture of the blood-soaked bedsheets, the familiar sense of her friends and companions. She remembered it all now. In fact, even if she wished to, unless she wished to, she would never be able to forget a single excruciating detail. She knew now how the calamity had begun, and who the foe was. So these memories were of no significance anymore. The memories of what followed were more important. Perhaps they could explain how she had ended up in this peculiar and eerie state. So she wanted to abandon the memories of that day and turn her attention elsewhere. But before that, she could not help but pull one last recollection closer. That memory was not at all important in the grand scheme of things. But it was important to her. In that memory, Cassie returned to the waking world after leaving it bloodied and broken. She had left in the evening and returned on the cusp of dawn. The streets of NQSC were still dark, and the desolate expanse of the abandoned outskirts was utterly lightless. Not that it made any difference to her who spent most of her life in the darkness. Cassie exited the PTV with a tentative step. She had washed away the blood and donned a new attire, appearing no different from her usual self. The empty socket where her left eye had been was pulsing with a dull pain, but its gaping hole was hidden behind a blindfold. Nobody would know that she had been maimed unless she took the blindfold off. Cassie was blind and had not perceived the world with her own eyes for more than a decade. Her eyes were useless to her, so losing one should not have affected her much, and yet she felt its absence. Without her left eye, she felt peculiarly unbalanced. Cassie was hurting, but far worse than the pain was the cold recognition that she had been maimed. How will I show my face to people? The question startled her. Without the protection of the blindfold, everyone would see how gruesomely she had been brutalized. There was no shame in that, but Cassie almost smiled. I guess I have some vanity left, after all. She knew naturally that she was beautiful. Had been beautiful, at least. She had assumed that it was of little importance to her, and she had definitely never put any meaning into her looks. But now, Cassie realized that they mattered to her far more than she had thought. Perhaps it was because she could not see, but she cared about how people saw her, deeply schooling her expression. Cassie entered the abandoned factory. She did not want to appear rattled to the staff of the quarantine facility. To them, she was like a messenger of their goddess. A saintess in the true meaning of the word, not the rank designation brought upon by the spell. If a messenger of heaven appeared bloodied and afraid, how would simple mortals feel? Passing the security checks and entering the quarantine facility, Cassie soon stumbled upon a familiar face. Despite the early hour, awakened Yutra was dragging an alloy crate somewhere. Naturally, it was a crate of synthetic beer, and he was dragging it to the generator room where he always hid it. Cassie stopped, listening to the sounds Yutra made quietly. He had managed to replace the beer every time she wiped his memories, never breaking the cycle. Cassie had even joined the tenacious awakened and his drinking buddies in the generator room once to sample the cheap beer, not that any of them would remember it. And despite that, she still had no idea where he procured the synthetic swill, let alone how he managed to procure it without fault each time. It was actually quite astonishing. Yutra, meanwhile, finally noticed her presence. "Saint Cassia, ma'am." He stood straight, looking at her with admiration and awe as if he met a living deity. That expression of his never changed. Cassie forced herself to smile. "Good morning, awakened Yutra." He scratched the back of his head shyly. "Oh, is it morning? It's hard to tell here, underground." Cassie remained silent for a while, looking at herself through his eyes. She felt deeply regretful that she could not see his face instead. Her hand hovered close to her waist, as if wanting to rest on something. But then, Cassie froze. Oh right, Quiet Dancer is gone. The loss of her trusty rapier hit her more than the loss of her eye. She slowly made a fist, then relaxed her hand and lowered it. Cassie had told Nephis that she would show no mercy to anyone, and that included showing mercy to herself. The world did not afford them the luxury of being sentimental at the moment. Her smile dimmed a little. "Actually, awakened Yutra. I was wondering if you could do me a favor." Cassie sensed the muscles of his face move, forming an expression of surprise. "A favor? How can I mean, yes, St. Cassia, just say the word." She nodded in gratitude. "Could you please gather all the staff in the main production hall? I have some news to share." Yutra threw a furtive glance at his crate of beer, then nodded energetically. "Of course, I'll gather them right now." Abandoning the beer, the man hurried away. Cassie, meanwhile, remained in place. The smile slowly drained from her face. Soon enough, she was standing in front of an alloy door. Behind it, the staff of the quarantine facility was waiting in the darkness of the empty production hall, whispering as they excitedly discussed what kind of news Song of the Fallen had brought. Cassie inhaled deeply, then exhaled, then inhaled again. After a while, she put on a confident expression and opened the door. Dozens of eyes immediately aimed intense gazes at her. All of these people had been thralls once, and all of them were freed from the jaws of the dream spawn by her. Then, they volunteered to stay and help her treat other patients. After all the time they had spent together, she knew them all well. Yutra, Tegrot, Rit, and all the rest. Cassie faced them with a smile. "Greetings, everyone. Today, I have an announcement to make." She fell silent, the benevolent smile glued to her face. Then it widened a little. "First of all, I want to sincerely thank each of you for the work you've performed under my command. Your conduct has been stellar, and your contributions to the safety of the human domain are deeply appreciated. It has been a personal pleasure of mine to lead such an exemplary group of individuals." The members of the staff listened to her with rapt attention. There were a few cheerful smiles and excited whispers, but most seemed shy and embarrassed. Cassie forced herself to keep smiling. "So it is with pride and satisfaction that I announce the conclusion of our mission. The threat we've been battling is thwarted. You have all done well. There is no need for this quarantine facility anymore, so you can all go home." The staff members fell silent. Cassie lowered her head and sighed quietly. Then, she repaired her expression and faced them once more. "Senior members of the Firekeepers will arrive shortly to handle the handover and begin decommissioning this facility. In a few days, you'll be free to return to your families and enjoy the fruits of your service. That is all, congratulations." She could not treat the enthralled anymore. So there was no point in maintaining the quarantine facility anymore. She could not treat the staff members either, so they had to be separated from the thralls. So she was going to set them free. That was the least she could do. After all they had sacrificed for the human domain, Cassie cast one last gaze at the production hall through the eyes of the awakened gathered there. Of course, Yutra was confused and baffled. Standing by his side, Tigrat seemed excited. Rit was frowning, like she usually did. There was nothing she could do for these people anymore. Bowing awkwardly, Cassie turned around and left before they could ask any questions. She deactivated the marks she had left on them as well, leaving herself alone in the darkness without anyone to escort her, and lacking the support of the quiet dancer. Cassie had to navigate the quarantine facility by memory. Luckily, her memory was absolute, so she remembered each crack on its walls perfectly. Things always changed in a place where so many people worked and lived, though, so she bumped into a few things on the way, regardless. Or rather, she would have if not for her awakened ability, which allowed her to experience these stumbles before they actually happened. Tracing a cement wall with her fingers, Cassie walked down a dark corridor and stopped in front of a thick door of a patient cell. She remained standing in front of that door for a while as well, gathering her courage. Finally, she unlocked the door and walked inside. A familiar voice came from the darkness. "Cassie, thank the gods, I was so worried." A weak smile appeared on her face. "I'm all right, Mom. You don't have to worry anymore." For the first time in a long while, Cassie felt happy to be blind. She did not think she could have endured the sigh of her mother locked in a barren patient cell. She hesitated for a few moments, then said in a bright tone, "Dad is also fine." "Oh, or home might need extensive repairs, though." Her mother suppressed a gasp. "Home? Who cares about our home right now, Cassie?" Cassie walked slowly to the cot and sat near her mother, sensing a familiar calming scent. "Right. Who cares? I'm wealthy enough to buy us a new home. In fact, why don't we all settle in Bastion? What do you think, Mom?" Her mother did not respond, though. Instead, what met her was an unsettling silence. Then, a shaking hand reached and pulled down her blindfold. Cassie heard a sob. "Oh, baby." She caught her mom's hand, squeezing it in hopes of sharing warmth. She did not know which one of them needed warmth, though. How could this have happened? Her mom's voice was brimming with pain and anguish. "It's terrible." Cassie smiled weakly. Her mother, meanwhile, continued in the same pained, loving tone. "It's terrible that you still have your second eye, Cassie. Didn't Lord Asterion want to take it?" "Oh, baby, you should have let him rip it out." Cassie's lips trembled. She remained silent for a while, holding her mother's hand. Eventually she asked, "Should I have?" Her mother answered in a stern voice, "Of course, Lord Asterion only wants the best of you, for all of us." Cassie smiled. "All right." She inhaled deeply and then turned a little, casting the unseeing gaze of her one remaining eye at her mother. "Don't worry anymore, Mom. It's all going to be all right." As the light in the cell seemed to dim, the beautiful blue depths of her eye changed, and as her mother froze, falling into a trance, red drops rolled down Cassie's cheek. They fell to the floor and scattered in the dust, disappearing. But more drops fell soon, chapter 2769. Good omen. Cassie tore herself away from the memory, gasping for breath, even if she did not seem to possess lungs. Piercing pain was rending her mind apart, radiating from her empty eye socket, even if she did not seem to possess eyes. Arg! She writhed in the dark ocean of memories, pushing them away with the tendrils of her will. However, in doing so, she touched far more of them than she had intended. Instantly, a chaotic mess of memories was absorbed into her being, overwhelming her. She saw an abominable mass of flesh overgrowing a defiled city under the golden light of seven suns. The ground, opening up to unleash torrents of fire upon a crumbling world. An ocean of darkness flowing into the fractures from a vast, harrowing, broken silhouette that obscured the horizon in the distance. The roaring thunderclaps of railgun salvos shaking the great alloy wall of a polar city as a vast horde of abominations threatened to drown it, melting under the hail of turret fire. A radiant being with 3 eyes falling in an unfathomable battle that tore apart the sky, its body piercing realm boundaries as it plummeted down to the ground like a shooting star. A young man piercing another youth's heart with an iron knife, then violently throwing him to the floor of a pitiful wooden hut. A hideous creature screaming as it dropped a stunning eye from its beak, its colossal wings beating in frenzy. And then, Cassie lost herself in an old memory that had a familiar scent. The sweltering, humid scent of the jungle. In the memory, Cassie was gazing down upon her city from the sacrificial platform of her great temple. She was Quetzalcan, the winged serpent, the god king of Mictlan. Her city was vast and prosperous. Her people never knew hunger, and her mighty asuras were numerous, standing guard over the heartbone of the Sunkiller as the forces of doom encroached upon his corpse. She had been born as one of the divine children who carried the blood of the sun in their veins. Most of her siblings had perished a long time ago, but she remained. When she was a teenage boy, she ascended the sky bridge and passed the trial of the white abyss, spending a month in a motionless meditation as the world burned around her. As a young man, she led hunters into the jungle and hunted monsters of corruption. Later, she abandoned the persona of a divine child and took on the mantle of the king. The world had been different then. Her brother Inti had not created the asuras yet, and Shatana the traitor had not cast the veil upon the white abyss yet. The ash had not been as deep as it was today, and ash nomads had still traveled the desolate land. Most importantly, Doom had not discovered the Sun Realm yet, and neither had the nightmare spell. Cassie turned away from the dark landscape of her domain. Distant sunlight pouring through the cracks in the heartbone far away. On the altar in front of her, a great beast was straining against the sorcery that held it in place, trying to crush the world with its will. Its will did not matter, though, because it could never overcome her own. She smiled and raised a bone knife, the same knife she had used once to ascend the sky bridge. The sacrificial beast fell to her blade like numerous before it, surrendering its corruption to the cold embrace of death. Hot blood washed over her hands, and the nightmare spell whispered into her ear, "You have slain a great beast. Fallen wanderer of the sky." The creature's blood tried to flow to the floor, its soul tried to dissipate into the ether, and its shadow tried to leave for the realm of death. However, there was no escaping Cassie. Raising a hand, she absorbed the blood, the soul, and the shadow as well. She absorbed the gargantuan corpse too, making it a part of herself. Her skin rippled and settled in place, just as supple and flawless as always. Raising her hand, she painted a red line on her face and closed her eyes. The odd roars of the vast crowd that had gathered at the base of the temple washed over her. The silence of her transcendent priests washed over her as well. Cassie exhaled slowly, then opened her eyes. "What does the omen say, my king?" The voice of her high priest could not help but betray a hint of nervousness. Cassie smiled joyfully. "I saw light shining upon Mictlan." The faces of her priests paled with horror. "I saw the heartbone shattered by a tower made of white stone. I saw snow fall upon the jungle, then disappear in a hell of white flame. I saw a shadow rise from the surface of the bone, and an angel descend from the white abyss to extinguish a storm of steel, and drain a river of blood and kill each other." She laughed. "Most importantly, I saw the seed of our destruction bloom in black water. Ah, it is going to rain soon." The high priest fell to his knees. What does that omen mean, my king?" Cassie looked at him with a benevolent smile. She remained silent for a while, then spoke in a soft tone, "Fear not, child. The omen shows that the Sun-Killer will never overcome the white abyss. It is a promise of good fortune." She lied, of course. These children did not even remember the world before the nightmare spell and the doom it had brought to them. Mictlan had always been a land of mighty warriors and supreme monarchs who held corruption at bay, but she had seen the ash nomads fall. She had seen the cities of the pillar bones burn. She had seen the vermin of the jungle grow more powerful with each generation. She saw the nightmares bloom, bringing with them untold horrors from beyond the boundary of the Sun Realm. She knew that Mictlan was doomed, unless she and others like her cast away their false titles and became true gods, of course. And now, she knew how to do it. Hear my command, children of the sun. She looked at the sprawling vista of her vast city. When the rain comes and floods the jungle, we will set out on a journey. Send news to other kings. Quetzalcan is calling them to Heart Lake. The time has come to thwart the doom once and for all. Or die trying Chapter 217, 70 Gods of Godgrave. In the end they all came, the winged serpent, the leopard, the ape, the hummingbird, the otter, even the eagle, who lived on the border between light and darkness. Only the eel was absent, having been banished into the darkness of the Spaniza for her mother's crime. They came from the heart bone, the cage bone, the pillar bone, the crossbone, and even from the shattered skull. They came from all domains of Mictlan, answering the call of its most ferocious ruler. Now that the rains had unleashed a deluge, the jungle became a complicated network of roaring rivers, with great waterfalls plummeting from the height in a silver radiance of sunlight. Because of that, traveling across the jungle had become easier. Quetzalcan arrived at the head of a great army of asuras. The jungle quaked under their steps, and the corrupted monsters that dwelled under its scarlet canopy were slaughtered as they passed. The otter arrived at the bow of a mighty warboat, a fleet of enchanted vessels flooding the web of rivers behind her. The leopard came alone, the jungle moving and crawling away to clear a path for his light steps. The ape and the hummingbird brought their own asuras, the former nimble and lumbering, the latter boasting a unique winged design. The eagle, who was known to be mad, had traveled across the surface and entered the heart bone through a fissure, falling with the water before spreading his vast wings. They all came to the shores of Heart Lake, looking across the water at the Temple of the Sun. For some, like Quetzalcan, this radiant temple had a special meaning. After all, it was here that the divine children like him had been raised once, a long time ago. To others, Heart Lake was merely a place where all the rivers of Heartbone came together when the rain fell. Therefore, it was the conflux of Mictlan as well as its foundation. The temple that stood in the middle of Heart Lake was the neutral territory where the rulers of the Sun Realm met when there was a need for them to sue for peace or hold council. No one dared to stain the sanctity of the Sun Temple, both because of what it represented and because of the being who dwelled inside. The rulers left their armies on the shores of Heart Lake and entered the temple in stark solitude. There, the Fallen One waited for them in his dark vestments, towering above the kings and queens of Mictlan as if they were children. His face was obscured by a deep hood, and the intricate silver armor encased his arms and slender torso. 12 gray wings rose behind his back, casting shadows upon them. Welcome, those who carry the flame. The Fallen One was unlike them humans. He was the last of the sky people, who had once basked in the splendor of the sun, before the sun died and devoured the heaven, creating the white abyss and annihilating all his kin. Quetzalcan was old enough to remember the world before the nightmare spell, but the Fallen One was far more ancient. He had witnessed the world before the gods died, before the mortal realms were swallowed by the doom, before the white abyss existed, and before the Sun-Killer fell, the great hollows of his bones becoming Mictlan. The Fallen One was older than the world itself, older than the world that they knew, at least. He had also tended Quetzalcan and his siblings in this temple as a servant, raising them to inherit the Sun Realm. The temple was both his home and his prison, since the Fallen One was sealed within and forbidden from stepping outside. Why have you called us here, winged serpent? Quetzalcan glanced at the rulers of Mictlan, sensing 5 oceans of tyrannical will bearing down on him. Of course, he remained undaunted. They were the strongest and most ferocious warriors of the Sun Realm, but he was the most terrifying among them, and one who ruled the largest domain. The youngest of them had been born after the nightmare spell descended upon Mictlan. The rest had already been walking the path of ascension when the spell first whispered to them, and climb to the throne of supremacy with its help. But in any case of their age, they all knew the truth. He raised his chin. The gods are dead, and the mortal realms have fallen to corruption. Now, doom encroaches upon the divine realms. The sun realm is the first to bloom with the seeds of nightmare. But it won't be the last. The doom devours all, and only those who are blind believe in the promise of a glorious future. People easily believed lies worse even. They were easily led to wrong conclusions by vague truths, but those who were supreme could not allow themselves to be deceived. Mictlan is strong and fearsome. Unlike the rest of the divine realms, we have always been at war with the corruption. Living under the constant siege of the jungle, ours has always been the sacred duty of keeping the Sun Killer from being reborn, and therefore we have always been warriors. He paused and gave them a ferocious look. Mictlan gave birth to myriad heroes in the past, and after the nightmare spell was cast upon our people, their number only swelled. More than that, we possess the sorcery of creating the asuras, which make each of our awakened capable of fighting creatures far more powerful than they are. We wield myriad other sorceries as well. His gaze turned heavy. But all of this is meaningless in the face of the encroaching doom. Make no mistake, the armies of asuras will fail us. The walls of our fortresses will fall. The thrones that you are so proud of will be shattered. And one day soon, the scarlet vines of the jungle will bury our temples under mountains of rot. Quetzalcan inhaled deeply, and then smiled. Unless new gods are born. Chapter 270-71. The unmaking. There was a heavy silence in the Sun Temple, the burden of Quetzalcan's words coloring the darkness in the hues of calamity. After a long time passed, it was the eagle who spoke, surprising many. You paint a dreary picture, winged serpent. The ruler of the skull was as nebulous as he was fearsome. In fact, among all the supreme beings of the Sun realm, he was the only one Quetzalcan was truly wary of. The same held true for the other kings and queens of Mictlan, who regarded the eagle with a hint of apprehension. It was understandable. In Mictlan, being close to the sky meant being close to death. So, all those who chose to soar its cloudy expanse, beyond the safe darkness of the great bones, were seen as faintly mad, even if they carried the sacred responsibility of breaking the cloud veil in case the jungle had grown too strong. Quetzalcan carried a bit of that stigma himself. The eagle glanced at him somberly. But you are not wrong. As things stand, Mictlan is indeed doomed to be swallowed by corruption. Which is why I have been advocating for an alternative solution to simply growing stronger. A solution that you and the Fallen One kept rejecting. He cast a heavy gaze at the rulers of the Sun realm. Now that the boundary of our home has been breached and we are not isolated from the rest of existence anymore, we can traverse the frightening expanse of the fallen realms and reach the borders of other divine ones. There should be plenty of mighty warriors and noble creatures living safely there. Still, the eagle smiled chillingly. You said it yourself, winged serpent. The Sun realm is the first to bloom with the seeds of nightmare, but it won't be the last, so it will be in their interest to help us fight against the doom. We should rally champions from all of existence to halt the spread of corruption instead of relying solely on our own strength. The Fallen One spoke then, his voice sounding ancient and inhuman. You cannot. The eagle did not seem satisfied with that answer. Why? The towering figure of the Sun Temple's prisoner shifted faintly, his 12 wings casting vast shadows upon the walls. Because you carry the nightmare spell within you, and therefore the seeds of doom as well. If you ever enter a realm that has not known their curse yet, you will bring those seeds with you, planting them into fertile soil. You will only hasten their demise. The eagle smiled. Hasten it, not cause it. Why postpone the inevitable? Wouldn't it be better if all of us united against the great threat, even if it meant that many would die earlier than their time? Quetzalcan shook his head. You are growing madder with each decade, Eagle. What use will the children of other gods be? Even if they are many, none of them is more powerful than we are. And if even our power is not enough to prevent the doom from swallowing everything, what could they do? He crossed his arms. No, There is only one answer to our plight. It is for us to grow even stronger." He glanced at the rulers of the Sun Realm and bared his teeth in a furious grin. "And luckily, I bring the news of a good omen. I have discovered a path for us to do just that." Finally, the rulers of the Sun Realm showed a strong reaction. Some were skeptical. Others suddenly seemed full of focus. But none remained indifferent. In truth, Quetzalcan's powers of precognition were not that impressive. The omen of doom he described to his high priest was not his own. It was a prophecy that the Fallen One had shared with him once, a long time ago. The Fallen One saw too many things and knew too many truths, which was his burden. But Quetzalcan did sense a shift in the laws governing the Sun Realm recently, and confirmed his suspicion after sacrificing the great beast to himself. So he was confident in the news he brought. "Rejoice, my brothers and sisters! A nightmare gate unlike any before has opened in the spiny sea. The eel is most likely dead by now, and cursed ones have invaded Mictlan. They must have conquered the spine already. From there they will enter the cage bone, the skull, and in time, the rest of our realm as well. The corruption they have brought upon is already poisoning the jungle, making it greater and stronger. Soon, calamity will descend upon your kingdoms, washing away our peace." His bright smile did not fit the grotesque promise of destruction his words carried at all. The rulers of the Sun Realm stirred. "Have you lost your mind, winged serpent? Why would we feel joy at the news of such powerful enemies invading our realm?" The otter sounded disgruntled. "Is that why you called us? To launch a joint campaign against these horrors?" The ape was ready to wage war. "We've slain cursed ones before." The hummingbird was unimpressed. The leopard just smiled quietly. Quetzalcan shook his head. "The cursed ones do not matter. The nightmare gate does not matter. The only thing that matters is the seed that bloomed to manifest it. The seed of a fifth trial." Scathing the rulers of the Sun Realm with a smoldering look, he bared his fangs again and said in a damning tone, "I intend to challenge the fifth trial of the nightmare spell and conquer it. I intend to break through the wall of apotheosis and ascend to the sky of divinity. I will become the first god to be born after the great gods died, and I invite you to come with me." His voice echoed in between the ancient walls of the Sun Temple. "Together, we will sanctify Mictlan and make it a divine realm once more. Then, we will burn away corruption from the bones of the Sun Killer and bring upon a new golden age. What say you, children of the sun?" The rulers of the Sun Realm glanced at each other. Then the leopard finally spoke. Turning to the Fallen One, he bowed faintly and asked in a calm tone, "You know more about the world than we do, Elder, tell me. Is what my brother says true? Can we really conquer the fifth trial? And if so, what should we do before answering its call?" The Fallen One remained silent for a long while. Eventually, his wings moved faintly, making the flame burning in the braziers dance. His voice resounded from under the hood, sounding hollow. "The fifth trial of Weaver's spell is a cruel one. It can make you into deities, but to do so, it must undo you as humans first. Not everyone can survive the unmaking, and not everyone can survive what comes next." He lingered for a moment, and then added in a solemn tone, "You must conquer the trial together, but you can only face the unmaking alone. Every weapon you wield and every power you possess will weigh you down. Worst of all, your very own domains will turn against you." The Fallen One shuddered, as if burdened by his own prophecy. "Out there in the nightmare, you will only be able to rely on yourself to survive, but maintaining the truth of yourself will be far more difficult than staying alive. That is the true peril of the fifth trial, and that is what you must overcome." Quetzalcan smiled, undaunted. "I have faced the white abyss alone. I have survived the jungle alone. I have built myself from the many enemies I've slain. Do you think that the nightmare spell can unmake me?" He shook his head. "I will not be condemned by its trial. I will triumph over it and save Mictlan instead, becoming the god of salvation." Such were his prideful words. Quetzalcan, the winged serpent, the god king of Mictlan, was not daunted by the Fallen One's words. After all, he was the heir of Sun God and the strongest supreme among the rulers of the Sun Realm. His will was absolute. If only he'd listened. Chapter 2772. Message in a bottle. Cassie managed to free herself of the vivid memory, dazed by the alien strangeness of the world contained within it. Mictlan, Quetzalcoatl, the eel, the eagle. Was it Godgrave? Yes, she had witnessed the past of Godgrave, of the Sun Realm, the first of the divine realms to be infected by the nightmare spell, and the first one to be consumed by the dream realm as well. Mictlan was what the civilization that had been born there in the wake of the Doom War, called the Hollows. The Sun Temple was the Vanishing Lake Citadel, which Nephis had mostly destroyed during her battle against Moonveil. The Doom was what they had called the Nightmare. Quetzalcoatl was a supreme who, like Nephis, had inherited the lineage of Sun God who had possessed the fire. He was also most likely the cursed tyrant, Condemnation, whom the King of Swords had slain during the war. The memory of the ancient monarch was so clear and vivid, as if Cassie had been there herself. But how did she come to possess that memory? Or any of the memories around her, for that matter, that did not belong to her, or to people and creatures whose memories she had witnessed? I don't know. Trying to collect herself, she extended the tendrils of her will in search of her own memories. There were a few small memories with sharp edges nearby. One of them, Cassie, was in Bastion long before it became a thriving metropolis. There was no settlement on the ashen shores of the lake, and the awakened who served Clan Valor all lived within the walls of the castle. She was a young woman who nonetheless had already become a master, walking across the battlements of the outer wall. The view of the radiant lake and the ashen wasteland beyond was both breathtaking and foreboding, but of course, she could not appreciate its solemn beauty. That was because she was blind, and there was no one nearby whose senses she could share, until there was. A knight in polished memory armor and a vermilion cloak was standing guard atop the wall, examining the distant shore somberly. He was not in the mood to appreciate the view either. As a retainer of the great clan Valor and one of its ascended knights, his duty was to monitor the lake for signs of danger. Must have happened shortly after Nephis was adopted by Clan Valor, before the Chain of Nightmares. In the memory, Cassie was walking past the knight. Hearing her steps, he turned and spared her an alert look. Then his eyes widened a little. Oh, Lady Cassia. She saw her own young face through his eyes. Stopping, Cassie faced him and bowed slightly. Good day. He hesitated for a moment as if feeling shy, then asked, What brings you here? She smiled. Am just taking a stroll. A tentative smile appeared on his lips as well. Oh, I see. Cassie remained silent for a few moments, then exhaled slowly and said in a clear voice, Actually, I've been thinking. He raised an eyebrow. Yes, she shrugged. It's nothing, really. I was just thinking that when I become a saint, I should find a man named Sunless and wish him a happy birthday on the day of the winter solstice. The knight blinked a couple of times. Pardon. Cassie smiled. Just thinking aloud. Carry on, sir. I won't distract you anymore. The memory ended. However, there was another one nearby in it. Cassie saw the same knight, only she was a little older by then and already a transcendent. Their conversation was not that cordial either. Traitor? The knight was kneeling on the ground, held in place by Torment's tendrils. The tip of the quiet dancer's blade was hovering at his neck, standing above him with a cold expression. Cassie addressed him in a calm tone. Do not strain yourself, sir. Nothing good will come of you getting injured. The knight only began to struggle more desperately, the plates of his enchanted armor bending and buckling under the pressure. You won't get away with this. Once I report your treachery to the king, your days will be numbered. An emotionless smile twisted Cassie's lips. But you won't even remember that we had met. Now, sir, show me what I want to know. The knight's eyes widened. I'll never tell you anything. Indifferent. Cassie pulled her blindfold down. Keep your silence. There is no need for you to speak, sir. The man's struggles slowly ceased, an entranced expression appearing on his face. Cassie invaded his memories, searching for the secrets of the great clan Valor. However, in the process, she found something strange. It was a memory of them meeting on the walls of Bastion before the Chain of Nightmares. There was nothing particularly odd about that memory, besides the fact that Cassie did not remember that conversation at all. Her memory was absolute, but at the same time, Most of it was gone, at least most of her memories as an awakened. So it was both peculiar and normal to discover a memory of herself that she did not remember in someone else's mind. The conversation itself, though, was a bit strange. A man named Sunless? Why would Cassie seek out a man with such a peculiar name, and on the day of the winter solstice, no less? Was it some kind of wordplay or some kind of code? Before all that, why had she blurted that odd sentence out, unprompted, to a complete stranger? None of it made sense, unless... Cassie's hands trembled. It has to be. Unless she had known that she would forget that conversation, that she would capture this night one day, and that she would see herself while reading his memories. Unless she had been sending her future self a message. The memory came to an end, leaving Cassie confused, and then the memory of Cassie being confused ended, as well, leaving her thoughtful, still incomplete. She extended the tendrils of her will to a shard with a similar scent. That memory. Cassie was a master once again, entering a modest cafe in NQSC. There was a line, so she stood at its tail, behind a tall man. Well, all men seemed tall to her, considering her own petite stature, as if sensing her presence. The man in question turned around and looked at her. Then he did a double take. There was a long bout of silence, and then he asked, in a startled tone, "Excuse me, aren't you Lady Cassia? Song of the Fallen?" Cassie smiled. "Yes, nice to meet you." The man's mouth hung open. A few moments later he composed himself and bowed. "Wow, it's an honor to meet you, Master Cassia." She could not see, but she suspected that there was a silly kind of smile on his face. The man coughed. "I can't believe I just ran into a celebrity. My wife won't believe me." He fell silent for a moment, and then added in a happy tone, "Oh, my name is Yutra. Awakened Yutra. Actually, my wife and I went to see your movie on one of our first real dates." He was probably talking about that horrid propaganda piece, about the events of the Forgotten Shore. Cassie chuckled. "Well, I'm glad to know that it worked out for you." She exhaled slowly and then added in a clear voice, "Actually, I've been thinking. The memory ended there." Chapter 2773, Memories of the Plague. Cassie finally managed to compose herself. The tendrils of her will sprawled through the dark ocean of memories, twisting as they grasped those shards that had to do with her past. Her childhood, her youth, the years of darkness she had endured after becoming awakened. The core of her being was slowly taking shape. Even if there were still plenty of gaps in her understanding of herself, she at least knew enough to know how to fill them. The abyssal expanse of memories still felt daunting, but now she faced it as an adversary instead of prey. The phantom pain of her missing eye was still shredding her consciousness apart, which in and of itself told her something. I must be using my transcendent ability. Even in this subliminal space, there was cause and effect. After losing an eye to the dream spawn, Cassie had to endure gruesome torment every time she wanted to use her transformation. So, it was reasonable to assume that the agony she felt now was the result of using her transformation as well. If so, the dark ocean of memories surrounding her would betray a hint of meaning. But not an explanation. What happened to me? Enduring the pain, she reached for more recent memories. The memories that had to do with the dream spawn. Some of them belonged to her, and some of them belonged to others. But all of them had one thing in common, a heavy, suffocating feeling of a growing threat. They were the memories of a plague. Rain found herself in a familiar darkness once more. The sky above her was like a lightless abyss. The ground beneath her was a wide, nearly seamless expanse of gray plates, stretching toward the horizon like a stone river. She gave the solid plate she was standing on a good stomp and smiled. "I built this road." A quiet chuckle resounded from the darkness. Army of workers and engineers built this road. Rain turned up her nose. I was one of them, though, and I even gave it a name. The two of them had only just reached the Road of Shadows. It crossed Godgrave from east to west, hidden from the merciless sky by the fragment of the Shadow Realm. Anywhere else on the surface of the titanic skeleton, one's life could be scattered by the wind like an evanescent cloud. But here, travelers could enjoy peace, safety, and the cool embrace of darkness. Well, safety from the radiant skies of Godgrave, at least. Rain looked into the distance with a wistful smile. You know the people who populated the Dream Realm are long gone, but many things they built still stand. Mirage Castle, the Jade Palace, Rivergate, the Dark City, and so much more. People still live among those ancient walls, walk along the trodden paths, and stop from time to time to admire the great monuments of old. She fell silent, studied the road of shadows for a while, and then gave it a softer stomp. So, I can't help but wonder if one day, long after I'm gone, people will travel across this road and think about its builders. That'd be nice, don't you think? Sunny answered in an agreeable tone. It will indeed be nice if there are still people to walk this road in the future. He sounded a little distracted, though. Rain studied the darkness with a thoughtful expression. So what exactly happened? You have been out of sorts ever since the Hollows? He lingered for a while. Well, there's a bit of trouble. A new sovereign showed up and he's difficult to deal with. Rain raised an eyebrow. Who? The King of Nothing? That's old news, though. A heavy sigh resounded from the darkness. No, not him. Rain opened her eyes wide. Wait, there's another new Supreme? Goodness, it hasn't even been a year since the last one popped up. Hey, tell me honestly, do you Supremes grow on a tree? The darkness answered with an unamused silence. Eventually, though, it did respond. No. Oh, but actually this particular Supreme has a lot in common with a certain tree. There are plenty of reasons, really. First of all, being willful is simply our nature. Secondly, we are children of war, after all. Besides that, the nightmare spell itself is designed in a way that pits Supremes against each other. But most importantly, the first cohort to have achieved supremacy was rotten. So, we're still dealing with the consequences of that one misfortune. He let out a heavy sigh. It all went wrong when Smile of Heaven died in America. Rain had not expected a detailed answer, instead of one of his usual outrageous tirades, so she was taken aback a little. Eventually she asked, How bad can this new jerk be, though? Sunny remained silent for a while. It's pretty bad, worse than usual, I'd say. Rain let out a nervous chuckle. The usual was already pretty atrocious. Wait, there won't be another war, will there? He stayed quiet, making Rain anxious. Will there? Finally, Sunny answered in a dark tone. Who knows? Even if there is, it will be very different from the previous one. Wars aren't only fought with swords, you know? Rain cursed quietly. Well, that's just wonderful. Neither of them spoke for a minute or two. In the end, Sunny broke the silence with a light-hearted question. Anyway, where are you off to now? Rain sighed. She looked west. The Moon River Plains lay there, and beyond them, Ravenheart. She had not seen her family in a long time, so she missed them a lot. Would have been great to pay them a visit. Then Rain looked east. There, the road of shadows led to a region of the Dream Realm, known as the Glass Hell. Beyond it lay the Chained Isles, and from there one could travel south from citadel to citadel until they eventually reached Bastion. A journey like that would take many months, though. Of course, Rain could use the waking world as a shortcut and get to Bastion through a dream gate instead. Well, and there was a Supreme capable of instantly moving between shadows hiding in her own. She made a bitter face. My work at Rivergate is over, so I wanted to visit the Chained Isles. They pulled a flying island from a literal abyss there, you know, and are affixing it at the heart of the region to anchor the rest of the islands. So I want to take a look, but I'm sort of afraid of Tele's mom, considering that she snuck out to challenge a nightmare. Sunny let out a short laugh. Oh, good thinking, I'd be afraid too. Rain took a deep breath. Still, I need to get back to Bastion and concentrate on my work, as well as on my ascension. We will be ready to unveil natural awakening to the masses once I become a master. So, there is no time to waste. The darkness seemed to shift slightly. Yeah, I'll become busy now, too. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then asked in a neutral tone, Shall I take us to the waking world? Or we can stop by the Chained Isles first, after all. Rain looked west once again, where small dots had appeared on the horizon just a few moments ago. She studied them silently, then shook her head. No need. I'll travel with the caravan to the Red Hill and use the gateway there. You can stay in my shadow or leave to attend to your business. Do as you like. He laughed again. Yeah, no chance I'll leave you alone when there's a mad sovereign running around. Well, one more mad sovereign. Rain frowned and looked into the darkness with a dubious expression. Are there sane ones? That's news to me. Chapter 2774. First symptoms. Instead of simply hiding in Rain's shadow, Sunny wrapped himself around her body to augment her. Godgrave might have been somewhat safer now, but it was still more or less a death zone. With other people around, he could not use his powers freely, which meant that his sister could use an additional layer of protection. Letting out a sigh, she summoned her bow and a quiver. Then, she began walking east. Before too long, the mighty merchant caravan had caught up with her. Enormous echoes were pulling rolling fortresses across the road of shadows, each of the scarred wagons protected by several cohorts of seasoned, awakened warriors. The procession looked fearsome, and the head Echo especially so. The master in charge of the caravan was riding on its head and was now looking at Rain. She walked to the side of the road and waved at him. "Greetings?" The master gave her a suspicious look. "Greetings? You startled me, girl. What is a young awakened like you doing in Godgrave alone? Walking through the darkness with no lantern to light the way, on top of that. Skinwalker was gone, but people were still wary of strangers met on the road. This master, too, was on edge. Rain simply grinned. My cohort decided to challenge a nightmare, but I chose to stay back. So, I'm walking to Red Hill by my lonesome now, and I can see in the dark, so I don't need a lantern. Plus, I can take care of myself. I know these parts well." He looked her up and down, his gaze lingering on her powerful memories. "You're a veteran?" Rain nodded. "7th Royal Legion from start to finish? Oh, and then I stayed back to build this road." She gave the Road of Shadows another satisfied stomp. The caravan master whistled. "A Royal Legionnaire, huh?" He hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Are you any good with that bow?" Rain gave the beast of prey a little shake. "Would I still be alive if I weren't?" He laughed. True. Well, if you're not in the mood to walk all the way to Red Hill, hop aboard. I'd be crazy to refuse the company of one more experienced awakened. A caravan can never have enough defenders, you know?" Rain gave him an exaggerated bow, much obliged. Soon enough, she was climbing over the battlements of the head wagon. There, a group of grimy, awakened welcomed her with tense greetings. Introductions were short. Rain stared at one of the guards intently, then said in a tone of disbelief, "Holy hell. Pill, is that you?" Out there among the merchant guards, a bearded man with harsh eyes was leaning on an enchanted spear. He gave Rain a confused look, then did a double take. "Huh. Ronnie?" She stared at him with wide eyes. "Since when are you awakened?" The rest of the guards seemed amused. "Pill, do you know this girl?" He suddenly seemed excited. "Of course! We were on a survey team of a road crew together, back in the Song Domain. We were both mundane people back then. Gods, I never expected to see you again. I thought you were dead." Indeed, he was one of the laborers Rain had shared the woes of surveying the Moon River Plains under Tamar's command with during the construction of the road to Godgrave. She smiled. "Well, as you can see, I'm very much alive. It's good to see you two. But weren't you going to open a family shop in some nice city south of Ravenheart? What happened? How did you end up guarding a merchant caravan?" The conversation flowed naturally from there, and soon Rain was accepted by the grumpy caravan guards as one of their own. Some time later, she asked, "Judging by the scars on the armor of your wagons, it's a bumpy ride. I have to admit, I've never traveled with a caravan before. How dangerous is it exactly?" The guards looked at each other, then sighed. Pill offered somberly, "As perilous as you can imagine. The dream realm is not what it used to be, but it's by no means tamed sometimes. We get a few whole days of peace and quiet, but usually there's at least several skirmishes with nightmare creatures each day, some worse than others." Another guard looked into the distance wistfully. "Still, by immortal flame's mercy, all of us will reach the destination alive." A third one chuckled. "The Ivory Island is far away, so changing star's grace is unlikely to reach us all the way here, in this cursed place." He surreptitiously looked north, where the hollow mountains were hidden beyond the darkness. "The King of Nothing is much closer." Although that one is a madman who likes to kidnap people, so I wouldn't be hoping for his help either. It was then that one of the guards, an older man with graying hair and a wry squint to his eyes, spoke from his station at the battlements. There's a third sovereign now, haven't you heard? And he is partial to wanderers like us. A vagabond priest of the Moon Church told me all about him. Rain shifted slightly, sparing him an evaluating look. The man smiled. His name is Asterion. Rain frowned. At the same time, her brother's voice whispered into her ear. Be wary of that one. Rain moved her hand to shape a subtle sign. Why? He lingered for a few moments before answering. Whether these people set out from Ravenheart or from the Weeping Goddess, they would have been on the road for weeks. But that bastard only revealed himself today. The news travels fast, but not that fast. I don't like it. Rain's frown deepened. Asterion. She had heard that name before. In fact, she had heard it too often in recent months. And every time she had, the circumstances were a little odd. Perhaps because Rain was both a shaper and a giver of names, she was very sensitive to them. And that name, Asterion, made her skin crawl. More than anything, it made her feel like she should never speak it aloud, and most of all, should never allow it to take root in her mind. She looked at the older guard somberly. He was smiling happily. Changing Star and the King of Nothing might not help us, but Lord Asterion will... An uncomfortable silence settled between the guards. Eventually they laughed. A third sovereign? Did you hit your head, fool? Even if there is a third sovereign, he is probably a rotten bastard. All of them are, except for Lady Changing Star, of course. No wonder you've been borrowing money recently. Did you donate your pay to that Moon Church crook? Pill shook his head and gave the man a derisive smile. Stop embarrassing me in front of Ronnie, will you? Goodness, she'll think that we wanderers are all weak in the head department. But the older guard just continued to smile. You'll see. Chapter 2755, Glass Hell. The gargantuan beasts pulled the armored wagons across Godgrave, traveling with daunting speed. Here on the Road of Shadows, the caravan could allow itself to move quite fast without compromising its safety. Once they reached the Glass Hell, however, they would have to slow down to avoid being ambushed by nightmare creatures. Not that no nightmare creature attacked the wagons before they left Godgrave. Rain had proven her worth in these few fierce skirmishes, being able to see in the dark. She could usually notice the enemy from a great distance. Then, it was just a matter of drawing her bow, taking aim, and sinking a luminous arrow into their hide. Illuminated by a blinding radiance in the depths of darkness, the nightmare creatures were revealed to the entire caravan long before they could launch an attack. So dealing with them became much easier. Spared from having to spill their blood by Rain's arrows, the guards swiftly grew fond of her. Just a few days later, she was everyone's favorite person. Well, except for the seasoned awakened warrior who had spoken about the dream spawn. Rain kept a distance from him, and he seemed indifferent toward her as well. The man had not spoken about Asterion since that first time. The rest of the guards, however, still teased him about it from time to time. They did not treat the name of the supposed supreme with any kind of reverence, and seemed amused by the idea instead. It was to the point that an imaginary sovereign by the name of Asterion became a running joke among the guards stationed on the head wagon, and as they were rotated to safer sections of the caravan, that joke spread to its very tail as well. Rain did not like hearing that joke at all. Soon enough, they reached the end of the Road of Shadows and crossed to the humerus of the Titanic skeleton. As they descended from the height of Godgrave and reached the bridge connecting the humerus to the radius, a beautiful vista of the Glass Hell revealed itself far below them. The Glass Hell looked, quite like the name suggested, it was a vast plain made entirely out of glass. There were tall ridges and deep crevasses scattered across its polished surface here and there. But by and large, this region of the dream realm was flat and smooth, ignited by the sunlight that reflected from the surface of the glass, like a river of molten gold. The transparent glass reminded one of ice and vast glaciers, summoning memories of winter and refreshing cold. But actually, the Glass Hell was like a sweltering oven. That was because the glass absorbed the heat of the sun throughout the day, then radiated it outward during the night. Worse than that, there were countless focus points scattered across the plain, acting as lenses. If one was not careful, they could be burned to death by focused sunlight, blinded by its radiance, or simply suffocated by the heat. However, that was not why this region of the dream realm was called the Glass Hell. The real reason lay beneath the surface of the glass, in the transparent depths of the region. There, myriad tunnels could be seen stretching far into the darkness, and sometimes one could just barely discern the shapes of transparent creatures scurrying along those tunnels like glass ghosts. That was because this entire region of the dream realm was one enormous hive populated by a great swarm of peculiar nightmare creatures. The abominations were insect-like in nature and possessed transparent bodies that made them difficult to detect. Their scythes and mandibles, however, were as sharp as razors. Worse than that, they moved underground and could burst from the glass anywhere on the plain, either in small hunting groups that dragged unfortunate prey into the depths of the hive, or as great hordes that poured onto the surface and devoured everything in their path. Needless to say, surviving in the glass hell was not an easy task. Humanity still conquered it, though, or at least its surface. The jagged black wall of the hollow mountains rose from the ground far in the north, while the sole citadel in the region was located closer to its southern boundary. That citadel was called the Red Hill, and that was where the merchant caravan was headed. Ah. Taking off his helmet, Pill smiled and raised his head to bask in the sunlight. Despite the dangerous nature of the region, the caravan guards were still happy to escape Godgrave, where the very sky was a deadly threat. Isn't it nice to see the sun, Ronnie? He looked at Rain and chuckled. Cherish the feeling. You'll be missing the road of shadows once we reach the plain and feel the heat. Rain simply pointed to a piece of polished volcanic glass hanging on a leather cord around her neck, the memory that her brother had creatively called the pièce de résistance. This charm keeps me cool. How else do you think I survive in Godgrave? Pill gave the charm an envious look and mumbled in a wistful tone. I should get myself one of those. Not all awakened had vast arsenals of memories. In fact, most only had a few. A charm like that was a real luxury. The caravan crossed the bridge and descended toward the glass hell. As they did, the temperature of the air grew steadily until Rain found herself feeding the pièce de résistance a bit of essence to keep herself from sweating. Pill wasn't that fortunate. Hiding in the shadow of the battlement, he looked up at Rain and forced out a smile. All around them, the glass hell was shining like an ocean of molten gold. It's noon. The heat is at its worst at noon. Things will be better once the sun moves on. A little better, at least. Angles and reflections or some such. Rain nodded, looking over the glowing plain somberly. All around her, the guards were pulling makeshift goggles from their armor and putting them on. Some looked like pieces of wood with narrow horizontal slits. Others looked like pinhole glasses, things that one would use to protect their eyes from snow blindness, more or less. Ah, yes! Pill put on a pair of goggles as well. You should wear something to protect your eyes from the glare, Ronnie. Otherwise, you'll go blind. I'm sure somebody has a spare pair I can ask around. Rain smiled. No need. She summoned the bag of withholding and pulled a pair of fashionable luxury brand sunglasses out of it. Putting them on, she grinned. Always come prepared, you know. The sunglasses were actually a prank among the members of the Shadow Clan, who at some point had developed a habit of gifting each other absolutely useless items when meeting each other on the Forgotten Shore. Sunglasses and sunscreen were the most popular gifts, and Rain had half a dozen pairs by now. This particular one had been gifted to her by Tamar. Pill chuckled. I see you're doing well for yourself, Ronnie. I'm glad. She did not respond, though. Instead, she turned and stared into the ocean of molten gold intently, then swiftly pulled an arrow out of her quiver and nocked it on the string of her bow. Chapter 2776, Red Hill. Far away, almost invisible, an eerie creature was hiding in the golden glow. Rain had almost not noticed it, but a subtle movement betrayed its presence. The ethereal creature was about 3 meters in length, almost entirely transparent, and vaguely resembled an enormous woodlouse made of glass. As if sensing that it had been noticed, the abomination launched itself forward with stunning speed. Its 14 long legs bit into the glass, pushing the ghostly body forward. The wind carried over a melodic sound of the segments of its clear carapace scraping against each other, as if crystal chimes were ringing quietly in the breeze. Suffused with a golden glow, the nightmare creature was almost invisible on the glistening plane of glass. Rain's arrow still found it, though. It struck the joint of one of its legs, severing it cleanly. A split second later, the second arrow struck, and then another, and another. Some took a limb, while some took a couple. In the span of half a dozen seconds, all 14 legs of the abomination were shattered or severed, leaving it writhing on the ground. Rain lowered her bow, breathing heavily, and spared a crippled creature a cold look. She might not have been able to kill her enemies, but that did not mean that she could not maim them, or mangle and torture them, for that matter. If need be, Pill jumped to his feet and looked at the disarmed, dislegged abomination. Then he turned to Rain in astonishment. That was some fine archery, Ronnie. A confused frown creased his brow, and he raised an eyebrow. But if you are that good with a bow, wouldn't it have been easier to just kill it? Rain remained silent for a few moments, catching her breath, and then looked at him with a smile. Target practice, Pill. I might be good with a bow, but I can always get better, right? He scoffed. So young, so ambitious. Shaking his head, the older man looked back at the crippled abomination. I should probably finish it off then, only it's quite far away. I don't think I can hit it. Perhaps you should do the honors, since it's your kill anyway. Rain kept smiling while trying to come up with a reason not to. At that moment, a familiar voice sighed in her ear. There's no need. She frowned slightly and looked at the writhing abomination. Is he going to, in the next moment? Something plummeted from the sky and pierced the nightmare creature. No, it didn't just pierce it. The force of the impact was terrible enough to simply splatter it across the glass, turning the massive creature into a vast puddle of transparent slime and glass-like shards. All that remained was an enormous arrow, several meters in length, rising from the shattered surface of the glass plane at an angle. Rain stared at it incredulously. What? Kind of sniper ballista? Her brother sighed again. Ugh, it's that guy that bastard is showing off. Pill scratched the back of his head. Or not. Rain studied him for a moment and pointed to the giant arrow which was already collapsing into a whirlwind of sparks. Hey, Pill, what the hell was what? He let out a nervous laugh. Oh, it's the Lord of Hell, the saint who rules Red Hill. He probably shot that arrow all the way from the Citadel. Rain looked at him with an unamused expression. That Citadel is like 1,000 kilometers away. Pill coughed awkwardly. Well, you know how saints are. What do you expect their powers to be reasonable? Shaking his head, he walked away. Left alone, Rain glanced at her bow, which had felt mighty just a minute ago, and sighed. Then, she made her shadow sign a question. A friend of yours? Her brother scoffed, as if. He paused for a moment, and then added in a satisfied tone, He's Dar of the Maharana clan. I crushed his skull and splattered his brains all over the ground once. Ah, that felt so satisfying. Rain sighed again. Of course he did. The caravan moved on. After that first welcoming arrow, the Lord of Hell did not assist them anymore. So the days of traveling to Red Hill were tough on the ascended merchant and his guards. The heat was oppressive. The hazards of the glass hell threatened to damage the wagons, and the elusive abominations of the hive attacked them incessantly, making one skirmish blend into another. Still, they made good progress. None of the guards lost their lives, even if one of the gargantuan echoes had to be dismissed in order to prevent its complete destruction. The speed of the caravan fell after that, but they still reached the city in one piece, just as the sun touched the western horizon. Rain studied Red Hill with interest, since this was her first time visiting it. It was a peculiar place. The citadel itself stood on a tall hill of glass. In fact, it was carved from the hill, resembling a tall vertical fortress made up of different structures and narrowing to a sharp spire. Even if Rain knew that it was carved from glass, she could not help but think that she was looking at clear ice instead. A fiery sunset ignited the vertical fortress, making it glow with a spectacular scarlet glow That was where the name of the citadel had come from, most likely. The city surrounding the citadel was built on the lower slopes of the hill, and around its base. It was large but not nearly in the same category as Bastion, housing no more than 1 million people. Curiously enough, the only building material readily available here was unnaturally clear glass, so the houses were mostly transparent. In fact, one could easily determine how wealthy a citizen was by how opaque their residence seemed. The rich people living on the slopes of the hill could afford to import materials and cover their houses, making them both private and less prone to turning into glass ovens. The poor folks could barely afford to board their bathrooms, though, and lived their entire lives in broad view of their neighbors. Rain felt that this nearly absolute lack of privacy was extremely bizarre, but the locals seemed to have grown used to it, going about their lives as if nothing was the matter. Humans were truly the most adaptable creatures. How would it feel like to live in a city almost entirely devoid of secrets? Maybe it was the influence of her brother. But Rain thought that it would feel absolutely horrible. She smiled. Now I see why these huge wagons are loaded to the brim with nothing but stone from the Moon River Plains and lumber from Godgrave. Pill nodded. We'll sell it here, load up on glass, and then resell it at a profit, further down the line. Hell glass is amazingly durable, crystal clear, and can even repair itself. It's dirt cheap here, but goes for a pretty penny in Bastion. Rain nodded. No wonder. The caravan rolled toward the city gate. The wall surrounding Red Hill was formidable, but just as transparent as everything else. So Rain could easily see the lively streets beyond. Actually, they were a bit too lively. There was a peculiar energy suffusing the population of Red Hill, as if something impactful had happened. The caravan master noticed it. As well as his echo reached the gates, he shouted to the awakened guarding it. What is going on? Is the hive swarming? The tunnels under the city were blocked off, but a massive enough attack could still breach the seals. The guard looked up, grinned, and shook his head. You've been on the road for a while, huh? Then you mustn't have heard. The ascended merchant frowned. Heard about what? The guard let out a laugh. A new sovereign emerged in Bastion. What was his name again? Astarion? Right, Astarion? These days the whole world is talking about him. Behind Rain, the older guard smiled quietly, and at the same time she felt an ominous feeling squeeze her heart. Chapter 2777, Hopeful Benevolence. Wow. Rain was leaning on a glass wall, staring into the distance with an absent expression. She remained silent for a while, then let out a sigh and repeated herself. Wow! A second later, a frustrated voice resounded in her ear. What are you spacing out for, huh? Rain glanced side to side, then fanned herself with a hand. No, but did you see him? The Lord of Hell, wow. Sunny let out a stifled curse. They were currently on the outer edges of Red Hill, just behind the city wall. Night had already fallen, and a silver moon was climbing the starlit sky. Countless lanterns ignited all across the glass city, their light glistening as it reflected from countless transparent walls. It was truly a gorgeous sight, but not the sight that had left Rain speechless. The enormous wagons stood in front of transparent warehouses at the moment, being unloaded of their cargo. The guards were preparing to go on leave, while the ascended merchant himself was at the head of the caravan, discussing something with the ruler of the city, Dar of the Maharana clan. The saint had descended from the height of the citadel personally to receive a shipment of building materials meant to reinforce the seals in the tunnels beneath the city. Rain had only glimpsed him from a distance, but was left impressed nonetheless. Her brother was full of indignation, though. What is there to see? Rain scoffed. What do you mean? What is there to see? His arms, gods! They're like tree trunks. Rain was shocked when the enormous arrow vaporized the glass nightmare creature, but after seeing the archer, she could believe that it had traveled 1,000 kilometers across the sky. Saint Dar was imposingly tall, with shoulders so broad that they were like a mountain plateau. His skin was dark, while his luscious hair and thick beard were raven black. His face possessed a rugged kind of handsomeness to it, as if carved from stone by a sculptor, while his eyes were stern and fierce. His most striking feature, however, was his body. It seemed to have an entire geography to it, having been sculpted entirely out of flawlessly defined adamantine muscle. Rain was pretty sure that each of his powerful arms was as thick as her waist. She clicked her tongue in admiration. It's insane by then. Her brother was already seething with outrage. Crazy. You know what's mad? That this wannabe has the gall to call himself the Lord of Hell? What precisely has he done to deserve that title? A pathetic copycat is what he is. Rain finally couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed. Well, he's the ruler of the glass hell. I doubt that he came up with that nickname himself. Saint Dar had been a soldier of the Song army during the war, but now ruled a citadel east of Godgrave. That went to show that there were no artificial divisions in the human domain anymore. In any case, Rain wasn't really that interested in the local ruler, even if he was truly an impressive specimen, but more so in teasing her brother while waiting for the caravan guards. Some of them had already gone to town to collect news, while the rest were planning to find a local tavern and relax after the long and deadly journey. Ranny. Just then Pill called out to her, signaling that they were ready to depart. Soon enough, Rain found herself in a cheap tavern, sampling local cuisine and cooling herself down with refreshingly cold ale. The fact that the floor of the tavern was transparent, revealing the web of tunnels stretching into the unfathomable darkness of the depths, was a little unnerving, but the food was delicious. To Ranny? Ranny? The guards were busy celebrating her contribution to their safe arrival at Red Hill. She smiled and raised her glass, giving them a little bow. "That's me if you're so grateful. The bill is on you." They laughed. Just then the scouts they had sent into the city returned. The guards pushed tankards of ale toward the newcomers and then stared at them expectantly. The scouts quenched their thirst. "It's true." One of them shook his head in bewilderment. "There is indeed a new supreme by the name of Astarion. Well, I'm not sure if we can call him new. In fact, he was a member of Broken Sword's cohort, and among the first saints of humanity. He opened a dream gate in NQSC and came to Bastion a few days back. Lady Changing Star even lowered the Ivory Island to the surface of the lake to welcome him. Now he apparently resides in an abandoned church on the outskirts of the city, the one near the city gates." Pill raised his eyebrow with a dubious expression on his face. "So this imaginary sovereign is real after all? Bah, so where was the bastard during the war? Hiding in the bushes, or did he conquer the fourth nightmare just last week?" He laughed and shook his head with a derisive expression. The other guard shrugged. "That's the thing. According to rumors, he became supreme with Queen Song and the King of Swords when they challenged the fourth nightmare during the Chain of Nightmares. But those two turned on him as soon as the nightmare was conquered and imprisoned him in a magical array. The array slowly deteriorated after their deaths, and he finally broke free. Pill still seemed suspicious. There was a disdainful expression on his face. At least he remained silent for a while, then asked somberly, "So what is that sovereign about, anyway? What does he want?" Rain was getting the feeling that her former colleague was not fond of any sovereigns who were not Nephis of the Immortal Flame clan, and who could blame him? Supremes did not have a particularly good track record with humanity. Two had began a bloody civil war, while the third was a sinister recluse who supposedly liked to kidnap people. The Lord of Shadows, meanwhile, was believed to have turned on Changing Star in an attempt to usurp all the power for himself, and died by her blade. Power truly corrupts. Rain focused on her meal. The scout, meanwhile, finished his ale and shrugged. "He seems all right, sane and reasonable. That is what people say, apparently. He wants to help. He was like an uncle to Our Lady when she was a child, anyway." Pill scoffed. "So was Anvil of Valor." His tone was dark. The lively atmosphere around the table suddenly turned somber. The guards remained silent for a long while, but eventually one of them spoke in a hesitant tone. "Still, what if he really is like they say? Just imagine what having another righteous supreme would mean for us, for all humans." The other guards did not answer, but Rain could see that their eyes ignited with hope and wistfulness. The guard who had brought the news even allowed himself a hopeful smile. "We'll know for sure in a day or two. Lady Changing Star is set to make an announcement." The conversation turned away from the new supreme after that. The wagons had to be repaired, and the damaged Echo needed time to restore itself. so the caravan ended up lingering in Red Hill for an additional day. Rain used that time to explore the city and take in its many peculiarities. Eventually, however, it was time for the caravan to leave, and for her to enter the citadel and use its gateway to travel to NQSC. From there, she would walk through the Dream Gate with the latest group of settlers and return to Bastion. Before departing, Rain found Pill to say goodbye. He seemed regretful. "It was nice to see you again, Ronnie. It's a shame that you have to go. Where are you headed anyway?" She shrugged. "I'm returning to Bastion. I have some work lined up there." Rain hesitated for a moment, then smiled and slapped the older man on the shoulder. "That's where that imaginary sovereign resides now as well. Who knows? I might even see the bastard with my own 2 eyes." She was joking, naturally. She was planning to stay as far away from the man called Asterion as possible, and her brother seemed hell-bent on preventing the two of them from meeting at all costs. Rain expected Pill to chuckle, or at least smile. However, his reaction was a little strange. Instead of giving the caravan's running joke a light-hearted send-off, he regarded Rain with an unamused scowl. In fact, his expression was downright disapproving. She raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong?" Pill studied her silently for a few seconds, then sighed and glanced away. His voice sounded even. "I am saying this as a friend, Ronnie, but you might want to watch your tone. That is no way to speak about a supreme, especially not about Lord Asterion." With that, he patted her on the shoulder and walked away. Rain remained standing motionlessly, deeply disturbed. A cold shiver ran down her spine. What the hell just happened? She stared at Pill's back for a while, then frowned and turned toward the distant citadel. Chapter 2778. Enemy at the gates. Cassie shifted to a different memory. Took place far away in Bastion, where she was tall and overflowing with ferocious vitality. Her every sense and impulse heightened to such a degree that the world felt 10 times sharper and more vivid than usual, both brilliant and overwhelming, full of overpowering scents, sights, sounds, and sensations. Her flawlessly sculpted body was finely tuned and indescribably powerful, making her feel like she could topple mountains with bare hands. In fact, she very well could. She was Saint Athena, raised by wolves, the ruler of Bastion. Effie was walking toward the gates on the northern edge of the city, surrounded by an escort of awakened warriors. They were her wolves, the former soldiers of the Wolf Army who had been under her command since Antarctica. These days, the wolves had become an independent force and were in charge of maintaining peace in Bastion. They had accepted numerous new recruits, undergone relentless training, and even wore enchanted uniforms now, complete with shared colors, gray and blue and a stylized coat of arms. The Firekeepers might have been the highest-ranked force of humanity, but it was the wolves who dealt with everything that happened on the ground here in Bastion and around it. So, a squad of veterans was escorting Effie today, her old war buddies with whom she had traveled to hell and back on countless occasions. Not that she needed their protection, of course. It was just that Effie's public appearances often caused a commotion, so the wolves went around with her to gently push people aside and prevent her from getting stuck in a crowd. They were busy right now as well. The street was lively, and countless people froze in place at the tantalizing sight of Saint Athena, staring at her with burning eyes. Her fame and the peculiar nature of her presence contributed to these strong reactions, but she was used to them. Many citizens were used to her as well. The reverence they felt toward the famous raised by wolves quickly evaporated after they spent a minute or two in her company, very much so by design. Effie couldn't stand being treated with the same kind of reverent awe. Nephis was always subjected to being down to earth was much more her style, and speaking with ordinary people, without putting on airs, seemed much more productive if she wanted to rule their city effectively. So, Effie had to break the ice from time to time. Now, too, she noticed a couple of young people staring at her with odd expressions and winked at them mischievously, making the boy flinch. While the girl blushed and hurriedly looked away at any other time, Effie would have laughed at their cute reactions. But today, all she could do was force out a smile. She was painfully aware of the threat that had taken residence in her city. In fact, she was very close to the church where the Dreamspawn dwelled. What an odd situation. Usually Effie would have chosen one of two courses of action, either storm the modest church and eliminate the enemy, or stay as far from him as possible. But the man in question was too devious, forcing a strange pact of non-aggression on Nephis. Now Effie could not attack him, not that she would, being a mere saint, and the dream-spawn was not supposed to harm her either, physically at least. As for staying away from him, that was what she had been doing for the last few days. However, the human domain could not come to a halt, simply because a dangerous adversary had revealed himself. There were a million things that needed to be done, and most of them had to have been done yesterday. Today she needed to inspect the progress in the construction of the northern gate, so here she was, doing just that. The northern gate was where the merchant caravans arriving at Bastion stopped, as well as where a district of the city called the Bazaar was located. It was also where the Church of the Moon had placed its headquarters, and where the Dreamspawn made his home. "Saint Athena, it is such an honor." She nodded at the master in charge of constructing the gate. He gave her a tour of the construction site, explaining the details of what fortifications would go where, how they would be built, and how the runic array developed by Cassie and the Lord of Shadows, in secret, would be incorporated into the walls. Effie only listened to him half-heartedly. Even though she never looked in the direction where the Church of the Moon stood, she was painfully aware of its existence. She was also painfully aware of the man with golden eyes who sat on the steps of the church, carving something out of a piece of wood with a small knife. "Are you really a god?" Still, even if hundreds of meters and countless noises separated them, she could not help but hear a naive question asked by a child's voice, turning her head. Effie looked at the distant church darkly. There was a crowd of curious bystanders surrounding the modest building, but they all kept their distance, hesitant to approach a lofty supreme being. Children, however, were often oblivious to the weight of such distinctions. So, at some point, a boy who looked no older than 5 had wandered close to the steps of the church and asked the Dreamspawn a question. Effie's expression darkened. Far away, Asterion looked up from the wooden figurine he had been carving and glanced at the boy with a smile. A god? No. Well, at least not yet. The boy tilted his head in confusion. My mom told me that a god lives in this church. Asterion chuckled. Your mom sounds like a wise and wonderful person. But no, I'm not a god. The boy smiled sweetly. Oh, are you a human then? The Dreamspawn studied him for a few long moments, his golden eyes glistening with a nebulous emotion. Effie's fingers twitched, as if ready to grasp a memory out of the air. Eventually, though, Asterion just chuckled again and continued carving. Are these the only 2 choices I have? Chapter 2779, Human Creatures. The boy frowned, confused. It seemed like he did not really understand the question. There are also nightmare creatures? Are you a nightmare creature, mister? Asterion smiled. What do you think, kid? Am I a god, a human, or a nightmare creature? His smile widened. If you guess right, I'll give you a gift. The boy looked at him dubiously, then scratched his nose. You're a human creature, Asterion laughed. What a smart boy you are. Here's your prize. Finished carving, he presented the wooden figurine to the boy. It was a figurine of a little pretty wolf. Effie tensed. The boy reached for the little wolf with a wide smile, but before he could take it, Asterion moved his fingers slightly, and the figurine turned to dust. Dropping the dust to the ground, he turned his head and glanced in the direction where Effie stood on the unfinished wall with a faint smile. Ah, what a pity. The boy froze and bit his lip, his eyes becoming teary. Asterion sighed. Don't feel bad. I'll carve you a new one. However, good children should not talk to strangers. Hasn't your mother taught you that? So run along and find your mother. I'll give you the gift when you bring her here. Actually, I'll give her a gift as well. He smiled. Tell her that my name is Asterion. Effie gritted her teeth. Damn bastard! Effie knew that Asterion was provoking her, or perhaps simply mocking her. The mundane child he had conversed with was obviously meant to remind her of Ling. The little wolf figurine served the same purpose, and the act of breaking it cruelly was a blatant threat. Sending the boy to fetch his mother widened the scope of that threat to include Effie herself. She stared at the Dreamspawn for a few more moments, then turned away. Her hands were itching to break something. However, she wasn't provoked. Effie would have felt far more concerned if not for the fact that they had anticipated Astarion's interest in her son already. That was why an incarnation of the Lord of Shadows was currently hiding in Little Ling's shadow, having been assigned to be his personal guardian. No matter what one thought about the Lord of Shadows, and if one knew of his continuous existence at all, one truth about him remained undeniable. There was barely a scarier human in existence, if any, so even if the Dreamspawn wanted to harm Little Ling, he would find it difficult to do so. For now, Effie's face hardened. She continued the inspection in tense silence. Some time later, she returned home, and could finally take off the invisible mantle of Saint Athena, becoming just Effie again. A heavy sigh escaped from her lips. How did it go? Her husband emerged from the kitchen greeting her with a hug. She hugged him back, controlling her strength carefully, and rested her head on his shoulder. I'm so hungry I can eat a titan, he chuckled. I can't offer you a titan, but I did roast monster. The table is set. She looked behind him suddenly, feeling anxious. Where's Dumpling? He patted her on the back. He's having a lesson with teacher Julius. They lost track of time again, so I didn't want to interrupt. She nodded slowly, suppressing another sigh. Effie's life seemed idyllic and carefree from a distance, but she had her own share of problems. It wasn't simple to be a wife, a mother, a warrior, and a ruler of an enormous city all at the same time. But most of all, it wasn't easy to be the mother of a transcendent child. There had never been a boy like her Lingling before, so there was not exactly a manual on how to raise him well. Currently, little Ling was at the age when he wanted to socialize and make friends. Every time they passed a school, he looked at it with wistful eyes. However, Effie could not send him to a school that mundane children attended, no matter how good her son had become at controlling his strength. It was not to a degree that other kids could be allowed near him when he was excited. Even his startling aspect was not a guarantee that things would go well. Little Ling could save the children from being harmed by him, but he would not be able to save himself by being traumatized by having harmed them. So his circle of acquaintances remained narrow, and all of them were adults. There was the matter of education. As well as a saint, he possessed an incredibly sharp mind, the kind of mind that would leave any mundane prodigy in the dust. That mind of his constantly needed fuel, so it was Effie's and his dad's responsibility to make sure that their son received enough mental nourishment to develop into a healthy adult and realize his extraordinary potential. They had homeschooled him themselves at first, then proceeded to invite a number of trustworthy and distinguished tutors. There had probably never been a child who received guidance from such a splendid group of esteemed individuals, teacher Julius being the foremost educator among them. Who knew that the Lord of Shadow was not only a maniac capable of unleashing a great flood of murderous dead upon his unfortunate enemies, but also a lunatic who was strangely reliable when it came to recommending amazing tutors? Effie really couldn't thank him enough. The dinner her husband prepared disappeared in the blink of an eye. She devoured the roasted monster, not leaving even the bones. Ling's dad watched her eat with a faint smile, then spoke softly when she was finished. You didn't answer my question. How did it go? He was only an awakened, so Effie could not tell him much about Asterion. She did explain the general lay of the situation after the Dreamspawn settled in Bastion, though knowing that there was no point in keeping it a secret anymore. So he knew what was at stake. He also knew that she had ventured to the northern gate today. She remained silent for a few moments, then shrugged. Well, it was okay. His expression darkened. That bad? Effie blinked a couple of times. What do you mean, that bad? I told you it was okay. He chuckled. Exactly. If things were really okay, you would have responded with a joke. Probably an inappropriate joke, but you didn't even smile. Effie remained silent for a while, then sighed and looked down. Yeah, things are pretty grim. Chapter 2780, Nameless Feeling. Effie's expression was dark. Sunny and Nephis looked confident, but that was simply because they had no other choice. There was no one above them, and nowhere they could retreat. So, they approached all conflicts with a business-like callousness. No matter how thorny the path, they simply marched forward while enduring the thorns. Granted, One of them marched with expressionless poise, while the other spewed indignant curses at every step and endlessly engaged in eccentric antics. But Effie and the other members of the cohort were different. They had no choice but to forge forward either, but at least the full weight of responsibility for the future of humanity did not rest squarely on their shoulders. So, they could allow themselves to feel doubt from time to time. Effie was full of doubt at the moment. She grimaced. That man is unlike any other threat we've faced. Her husband remained silent for a long while, then sighed and stood up to clean the table. If you feel overwhelmed, just leave it to me. I'll give him a stern talking to. He was trying to lighten the mood with a joke, but Effie could sense that he was angry. She looked at him in surprise. You seem to dislike that guy a lot, but I haven't even told you half of the stuff that's wrong with him. Her husband gave her an uncharacteristically concerned look. It was not like they never quarreled, or had never argued, but generally their married life was warm and harmonious. So, she had rarely seen him wearing that expression. He smiled bitterly. That man has threatened my son and is making my wife anxious. On top of that, I have to listen to our neighbors singing his praise every day. Is there a reason I should like him? Effie hid her surprise and shook her head. No, naturally not. She lingered for a few moments and then said, Anyway, don't talk to the neighbors too much. In fact, try to stay inside as much as possible. Think about it as quarantine. Any interaction with the outside world should be minimized. As far as our farm is concerned, try to conduct as much business as possible through intermediaries. He leaned back, frowning. We've just collected the harvest, and many places are expecting deliveries. These things operate on personal connections. Plus, you know how involved I am with the agriculture department of the city government. I can't just lock myself inside. Effie sighed. I know. She suddenly felt defeated. Even if she could isolate her family, there was no point. Because her husband already knew the name of Asterion, he had learned it before the damn bastard even came to Bastion, having heard it on the street from a random passerby. So he was already infected. So was Effie herself, for that matter. She at least had the benefit of being one of Neff's oldest friends. Her husband, however, had no personal connection to the longing domain. He was only a part of it due to having a positive impression of Nephis through Effie and being anchored to the gateway in the castle. There was Ling, as well. Due to how small his circle of acquaintances was, he wasn't infected yet. But it was only a matter of time. Should I just hide him in the Black Beast locket? It was an exciting thought, since it promised her son a more reliable measure of safety, but no, she couldn't. Sending her son to solitary confinement for an unknown period of time, and during the most important stage of his development, no less, did not sound promising at all. Effie clenched her fists. If their family, which consisted of an awakened and 2 saints, was this vulnerable in the looming conflict, then how helpless all the other families were? Ah, my head hurts. Her heart ached, too. She missed the good old times when the worst enemy they faced were just big, disgusting abominations. Not their own corrupted selves. Not callous humans who had lost themselves to the allure of power and the burden of their flaws. Not unhinged supremes who are ideas as opposed to beings of flesh and bone and therefore could not be destroyed. What is going to happen to my family? What is going to happen to my city? Effie used to think that the dream realm was a dark kind of paradise, the only kind of paradise humanity deserved. After a while, it seemed like she had been right. But now she was starting to suspect that humans did not deserve even this kind of terrifying heaven. Otherwise, they would not be trying so hard to ruin it. She looked down, then sighed and shook her head. No, we'll overcome this hurdle too. There would probably be a price to pay, but they were going to defeat the dream spawn. They were going to find a cure for the infection, destroy his domain all over again, and seal the bastard in some dark, inescapable pit, after making him pay for what he had done to Cassie, of course. Effie forced herself to smile. Her forced smile felt insincere for a while, but then slowly became earnest. She looked at her husband. Ah, my husband is so manly. He puts the food on the table, runs a business, supports his wife, provides for the needy. He chuckled. Oh, I suppose you're the needy. Effie laughed. You know me so well. She winked at him. I wasn't finished, though. My husband is also good with his hands, a great cook, handsome as a saint, a pillar of the community. And speaking of pillars, he pushed a piece of fruit into her mouth. Savoring the sweetness, she winked at him. Her husband scoffed. Anyway, are you going to stay until Ling is done with the lesson, or do you have to go? Effie let out a wistful sigh. Sadly, I have to go. You know what is happening today. Nephis is going to address the top brass of the human domain. Most saints will be in attendance as well as representatives of various factions and minor powers. I have to participate as well, so it's off to NQSC for me. He nodded. Have fun. I'll hold down the fort. Effie opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but nothing came to mind. In the end, she simply pushed her chair back and stood up. I'll be going then. He waved. Good luck. Love you. She lingered for a moment, then smiled. I love you too. A few minutes later, she returned to NQSC, Chapter 2781, United Front. Not here, either. The answer to Cassie's condition kept eluding her. She grasped a different memory and absorbed it, learning the meaning of maddening thirst that could never be quenched unless fragrant blood was spilled. In that memory, she was Seishan, the lost princess of song, looking into the window. Seishan could not help but think of time. Time had no power over her mortal vessel anymore, but it was difficult not to feel like it was leaving her behind. Outside the window of a spacious manor that stood on the great bridge of Ravenheart, ash rained upon the blackened walls of the Jade Palace. It was strange to look at the palace where a vast span of her childhood had taken place from the outside. It was also peculiar to see Ravenheart completely transformed, having turned into a sprawling city in the blink of an eye. Seishan had been disoriented after returning from the Forgotten Shore. The world seemed to have changed entirely in the decade she missed, becoming almost unrecognizable. The undercurrents governing the Awakened Society had shifted. The skyline of NQSC looked different. The people whom she knew were gone. Her sisters, who had looked up to her, were now all of a higher rank than her, having grown up and become adults. Those who survived, at least. They had experienced life in all its many colors, while all she had experienced was the blood-red darkness of the Forgotten Shore. They had outgrown her. Seishan had never been one to surrender, though, so she steeled her resolve and dove into this unfamiliar world, swiftly making up for the time she missed, only to be thrown into the bloody, dirty war between the great clans. Now, 10 years after her return, the world had changed once more. The great clans were gone. Ravenheart had grown into a vast city, and someone else now lived in the Jade Palace. The pace with which time erased the present and built the future was almost too great to comprehend. But if people were good at one thing, it was adapting to change. Only the fittest survived, and Seishan was the best at surviving, no matter the cost. So perhaps this terrifying era was a good fit for her after all. Looking away from the window, she sighed. Things are changing again. Her scarlet lips twisted in displeasure. Walking toward the door, she spoke to the blood sister waiting silently by the wall. Felicie, invite my sisters to the parlor. The Song clan had found itself in an odd limbo. Officially, it did not exist anymore. However, unlike Clan Valor, it had never been systematically dismantled by Mordred, so its core forces simply split to follow the 7 transcendent princesses that Queen Song had left behind, spreading across the basin of the River of Tears. Each of the former princesses was now a ruler of her own clan. Technically, however, they were still sisters, and therefore, the ghost of Clan Song wielded immense influence in the West. In fact, its power was second only to the immortal flame itself. Seishan and her sisters ruled a number of citadels, even if some of them did not govern the cities that had grown around those citadels themselves, instead entrusting that duty to loyal advisors. Beastmaster spent most of her time in Ravenheart. Lonesome Howl and Silent Stalker could usually be found on the front lines, leading the warriors of the human domain in their conquest of the Dream Realm. Moonveil controlled the estuary of the River of Tears, while Seishan herself controlled its source. Deathsinger wandered between the worlds, often crashing at their citadels, Revel. Well, Revel was a proponent of a strict separation between work and private life. So, she had refused the citadel offered to her by Nephis, preferring to stay in her den below the Jade Palace when she wasn't leading troops into battle. And now, in an ironic twist of fate, she was on the forgotten shore. Seishan headed toward the parlor, full of heavy thoughts. She and her sisters were scattered across the dream realm, but today they gathered in Ravenheart once more. Meeting in NQSC would have been far more convenient, but the situation was dire enough to demand a united front. "Hey there, Shan." Beastmaster was already in the parlor, lounging in a chair with a glass of red wine in her hand. Her dress was flattering enough to be considered perilous, and her languid smile was positively decadent. The scar that was supposed to mar the deadly beauty of her face was somehow only making it more alluring. She seemed the same, but Seishan could tell that her sister felt more relaxed somehow. The fall of the Song domain was treating her well, as she had been able to blossom as the logistical overlord of the western reach of the human domain, instead of being a powerful, frightening witch who controlled an army of monsters. Despite her dark mood, Seishan could not help but smile. "Hey, Ben." The door opened, and Lonesome Howl entered, immediately sprawling across a sofa with an exhausted sigh. "Do you have food in this manner?" God, Stalker and I had to rush back to Ravenheart across entire regions of the dream realm. Our essence is almost entirely gone. As soon as she said those words, Seishan noticed that Silent Stalker was already leaning on the wall in the corner of the parlor. It was unclear when and how she had gotten there. Beastmaster scoffed. "So what? You don't hear Stalker complaining, right, Stalker?" Silent Stalker just stared at her without saying a word. Beastmaster grinned. See? At that moment, Moonveil entered the parlor as well, gifting them a soft smile. "You really should not complain, Howl. I had to rush here from the shores of the Stormsea, so if anyone is going to complain, it should be me." Finally, Deathsinger arrived, looking at them with a pale face and terrified eyes. Beastmaster winced. "Let me guess, Hel. We're all going to die?" Deathsinger gave her a look of incomprehension. "What? No, of course not." A mournful expression appeared on her face. "Instead, we're all going to be brainwashed and turned into obedient slaves. Our free will be trampled upon by a wicked supreme. Our minds will be broken. Oh, the shame, the humiliation, the anguish." Seishan sighed. Chapter 27A2, Prudent Question. By now they knew that Asterion was back. Nephis was going to address the top brass of the human domain today, but actually a different, far more secretive meeting had already happened on the day that the dream spawn revealed itself. There had been far fewer people attending that meeting, and they left it with an ominous feeling. Seishan had been one of them. "So it's really true. That man is back?" Beastmaster's voice was laced with unease. Nephis had only been 4 when her father died, so she did not remember the dream spawn too well. The contact between the Immortal Flame clan and Broken Sword's companions had not lasted long after his death. However, the Song sisters were older and had a far clearer impression of the man who called himself Asterion. In fact, he had still been around when Seishan ventured into the dream realm for the first time. It was only after returning from the Forgotten Shore that she learned about his disappearance. Honestly, it had been a relief. Asterion was charming and affable. Treating Kisong's daughters well, however, there had always been something unnatural and creepy about him. The Song sisters grew up as princesses of the great clan Song, but they had been orphans before then, and orphaned children had a special kind of intuition about adults, so they never liked the third sovereign very much. Lonesome Howl sighed. "Does it even make sense?" She sat up and looked at her sisters with a disgruntled expression. "It is like your mom passed away. You were evicted from your childhood home, and if that wasn't bad enough, your creepy uncle suddenly returns from prison. Oh, and it had been your mom who sent him there in the first place." She bit her lip. "Do you think he's going to revenge against us, since we're all that remains of Song?" Moonveil opened her mouth to answer, but at that moment, Deathsinger interrupted her with an innocent question. "By the way, where's Revel?" The others looked at her with inscrutable expressions. Eventually, Seishan answered her in a calm tone. "She's with the Lord of Shadows on the Forgotten Shore." Deathsinger blinked a couple of times. "Huh? Why?" Seishan shrugged. "He invited her to join the Shadow Domain, so she lives there with the Lord of Shadows now due to—" Deathsinger jumped. "She what?" Silent Stalker shifted slightly and gave Seishan a questioning look, too. Seishan tilted her head a little. She has become a champion of the shadow domain. I know that this is sudden, and that our soldiers will suffer without her strength, but Revel and the Lord of Shadows are a good fit. Her powers will serve humanity well at the head of the Shadow Clan. Deathsinger stared at her in shock, then looked away and said in a trembling voice, that traitor. Wow, what they say is true. It's the quiet ones you should look out for. Silent Stalker looked at her and frowned. Seishan studied the two of them for a moment, then turned to Lonesome Howl. To answer your question, it doesn't matter whether the Dream Spawn seeks revenge against us or not. He'll come for us regardless, to make us part of his domain. Beastmaster smiled bitterly. Unless we submit to him first, right? After all, we've already abandoned a domain once. Their mother had been killed by Changing Star, and yet they now served the immortal flame. A silence settled between the Song Cisterns. Moonveil broke it a few seconds later, asking a question in a light-hearted tone. It seems that a clash between the Longing Domain and the Hunger Domain is inevitable. So it is only prudent to ask if we want to blindly put our loyalty into Changing Star, or if betting on the side we consider to be winning is a better choice, isn't it? Seishan had not shared Astarion's ultimate goal with them yet, and she remained silent now as well, curious to hear what her sisters would say. Moonveil chuckled. Gods, why are you all so serious? I've asked the question, so I'll answer it first. I want to follow Changing Star, regardless of what side looks to have the upper hand. Seishan raised an eyebrow. Why? Her sister shrugged with a faint smile. Because I crossed swords with her before. What I saw that day makes me want to put my faith in her. Oh, and I really hope to never have to fight her again. Lonesome Howl leaned back and sighed. Same. Only, it's the Lord of Shadows. I never want to fight again. Deathsinger looked into the distance with a resentful expression, then nodded reluctantly. Yeah, even if he has been led astray. I'm still on his side. I'll always be on his side, Beastmaster laughed. Then, however, her expression grew somber. The question is moot. Nephis is the human domain. Without her, it will cease to exist, and I quite like the human domain. So, I have no desire to surrender to that eerie man. Silent Stalker just shrugged and then nodded. Seishan remained silent for a while. Good, because the Dreamspawn does not have the best interests of his subjects in mind. Instead, it's the opposite. People only exist to become his thralls, and his thralls only exist to fuel his power. So we'll be in mortal danger in any case of whether we submit to him or not. She gave her sisters a cold look. Which is why we will fight for the human domain until the last drop of blood. Do you understand? They hesitated for a few moments, then nodded. Seishan looked back to the window and fell quiet. Eventually, she said, It's time to go. Revel will meet us in NQSC. Whatever happens from now on, take care of each other. We will see this storm through and emerge on the other side unscathed. Survival of the fittest. Her sisters would have to learn how to adapt as well. Chapter 2783, Resplendent Gathering. On a hazy summer day, the air in NQSC seemed to tremble with a strange kind of tension. Somewhere in the city, the passerby stopped to look at a motorcade of heavily armored PTVs that rushed past them in a neat formation. Somewhere else, a row of luxurious vehicles emerged from the compound of a renowned legacy clan and rolled onto the streets. Far away, the engines roared as a group of government APCs surrounded a single-passenger sedan, seasoned soldiers manning the turrets. In a different place, an opulent carriage pulled by a grotesque echo rolled past the stunned citizens, its interior hidden behind plush velvet curtains. Scenes like these were happening all around the city. That was because today all the champions of the human domain were invited to attend a council by Changing Star, Nephis of immortal flame, the shining goddess of humanity. The city was overflowing with power. In fact, most of the power humanity possessed was concentrated in NQSC today, all that might slowly converging on a single point, the secluded estate of the Immortal Flame clan, where the historic council was set to take place. That manor had a history of its own, too. Once, a long time ago, it was merely one of the minor properties owned by the Immortal Flame clan. When the storied clan fell into decline, though most of its lands and possessions were slowly sold off, until only this remote, modest manor remained, the future ruler of mankind had grown up behind its tall walls. Now, decades later, the immortal Flame clan had regained its former glory and even soared to far greater heights than ever before, standing alone on the radiant, insurmountable peak of power. The modest manor, meanwhile, had become the seat of that sublime power in the waking world, as well as the headquarters of the firekeepers in NQSC. Today the gates of the estate opened, welcoming an endless torrent of vehicles. A startling procession of the most renowned people in existence stepped out of them, looking at the elegant manor with complicated gazes. Among them were Nightingale, the steward of the West, and raised by wolves, Saint Athena, also known as the War Beast, steward of the East. Soul Reaper Jet attended as well, acting in her role as the steward of the North Morgan of Valor was here too. So was Song Seishin and her 6 transcendent sisters, and the legendary wanderer Nightwalker as well. He was accompanied by the 3 saints of night. Wake of Ruin and Saint Thane, the dream merchant, arrived in the company of the highest mundane hierarchs of the government. Besides them, most of the saints of humanity had also gathered in NQSC today, except for those who had been exiled to Godgrave, as well as a few who had to stay behind in the dream realm, so that it would not be left entirely defenseless on this extraordinary day. Tyrus of White Feather, Rivalin of Aegis Rose, Dar of Clan Maharana, Saint Bliss, Saint Heli, Saint Ceres, Saint Siord, and numerous more. The representatives of influential legacy clans, who were not ruled by transcendent champions, were here as well. So were distinguished, ascended, that represented various forces of the human domain, from frontier legions to city administrations and agricultural committees. There were plenty of mundane people, too, since they were the backbone of the last human civilization. All the people who made the world turn had gathered together in the manor of the immortal Flame clan. The same had not happened when the King of Nothing rose to the throne of supremacy. So numerous of them were troubled. The rest were simply waiting to be informed of what was going on, full of confidence in the human domain, despite the worrisome rumors. Even they become faintly uneasy when the firekeepers guarding the doors subjected them to a peculiar ritual, though all of them still remembered the threat posed by the Skinwalker and the various measures that had been put in place in order to prevent his vessels from getting into human cities. This ritual was different, but also too similar to those measures not to recognize its purpose. The expressions of numerous invited powerhouses darkened. Everyone only had one thought on their minds. Considering that a new supreme had emerged, is there going to be a new domain war? Sunny did not need the ability to read their minds to know what they were thinking about. He was hidden in the shadows, observing the arriving guests somberly. He paid special attention to Wake of Ruin, as well, even if the investigation proved that it was one of the old Saint's staff members who had lured Cassie into a trap. Sunny could not rid himself of suspicion. St. Cor was still a part of the longing domain, but he could have been influenced or outright enthralled by Asterion. After all, nothing forced Asterion to brainwash his thralls into worshipping him. He could just as well brainwash them into worshipping Nephis, thus placing perfect spies inside her domain. They had not developed means of ruling out such manipulation yet, so there was simply no way to tell. No one could be trusted. This is not going to end well. The purpose of today's council was to dispel the rumors and inform the champions of humanity about the return of Asterion, as well as subtly prepare them for the inevitable clash between the longing domain and the hunger domain. Nephis was in a difficult situation. She had to inform her vassals about the danger Asterion posed, but at the same time, she could not tell them that he was perilous, because simply knowing that the human domain could be threatened by the Dreamspawn would shake people's confidence in its ability to protect itself, thus making them more susceptible to Asterion's influence. In the end, all she could do was carefully tread the edge between the truth and a meticulously crafted lie. Nephis naturally had wanted to simply tell her people the entire truth and let them deal with that knowledge themselves. Those who could endure it would become her allies in the struggle against Asterion, while those who could not, even if it was most of them, would become his pawns instead. She wanted to reject compromises and go for the enemy's throat without caring about her own. However, Sunny and Cassie had dissuaded her, because that would only play into Asterian's hand. Attempting to maintain an illusion of civility helped him as well, naturally, but to a far lesser degree, so they had no better choice than to concoct a web of deception to trap humanity in for now. But Sunny still felt that from the very beginning it was their enemy who always held the initiative. All they could do was react to his actions. And if ideological wars were anything like true combat, failing to grasp initiative was one of the surest ways to end up dead. Still, if there was someone who was better at deception than Sunny, it was Cassie. And with the two of them working together, humanity would probably have no choice but to be deceived. Nephis has to convince them. If she succeeded, Asterion and his eerie domain would be dealt a significant blow. Inside the manor, the guests had poured into a spacious hall. Chapter 2784. Swaying the masses. The reception hall of the Immortal Flame Manor was a bit too small to accommodate all the gathered dignitaries on the first floor. The most prominent figures were seated around a vast round table. Their trusted subordinates stood behind them, while the least esteemed of the exceedingly distinguished guests occupied the gallery, observing the gathering from above. There were too many people in the hall to keep what was going to be said here today a secret, of course, earlier. Nephis had addressed the population of the human domain, confirming the return of a new supreme. They had chosen to reinforce the narrative first invented by the original sovereigns, a narrative that insinuated that Anvil and Keysong had challenged the fourth nightmare as a reaction to the chain of nightmares, and just barely managed to conquer it in time to avert complete disaster in Antarctica. Only now, an additional piece of information was added to that old fairy tale. Was that a third challenger had emerged, supreme from the nightmare as well? Another member of Broken Sword's cohort, the dream spawn Asterion. Then they added a spoonful of truth to the story, explaining how Anvil and Keysong had conspired against him and kept him imprisoned for decades. Those two already had a terrible reputation due to the fratricidal war they had incited, in order to leave only one domain standing. So it wasn't difficult to pile more crimes on them, convincing people that they had betrayed and imprisoned their comrade to remove him from the competition. Now that the dream spawn was back, however, Nephis had given a masterfully crafted speech to the public, both painting herself as a benevolent ruler who was glad to see one more supreme return into the embrace of humanity, and simultaneously subtly accentuating the connection between Anvil, Keysong, and Asterion. The first half of her announcement had been spent reminding people how hateful the original sovereigns were. The second half, while seemingly generous, made sure to put Asterion next to those two, thus giving him the boon of seeming like an atrocious monster by association. After all, if those two had been his closest collaborators, then what kind of character did he himself possess? Most importantly of all, Nephis emerged from giving the announcement without being seen as trying to discourage the new supreme. That would have only made her look anxious, envious of his power, or cruel. None of those perceived traits would do her any good in an ideological war against the dream spawn, where moral high ground and justification were as invaluable as an impregnable stronghold during a conventional military conflict. Depending on how this council went, her message to the people would either be reinforced and cemented or damaged and dismantled instead. Standing in front of the doors leading to the reception hall, Nephis was looking at the floor as she composed herself and prepared to face the distinguished gathering. Sunny and Cassie were standing behind her, leaning on the walls of the narrow corridor. Seemingly ready, Nephis looked up, then hesitated for a few seconds and said in a distant tone, "I never expected this." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "What exactly?" She turned slightly and looked at him with an unreadable expression, remaining silent for a while. Eventually, Nephis sighed. "That I would have to become a politician one day." Sunny smiled faintly. He remembered how she had been on the Forgotten Shore, painfully awkward and barely capable of expressing herself, practicing conversational skills and friendly smiles, while he was learning how to wield a sword. Who knew that the awkward girl from back then would have to sway the minds of the most brilliant people in existence with flawless eloquence and intricate deception one day? You probably imagined that you would just cut every obstacle standing in your way with a sword back then, didn't you? Nephis lingered for a few moments, then slowly shook her head. No, I always knew that I would need to learn how to win human hearts if I wanted to achieve my goals. I just never quite imagined that I would have to do it this way. She paused for a bit before adding, I always thought that truth was the sharpest blade. But today, she was going to lie. With that, Neefs raised her chin and pushed the door open. As she walked into the light, Sunny and Cassie remained in the shadows, watching the door close side by side. In the hall, Nephis walked to her seat with confident steps and stopped behind it, putting her hands on the back of the tall chair. She regarded the gathered dignitaries with a calm but heavy gaze, and then spoke in a clear voice. Many of you have heard the rumors by now today. I intend to put these rumors to rest and inform you of what truly happened, as well as how these events will affect the human domain going forward. A dead silence settled over the reception hall, hundreds of eyes watching her with rapt attention. Nephis met those gazes steadily and continued in the same commanding tone. It is true. The Dreamspawn, Asterion, has returned from the place where he had been imprisoned by the great clan's song and valor. Now that everyone had heard Asterion's name, there was little point in trying to avoid it. Granted, uttering it still meant that he would become aware of one's words and listen in on the conversation. He is supreme. He has been supreme for a long while, and wields immense power, a power far greater than the King of Swords, and the Queen of Worms wielded, perhaps. And unlike the King of Nothing, Asterion is not going to retreat from the world and isolate himself in a remote region of the Dream Realm. Among the greatest champions of humanity gathered in the hall, the absence of one particular person was painfully obvious. It was Mordret of Nowhere, the King of Nothing, who was far more powerful than any other human here, apart from Changing Star herself. The reclusive sovereign had not deemed it worthy to appear, even on this important day, choosing to stay hidden and ominously nebulous. Nephis paused for a moment and then continued. Instead, he has chosen to reside in Bastion. As for what goals Asterion pursues and the relationship between him and the human domain, at that moment, Sunny turned his head sharply and looked at Cassie. Warn her? Cassie was probably already sending Nephis a mental message, though. But before she could respond, the doors of the hall opened with a loud bang, shuddering as they collided with the walls. A tall man with radiant golden eyes entered, looking around with an inscrutable expression, pressing the gathered champions into their seat with a heavy gaze. The Dreamspawn then turned to Nephis, remained silent for a few long moments, and then smiled darkly. Apologies, my invitation got lost in the mail, it seems. Chapter 2S785, Battle of Words. Asterion bowed faintly, as if showing the illustrious guest of the immortal flame manner respect. Then he straightened and gave Nephis a challenging look. She regarded him evenly, white sparks dancing in her eyes. The people gathered in the hall, meanwhile, all looked at him with burning intensity. Some seemed curious. While some were wary, none remained indifferent, though focusing all their attention on the newly arrived Supreme. Asterion chuckled quietly. The purpose of this esteemed gathering, if I were so bold as to wager a guess, seems to be a discussion regarding none other than me. So, I've decided to save you all the trouble of having to wonder about my intentions, and come to dispel whatever doubts you might have. Walking forward, he gave the nearest guests a pleasant look. Is no one going to offer me a seat? An entire row of chairs in front of him instantly emptied, the people scrambling to get away. Asterion took a seat directly across the table from Nephis, crossed his legs, then straightened his robe and folded his hands neatly on his knee. Finally, he glanced up and gave her a friendly smile. That's better, isn't it? With the empty space around him and the wary gazes aimed at him, Asterion looked like he was being ostracized by the best and brightest of humanity, like he did not belong between these walls or possibly anywhere at all. However, even if that sense of alienation bothered him, he did not let it show. Nephis studied him for a while, then a faint smile twisted her lips as well. It is better, yes. With that, she took a seat as well, leaning back to regard the deathly quiet hall. Hidden in the corridor behind the closed doors, Sunny paled. Crap. It would have been better if she had scowled, pursed her lips, or even set the table on fire. Then he would have known that Nephis was greatly dissatisfied. But that calm smile of hers was a far more frightening omen. It meant that she was prepared for battle. All the careful plans they had laid out could go up in flames if Nephis decided that there was no point in playing games with Asterion, especially not if he was the one making up the rules. Sunny turned to Cassie once more. "Can you calm her down?" Cassie raised an eyebrow. "The entire problem is that she is too calm. What do you expect me to do?" Sunny cursed quietly. For now, all he could do was wait and trust that Nephis would win the verbal battle against Asterion, or at least that she would care to win as opposed to saying what she considered right. Come what may, in the hall, Nephis spoke evenly. "Welcome to the Immortal Flame Manor. The last time we saw each other here, I was, 4, 5 years old? Time flies." Asterion let out a small sigh. "Indeed." He remained silent for a moment, then glanced at the gathered guests. "Why is everyone wearing such serious expressions? Oh, but I do have a guess. There is a question you all want to ask, but are scared to hear me answer, isn't there?" He leaned forward a little and asked in an insidious tone, "Now that I am here, will there be a new domain war or not?" Asterion remained motionless as dead silence settled in the great hall. Then he leaned back and laughed suddenly. "Goodness, please lay down your worries. Nothing of the sort will happen, not if I have anything to say about it, and definitely not by my command. After all, I am here to help." He smiled. "The dream realm is already consuming parts of the waking world, and its profane masters are already stirring, lured by the scent of human souls. Humanity needs all the strength it can muster in order to survive the future. So, all I aspire to do is add to that strength." Asterion paused and glanced around the hall with an amused glint in his golden eyes. "Ah, but this is exactly why the domain war happened, isn't it? My former comrades, Song and Vale, believed that two weak domains could not endure the burden of the future. Only one ultimate absolute domain could, in the absence of spirits, naturally. That was why they ended up throwing humanity into the meat grinder of Godgrave, misguided as they were. Funnily enough, I share their belief." He shook his head. "I have no intention of diminishing the power of humanity by dividing it between two domains. Even if I did, the idea of a second domain war is preposterous, don't you think? The first one was fought by two established supremes and their vast forces, after all, which happened to be of roughly equal size." Asterion raised his hands. "El have only recently escaped the trap they had set for me. I am alone, without a follower, let alone military forces. Changing Star, meanwhile, rules a domain that spans 3 billion souls, fueled by every awakened in existence, and all the citadels of the dream realm, the human domain. Her boundless power is fueled by all of mankind. How could I ever hope to wage war on her?" He chuckled. "That would be foolish. No, I too am in favor of having only a single domain encompassing all of humanity. Even that boy Mordret seems to understand absolute power. Me guess is that he chose to retreat into the Hollow Mountains, because building his strength by consuming nightmare creatures seemed like a better choice than competing with the immortal flame. I have no desire to desert mankind, though, so I intend to stay and help defend the human domain." As Nephis watched silently, Asterion paused for a few seconds, and then added in a concerned tone, "As an outsider, I can see a few issues plaguing the human domain clearer than most, though. So, the first bit of help I want to provide is make a few things clear. After all, it seems like many of you have grown blind to the truth, or possibly had never known it at all." Meeting Neff's gaze, he smiled faintly and asked, almost as if by design, "It is true that an absolute domain has a better chance of surviving the future. However," he turned to the guests of the Immortal Flame clan and raised an eyebrow faintly, "isn't it strange that none of you questioned if Changing Star was the best person to rule that domain?" Chapter 2786, Will of a Tyrant, hidden in the shadows beyond the hall. Sunny studied the reactions of the people gathered inside. He was concerned that they would be rattled by Asterion's question, but his worries turned out to be unfounded. If anything, the champions of the human domain seemed confused. Some of them were even offended, looking at the dream spawn with dark expressions. The rest, those who had known him and suffered at his hands in the past, regarded him with cold hostility. Nightwalker was simply staring at the man who had condemned him to the endless torment of the Eternal City, silently, a murderous kind of calmness churning in his bright silver eyes. But nonetheless, the question had been asked. And even if the people gathered in the Immortal Flame Manor disagreed with its implication, the seed of doubt had already been planted into their minds. How had Changing Star come to rule the world? She had inherited the heroic mantle of her storied family. True, she earned fame and renown with astonishing feats of her own, as well. Before the war, she was the only one who dared to voice her opposition to the militant stance of the sovereigns. During the war, she once again defied them by changing the course of the battle at Godheart and sparing countless soldiers from gruesome deaths. And finally, she rose in rebellion against the sovereigns and vanquished them by rising to the throne. Supremacy herself thus ending the war. In the years since, she pushed humanity forward and guided it faithfully toward salvation, her fiery blade and her healing flames saving countless lives. Her reputation was stellar, and the story of her brilliant life was awe-inspiring. She was like a living goddess, igniting the hearts of mankind with hope and desire to live, struggle, and strive. But there was also no denying the fact that in large part she had become the ruler of humanity simply by virtue of being the only one left standing at the end of the war. There were no supremes left to claim the throne. Except for Changing Star. She had killed them all, or rather there had not been. There was the King of Nothing now. There was the Dreamspawn as well. So wouldn't it only be reasonable to ask if one of them was more suited for the crown? Sunny could feel that, even if most champions of the human domain found the notion preposterous and distasteful, some did look at Nephis as if seeing her in a new light. Damn it. He studied them with a dark expression, wondering how she would react. Asterion seemed to be targeting her credibility, but what he was truly after was harming her image, harming that idea of Changing Star that existed in the minds of her subjects. So, if her answer was overly defensive or too aggressive, too callous or not firm enough, anything but flawless, he would succeed in dealing her a blow, and Sunny could easily imagine Neph giving a heated answer from beneath her usual mask of calm poise, thus helping Asterion achieve just that. After all, she could be quite arrogant at times. She cared little about weakness, expecting everyone to be as strong and willful as she was, or rather caring only for those who aspired to be. And indeed, Nephis regarded Asterion with a cold expression for a while, doing her best to hide her smoldering wrath. Then, however, she did something that Sunny did not expect. Instead of answering the Dreamspawn, she turned her head slightly and looked at someone sitting on the western side of the vast round table. Saint Nightingale. Would you be so kind? Kai, who had been there listening somberly, did not respond for a few moments. Then he smiled slowly, naturally. He regarded the champions of the human domain and said in a calm, clear voice, "Every second word that man uttered was a lie. He's about as trustworthy as nightmare creature. Well, now that I think about it, most nightmare creatures are not very deceitful. So my comparison does them a disservice." A wave of subdued whispers spread among the gathered guests. Nightwalker, meanwhile, did not hold himself back and scoffed loudly. Sunny could not help but smile. If there was one person whose reputation was even more stellar than Changing Stars, it was Nightingale, Saint Kai the Dragon Slayer. There was literally no one who had anything bad to say about the man, despite the fact that he had conquered Ravenheart and ensured the fall of the great clan Song. That was because, amazingly enough, he had managed to achieve that breathtaking feat without spilling a single drop of blood. Not only was he universally admired and beloved, but he also enjoyed the immense trust of both his peers and the general population. He did not make a secret out of his flaw after all, so everyone knew that Nightingale could tell lies from the truth. So, by calling upon him, Nephis both drew everyone's attention away from Asterion's question and dealt a grievous wound to his credibility, with a single sentence no less. Instead of searching for a way to deflect the attack, she simply ignored it completely and delivered one of her own. It was honestly beautifully done. Sunny felt proud in the great hall. The wary and confused looks aimed at Asterion were quickly turning hostile, subjected to that hostility. He laughed. "Oh my! It seems that I've been caught red-handed. How embarrassing. Well then, fine. I'll admit that I wasn't entirely forthcoming." Looking around the hall with a humorous smile, he shrugged. "I can see how you would not trust anything I say henceforth, which would be troublesome, to be entirely honest. How about this, then? From now on, I solemnly swear to speak the truth, only the truth, and nothing but the truth. Esteemed Saint Nightingale can be my witness." He looked at Kai as if challenging him to claim that this promise was untrue as well. Kai frowned, but remained silent. Hidden in the shadows, Sonny frowned. He did not miss that Astarion replaced the whole truth with only the truth, which was a subtle but important distinction. As someone who often spoke in half-truths and lied by omission, Sonny knew better than most how important it was. Astarion's smile meanwhile widened for a moment before becoming dim. He sighed. "There are so many distinguished warriors and true leaders in this room. The great pillars of the first and second generations. Those who built the world we live in with their own blood, sweat, and tears. Seasoned veterans of the nightmare spell, who carry the immense weight of their vast experience with dignity and poise. How is it, then, that an inexperienced girl from the third generation is allowed to decide the fate of humanity unilaterally, without heeding anyone's wisdom or advice?" He shook his head with a hint of dejection. "The answer, of course, is simple. It is because she is supreme, and you are not. She rules simply because she is stronger, because no one can oppose her will. However, a person whose authority is founded only in strength is not a ruler." Asterion frowned, then said in a grave tone, "Such person is nothing but a tyrant." As his words echoed in the vast hall, he looked around and asked, "You seem to regard Changing Star as some kind of savior, but have you all forgotten that her true name has a different meaning as well? The Ruinous Star. The Star of Misfortune." As his eyes hardened, Asterion gazed directly at Nephis, the Star of Ruin. Chapter 2787, Smear Campaign. Nephis and Asterion had exchanged blows, but these first attacks were merely meant to probe the opponent's defenses. Now that they had tested the waters, the real clash was about to begin. The Star of Ruin. Asterion's word hung in the air, causing some of the gathered champions to glance furtively at Nephis. She did not show any particular reaction, though, simply continuing to look at Asterion evenly in the silence. One of the guests, a saint of the fourth generation, spoke in an indignant tone. "You are going too far, Lord Asterion. Lady Nephs has never been anything but a stellar example of what awakened are meant to be." A few others grumbled in solidarity. "You have a peculiar definition of tyranny, my lord. Possessing strength and only possessing strength are not at all the same thing. Our Lady might be younger than some, but her accomplishments speak for themselves." Asterion lingered for a moment, then turned to look at the last person to speak. "Oh, and what are her accomplishments exactly? Tell me, please. I am quite an accomplished man myself, after all. I was among the first awakened to ever become saints. I was among those who first became supreme, as well, while the Star of Ruin did what? Conquered the second nightmare as a sleeper, attained supremacy while escaping the dangers of the nightmare spell. Both are impressive feats, no doubt. But why does it sound like she simply did something that someone else had already done, just in a flashier manner?" The person scoffed. "Ridiculous." Another rose from their seat. "What are you even talking about? From the very start, Lady Nephis has been a beacon of hope for humans. Even as a sleeper on the Forgotten Shore, she was already a champion and a savior. Nephis did not even need to say anything because her silence spoke louder than words. The people of her domain were burning with an ardent desire to defend her honor anyway. But Sonny suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Something is not quite right." In the spacious hall, Asterion smiled faintly. Then he tilted his head a little. "The Forgotten Shore? Ah, I've heard all about her accomplishments there." He glanced at Nephis, his expression turning concerned. "From what I hear, more than 1,000 sleepers resided on the Forgotten Shore when she arrived. But by the time she was done with them, barely 100 had survived the slaughter." Asterion turned suddenly to Kai. "Tell me, Saint Nightingale, am I lying?" Not receiving an answer, he sighed. "A savior? Well, possibly, then again, possibly she simply used the corpses of those poor children to pave a path to salvation for herself. It was just that she failed to walk it in the end. Who's to say? Asterion shook his head. Ah, but it doesn't really matter if she callously indoctrinated them into becoming sacrificial lambs, does it? What matters is the result of her radiant leadership. A mere 100. A survival rate of less than 10%. It's difficult to call that a resounding success, I'd say. Sonny pursed his lips. Asterion was painting a bleak picture, but he wasn't really lying. In fact, he was mostly telling the truth. Suddenly, a disturbing suspicion took root in Sonny's mind. Asterion, meanwhile, squinted a little. If this is your definition of a savior, then how many people do you expect to survive the dire future under her banner? Exactly. Humanity is 3 billion souls strong at the moment, so 300 million at best? Not even that. While billions more will be condemned to die. He chuckled suddenly. Come to think about it, these figures are quite in line with what Vale and Song had in mind. They wanted to shelter a couple of 100 million people here in the dream realm, while leaving the rest of humanity to die. Makes one wonder what the point of overthrowing them even was. Nephis studied him calmly. The firekeepers stationed in the hall, however, seemed to be boiling with rage. Finally, she exhaled slowly and spoke. Comparing me to Anvil and Key Song, and yourself for that matter, is quite misguided. There is a fundamental distinction between us, after all. That distinction is that they capitulated before the nightmare spell, while I never did. From the days I spent on the Forgotten Shore until today, my resolve to defeat it has never wavered. I have always endeavored to support and inspire others to fight valiantly against it as well. She gestured to the champions of the human domain gathered in the hall. Look around you, Dreamspawn. Every single person here is someone who has overcome their fear and raised their sword in defiance of the world that seeks to destroy them. There are more still who fought courageously, but perished in the fight. Their deaths are a cause for sorrow, but they have never been meaningless. Because there is no purpose nobler or more glorious. Hearing her words, the champions of the human domain straightened. Some seemed proud to hear her praise. Others looked mournful, remembering the friends they had lost on the path of ascension. Nephis smiled faintly. It was so on the Forgotten Shore, as well. Yes, more than 1,000 sleepers existed in the Dark City once, rotting slowly as they were being ground to dust by the Dream Realm. They had no hope and no future, quietly awaiting their meaningless ends. But yes, indeed, I was not their savior. I was merely the person who showed them a way to save themselves, or die proudly, with a sword in their hands, instead of dying senselessly on their knees. In the corridor beyond the hall, Cassie suddenly flinched and paled. Sonny, who was busy with his own thoughts, glanced at her and raised an eyebrow. What is the matter? Cassie shook her head. It's nothing. Just, Nephis wants me to join her inside. She remained motionless for a moment, then raised a hand and put it on the door handle. Her hand trembled a little. Sonny studied Cassie somberly. It was peculiar to see her in such a state, but he belatedly understood the reason. By entering the hall, Cassie would be facing Asterion for the first time since he brutalized her during the ambush. Her mind was immensely strong, but the body had a way of remembering trauma. Sonny wanted to say something, but held himself back. Cassie had her pride, as well. She did not need his pity, only his support. Exhaling slowly, Cassie opened the door and entered the hall. She walked toward Neff's chair with confident steps and stopped behind it. Nephis did not turn around. Instead, she glanced at Asterion and continued calmly. That said, those who did survive by following me to the Crimson Spire, the valiant men and women whom you besmirched by calling them sacrificial lambs, still follow me to this day. The Firekeepers are here. The members of my cohort are here as well. Song of the Fallen Nightingale, raised by Wolver, Soul Reaper Jet. Her gaze turned cold. A member of my cohort has never died. They are all still alive, serving humanity as some of its most fearsome warriors. That is a 100% survival rate, Dreamspawn, in that regard. What do you have to say for yourself? How many members of your own cohort still live? Neff's expression followed her gaze. Her even voice resounded in the vast hall, spreading far and wide, even though she was not speaking that loudly. Smile of heaven, broken sword, iron heart, raven song. Everyone who has ever relied on you as a comrade is dead. So do you really want to lecture me about results? Astarion grinned, and at that moment Sunny finally realized what his plan was. His eyes widened a little. That bastard. Chapter 2788. Truth Blade, the vague suspicion Sunny felt when Astarion easily guessed the true story of what had happened on the Forgotten Shore, while painting it with an uncharitable brush, naturally of course, became a certainty now. That bastard. Left alone in the dark corridor, Sunny gritted his teeth. Astarion lied as easily as he breathed. So they had prepared to match his offense with their own deception. Sunny and Cassie had worked quite hard to come up with the best strategy to keep the human domain as resistant to his plague as possible. The web of deceit they had woven was intricate and vast. However, the dream spawn chose a different weapon to make them bleed today. He chose to wield the sharpest blade there was. He chose the truth. Damnation! There were plenty of truths that could hurt the cohesion of the human domain. Nephis was not at all the icon of virtue and nobility that the masses believed her to be, after all. She had committed plenty of morally questionable acts, and so had her most trusted subordinates. Depending on how much Astarion knew, the results of revealing the truth could be gravely damaging. That was why he had not seemed bothered when Nephis used Kai to discredit him. Because that had been Astarion's goal all along, to involve Nightingale in the conversation, and thus hone his blade to cut them even deeper. He had played them well. There was only one truth Astarion was not going to reveal, the fact that the Lord of Shadows had never died, and was quietly supporting the radiant goddess of humanity from the darkness. That was because Astarion's goal was to weaken and compromise the public's confidence in the human domain. Admitting that there was a second supreme, protecting it from the shadows could cause some backlash at first. But eventually it would just serve to show that the human domain was secretly twice as strong as people believed. Naturally, that went against Astarion's goal. He did not seem to know that Sunny carried Weaver's blood in his veins instead of that of Shadow God. But even without that knowledge, revealing Sunny's existence could only do him harm. Every other truth was fair play, though. Sunny sent Cassie a mental message to share his suspicion. At the same time, he feverishly considered what particular secrets the dream spawn could reveal to deal them a painful blow. In the meantime, Astarion sighed. My former comrades are indeed all dead. You killed some of them yourself, didn't you, Nephis? It must have been difficult. He looked around the hall, his golden eyes gleaming with a mysterious light. It is quite a heartbreaking story, don't you think? A girl who was orphaned young survives the horrors of the dream realm, becomes a master, and finds a new family as an adopted daughter of her late father's friend, the king, only to be forced to rebel against the king and destroy her new family with her own hands. Astarion faced Nephis once again and smiled. Of course, there is a different story as well, equally as heartbreaking but far more sinister. It is the story of an orphan girl who survived the horrors of the dream realm out of pure hatred and spite, warmed her way into the royal family, gained the trust of her adopted father, the king, and then conspired to kill him and take his crown as her own. One of the champions of the human realm could not hold back his outrage and raised his voice. How dare you? Astarion smiled. Ah, there are so many lies, obscuring the true shape of the world. Some of you have never even glimpsed the truth. Others, he glanced at Wake of Ruin, and several other members of the older generations. Others know it too well, since they were complicit in burying the truth. Well, let me shine a light on a few things and reveal the truth for everyone to see. Saint Nightingale, you will be my witness, won't you? Kai gritted his teeth, prompting Astarion to chuckle. Many of you seem to be under an illusion that Star of Ruin only rebelled against the great clans because she could not endure the madness of their war anymore. But in fact, killing the original sovereigns and usurping their thrones had always been her goal. The champions of the human domain looked at him with dark, hostile expressions. What reason could she have had? Astarion chuckled. Why? It was to avenge her clan, of course. Neff's expression turned darker, and a wave of stunned whispers rushed across the hall. Asterion sighed and shook his head. What? Did you think that the illustrious immortal flame clan just flickered out of existence all on its own? No, naturally not. In fact, it was methodically destroyed by the very people who used to fight side by side with broken sword and smile of heaven. His expression turned somber. Since we are already talking about it, let me reveal a small truth to those who are too young to have known it already. Anvil, Key Song, and I, we did not challenge the fourth nightmare because of the chain of nightmares. In fact, we conquered the fourth nightmare almost 2 decades before the chain of nightmares even started. And it wasn't just the 3 of us, either. Broken Sword was with us, too. He was the one who had led us into the nightmare in the first place. A hum of stunned voices rose from the gathered guests. Asterion smiled darkly. It is just that the same 2 people who imprisoned me had killed him immediately after the conclusion of the nightmare. Then they dismantled the immortal Flame Clan and hid in the shadows, pulling the strings of humanity as they saw fit. That is why the woman you call Changing Star was raised and nurtured not by benevolence and noble intentions, but by malice and hatred instead. That is what the white flames you call pure are fueled by, he chuckled. She never intended to be a princess of valor. She never failed to endure the suffering caused by the war. Instead, she bent the knee in front of her father's killer, served him faithfully to bide her time, and hit at the last possible moment, not because the war was taking too heavy a toll on humanity, but simply because that was when he was at his weakest. That was when she had the highest chance to succeed. She and the Sellsword Saint she subjugated, used, and then killed. Saying those words, he looked at Nephis. Am I wrong, Star of Ruin? A dead silence settled in the vast hall. The gazes that had been focused on Asterion now all turned to Nephis, gleaming with a chaotic mixture of emotions, paying them no heed. Nephis studied Asterion for a short while, and then tilted her head a little. Her voice sounded even. So what you're trying to say is nicely done. As Asterion raised an eyebrow, she continued with a faint smile. That is to say, if I were indeed as determined and diabolical as you insinuated, wouldn't that make me only more powerful, dangerous, and effective at achieving my goals than everyone assumed? An orphan girl from a fallen clan growing up to bring down 2 of the most powerful rulers in the world and usurp their domains. From planning to execution, she must be quite brilliant. Wouldn't people feel better, knowing that someone like that is leading them through the era of the nightmare spell? She chuckled quietly. Look, Asterion. The champions of the human domain were all gazing at her. Their eyes were not brimming with shock and revulsion, though instead, they were full of respect, awe, and wary admiration. Nephis smiled. Yes, the sovereigns killed my father and ruined my clan. Yes, I hated them and wanted to avenge myself upon them. And yes, I prepared for a long time to take them down. However, you are twisting the truth, as always. Destroying the great clans has never been my goal. My goal has always been to conquer the nightmare spell. That is the true reason I resisted the war and rebelled against the sovereigns in Godgrave. It was because their complacency, callousness, and inaction were harming humanity's chances of making it through the jaws of the spell, and I wanted humanity to survive. The champions of the human domain listened to her with intense attention. None of them had been swayed by Asterion's argument. If anything, many of them seemed more enraptured by the idea of Changing Star than ever before. Sunny could understand why. The true story of Nephis, while not as glossy and clean as what everyone believed, was nevertheless far more poignant and engaging. It was difficult to relate to perfection, after all. But all people loved a flawed hero and a twisted story of tragedy, betrayal, and vengeance. That was why Changing Star's claim of being the best person to lead humanity to salvation rooted itself only deeper in their hearts, however. Asterion simply smiled, as if he had gotten what he wanted. He remained silent for a few moments, then leaned forward and asked in an insidious tone, But not all of humanity, right? Hidden in the shadows, Sunny paled. Chapter 2789. Bloodied crown, Asterion leaned back, his hands still folded neatly on his knee. His pleasant smile seemed almost friendly. Looking at the champions of the human domain, he said in an easy tone, The world has changed so much in my absence. I was born and raised here in the dream realm, you know? I only made my way to the waking world after becoming an awakened. America and Antarctica still belonged to humans back then, while the dream realm was largely unexplored and terrifying, with only tens of thousands of awakened clinging to life behind the walls of their citadels. There were no saints, no supremes, no domains, he sighed. Both worlds have changed so much that they are almost unrecognizable. The waking world seems to be breathing its last. The dream realm, meanwhile, has become home to hundreds of millions of people. There are thriving cities here now, roads that span the deadly wilderness to connect them, vast fields of arable land and street lamps. Gods, who could ever imagine that this murderous world would look like that one day? Asterion stared into the distance for a few moments, a hint of wonder glistening in his golden eyes. Then he smiled faintly and shifted his gaze to the people gathered in the spacious hall. And how has it all become possible? How do mundane people survive in the dream realm without being culled by the first nightmare? Its seeds have already planted into their souls after all. Why don't those seeds bloom? Why? It's because they are being suppressed by the will of a sovereign with the help of the citadels created by the nightmare spell. His smile dimmed. So, what would happen if the sovereigns whose will prevented hundreds of millions of people from being culled were suddenly slain? The champions of the human domain stared at him in silence. Some were still brimming with hostility, but the others were rattled as the understanding dawned upon them. Some looked stunned and appalled. Asterion sighed and looked at Nephis somberly. They would be thrown into the first nightmare almost immediately. A slaughter on an unimaginable scale would take place, worse than the chain of nightmares, and worse even than the calamity that destroyed America. Only the elders of the first generation can imagine such a harrowing culling. They know its horror well because they already witnessed it once. After all, of course, this time, it would not be caused by the descent of the nightmare spell. This genocide would be entirely man-made. His eyes hardened, or rather, it would have been entirely man-made. It would have been perpetrated by none other than your benevolent and merciful goddess, Star of Ruin. A crooked smile suddenly twisted his lips as he glanced at the champions of the human domain. Naturally, that did not happen. It did not happen because she attained supremacy without the help of the nightmare spell at the last possible moment. By some miracle, she also happened to have won the trust and loyalty of you all, the saints who controlled the citadels of the warring domains. How fortunate, but make no mistake, that outcome was far from likely. And yet, she still aimed her sword at the sovereigns. Asterion studied their expressions, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Quite an appalling truth, is it not? Ah, but most of you knew it already, of course. However, you were also under the impression that she acted out of desperation, that she couldn't stay still and silent after seeing the two great armies face the threat of extinction. But knowing that it was all a carefully planned, callous, and premeditated performance makes one see her actions under a different light, doesn't it? She knew the price of her failure, yes, but she knew the dire price of her triumph as well. He regarded the champions of the human domain coldly. The truth of the matter is that your goddess ruthlessly gambled with the lives of hundreds of millions of people to pursue her personal goals. She manipulated and misled you to pursue those same goals as well. She happened to win, but what if she didn't? What if she won't? What else has she lied about, and how many lives will she gamble away next time? A dead silence settled in the hall once again. The gathered guests aimed their gazes at Nephis, who remained silent and calm throughout Asterion's long tirade. Some of them seemed anxious and tense, while the others were simply confused. A few did not seem bothered by what they had heard at all, and a few more looked appalled and outraged. Almost all of them were at least a little bit shaken. Though after all, the image of changing star they had held in their minds and their hearts was crumbling right in front of their eyes, or rather transforming, changing into something new and unknown, perhaps darker and more frightening than what it had been, or perhaps more brilliant and fearsome. Whatever the case, the unknown had always been what people feared the most. Nephis sighed and met their gazes without looking away. She smiled faintly. I see that many of you look troubled. However, out there in Godgrave when your own lives were at risk, I don't remember any of you feeling torn about my decision to stop the Sovereigns, Even if you knew the possible consequences of that decision all along, none of you attempted to come to their help and stop me, that's for sure. Despite all the lives that were supposedly at stake. As a few of the guests looked away in shame, she chuckled quietly. But it doesn't matter, because all of it is a moot point. Turning to look at Asterion, she spoke in a placid tone. You accuse me of gambling with human lives, and I can even understand how it could look that way, from your cowardly point of view. But I never did such a thing. I never risked the lives of those people. After all, I knew with absolute certainty that I would win, that I would attain supremacy and cut the sovereigns down, becoming the master of all the citadels that belonged to their domains. Asterion chuckled. Oh, such a bold claim. However, I do wonder, how could you have known that? Nephis tilted her head a little, looking at him curiously. When the silence stretched so long that it seemed to ring like a drawn bowstring, she finally said in an even tone, because that was my will. So naturally, there could have been no other outcome. Chapter 2790 Counter-Argument. Nephis let out a sigh, as if tired of listening to Asterion's thinly veiled insults and misleading insinuations. She remained silent for a few moments, and then pierced him with a cold gaze. You have come to my home uninvited and spent quite a bit of time hurling insults in my face. Are you done being a nuisance now? Is it my turn to speak? This was her chance to defend herself. However, she did not, as if she had no need to. Instead, Nephis chose to attack. Looking at Asterion coldly, she said, You accused me of causing many deaths on the Forgotten Shore. However, I managed to help 100 of my fellow sleepers survive, at least. How many members of your cult did you save? None. You failed to save even one, escaping alone. A faint, disdainful smile twisted her lips. You also hinted that my achievements were not that impressive, simply because I was not the first. However, the future does not care about who was first, it only cares about who is the best. I have accomplished more than you ever accomplished, while facing more adversity than you ever faced. Otherwise, you wouldn't feel the need to discredit me, to begin with. Would you? Nephis leaned back, still looking at Asterion with cold contempt. You say that I am not deserving of trust and loyalty. But look around you. Even those who were once my enemies now follow me. Meanwhile, everyone who was once your friend became your enemy. So, which one of us cannot be trusted? She gritted her teeth. Actually, you don't have to answer that last question. I already know the answer. My father learned it as well, even if it was too late. Did you really dare to describe how he was betrayed and killed by the sovereigns without mentioning that you were one of those traitors as well? That you conspired to destroy the immortal Flame Clan too? That your hands are as covered in blood as theirs were? Nephis laughed quietly. Such audacity. She remained silent for a few moments, and then leaned forward a little. Finally, you went on and on about how many people I have put at risk, and how few of them will survive under my rule. How I am unfit to lead humanity into the future. So, let me ask you, how many people will you save? How important to you is the survival of mankind? She leaned back and regarded him with a cold expression. It is not important to you at all, and you will save no one, not because you can't, simply because you won't. You told me so yourself, you evil bastard. The hall was once again silent, the champions of the human domain watching the two sovereigns with bated breath. Neph's speech seemed to have broken the spell that Asterion's provocative words had cast on them, and many seemed stunned and confused by the fact that they had allowed him to rattle them in the first place. Some were still shaken, but were slowly regaining their composure. Only a few still appeared troubled. Despite that, Asterion seemed unperturbed. He remained silent for a while, and then laughed suddenly. Ah, your words wound me, dear Nephis. You were much cuter as a child. Smiling brightly, he looked at Kai and said in an earnest tone, I never intended to discredit you. I've never lost the trust and loyalty of a friend. I never betrayed your father, and neither did I ever attempt to kill him. I did not contribute to the destruction of the immortal Flame Clan, and finally, I intend to save everyone. I really do. That is my most ardent desire and my only goal. Nothing is more important to me than making sure that my fellow humans survive." His smile widened slightly. "Tell me, Saint Nightingale? Am I telling the truth?" Kai stared at him with an appalled expression, his eyes trembling slightly. He stayed quiet for a long while, but eventually opened his mouth and said in a reluctant tone, "He believes that he is telling the truth. But it's impossible. I know that he's lying." Asterian's smile turned bitter. "Aren't you just openly playing favorites now, Saint Nightingale? And here I was thinking that you were an honest man. You even promised to be my witness." He sighed and looked away. The hall plunged into a tense silence, but then suddenly Asterion exploded with laughter. "Ah, please excuse my lack of decorum, but your expression, it's simply too amusing. What did you really think that your flaw would work on me? Goodness gracious! I am a supreme who specializes in manipulating thoughts and emotions. Has it not occurred to you that I can manipulate my own too?" He shook his head, still chuckling. Then, slowly, the humorous glint in his golden eyes disappeared, and his friendly expression was replaced by a stark, chilling lack of anything. It was as if he felt nothing, as if he were alien to the very concept of emotions. "This has been most entertaining, however. I think we have wasted enough time." His hollow gaze swiped across the champions of the human domain, making them shiver. When he smiled again, his smile wasn't pleasant or charming. Instead, it looked wrong and off-putting. "I seem to have given everyone the wrong impression. My apologies. I am not here to explain myself, shine a light on my goals, or assuage your fears. Why should I care about what you fear? Why should I mind what you think? I have already seen your thoughts and tasted your fears. I was not impressed." He shook his head. "No, I am here simply to straighten the facts. After all, shouldn't people know the truth before they form an opinion?" "Oh, but I don't really care about your opinion either. Still, you should at least understand one thing." Asterion met Nef's gaze. I am not here to prove that I am better than your goddess." His lips twisted into a cold smile. "I just want you to know that she's no better than me." Then, as if by some dark magic, warmth and emotion instantly returned to his face, and his eerie smile became bright and pleasant once more. "In fact, we are exactly the same. She and I, chapter 2791. Single blemish, hidden in the darkness, Sonny was leaning on the wall with his arms crossed. There was a grimace on his face as if he was suffering from a toothache, which of course was impossible. His teeth were notoriously indestructible, not to mention deadlier than most enchanted weapons. He barely ever met abominations whose hide he couldn't bite through. However, sinking his teeth into an idea would be difficult even for Sonny. Ah, that man is impossibly frustrating. A bitter sigh escaped from his lips. Asterion had come to the Immortal Flame Manor uninvited, an unfortunate event, but not an entirely unexpected one. Then, he questioned the authority of the manor's owner, suggesting that he'd do a far better job of ruling over humanity. It would have been great if convincing everyone that he was a superior ruler was what he had truly been after. However, Asterion had never really intended to present himself as a better choice for the throne than Changing Star, not during this council at least. All he had wanted to do was to tear her down. He wanted to hurt the idea of Nephis, the last daughter of the Immortal Flame clan. It did not even matter how severe the damage was. In fact, all he needed was to put a single blemish on an otherwise pristine surface of her esteem. That blemish, even if it was a small scratch, could become a festering wound from which seeds of doubt would sprout. He did not need the champions of the human domain to lose faith in Nephis. He just needed them to leave the manor with a vague hint of uncertainty in their hearts. His insidious aspect would do the rest. After all, Asterion did not aim to convince anyone, he only aimed to subjugate them. However, their conviction had to be compromised first to achieve that. It is a bit funny, really. Once, a very long time ago, Nephis had told Sonny that she had no reason to settle for submission when she could have loyalty. Asterion was the exact opposite of her, only seeking submission with no regard to loyalty. That was why he had attacked her past and her actions, mocking her achievements, mentioning the death toll among the sleepers of the Dark City, comparing her to the original sovereigns, revealing the truth of why she had joined Valor. None of these attacks were arguments seriously meant to discredit Nephis. They were just provocations. They were feints meant to mask the real blow. That blow was the fact that Nephis and Sunny had contemplated slaying the sovereigns before attaining supremacy themselves. They had indeed gambled with countless lives, almost sending hundreds of millions of people into the first nightmare. Sure, there had been extenuating circumstances. They had good reasons to have made that decision, and they succeeded in the end. Their chances of defeating the sovereigns without becoming supreme had been exceedingly slim to begin with. But that did not matter, because people were not rational creatures. People were, first and foremost, creatures of emotion. And emotionally, the fact that Changing Star, an icon of benevolence and righteousness, at least in the minds of countless people, had actually made a callous decision to potentially sacrifice countless lives, felt like a betrayal. It certainly showed her in a different light. Sunny was not concerned about the people gathered in the immortal flame manor, though. The saints, the distinguished masters, the seasoned government officers. They were the consummate professionals who kept the world spinning. Most of them had faced the nightmare of the spell and accumulated extensive battle experience. They had cool heads and knew how to keep their reason. They were also those who knew Nephis personally, and understood the boon of having her watch over them on the battlefield better than anyone else. So even if they allowed themselves to be rattled by what Asterion said for a short while, they swiftly regained their composure when Nephis began to speak. Their faith and allegiance to Changing Star were not going to be ruined so easily. But they weren't Asterion's true target either. Sunny sighed, feeling truly restrained by the need to hide his existence from the world for the first time. If only he could involve himself in this battle of public opinion personally. If only he could face Asterion in the open and tear his arguments down. But he couldn't. I wonder which of Neph's guests are already under Asterion's control. There had to be some, no doubt. Hoping to keep anything a secret when so many people were involved was a fool's errand. And with the enemy actively wanting to spread the information as far and wide as possible, there was no doubt that what had been discussed in the Immortal Flame Manor today would fly around the world soon. It was when the words Asterion had spoken reached the masses that the true problems would start. The general population, after all, did not know Nephis personally. They weren't hardened by countless battles and did not possess the same cold-blooded rationale as the best and the brightest of the human domain. They had not been in the council chamber to hear the verbal exchange between Asterion and Nephis, and therefore would not be able to comprehend all its nuances. They would only hear two things. First, that Changing Star had concealed a great number of gravely important things from them, like the fact that the first supreme humans had emerged decades ago as opposed to years, and that the great clans murdered Broken Sword. It wasn't quite enough to call Nephis a liar, but it was enough for many to question if she could be trusted. Second, that Changing Star had almost slaughtered hundreds of millions of innocent lives in pursuit of her revenge. And it was that last fact that would leave a deep wound on the idea of her. Sunny smiled bitterly. Isn't it ironic? He often claimed to be the most honest person in the world, but now he was being wounded by the truth. Sunny sighed. How terrifying. Chapter 2792. Status quo. Asterion had said what he wanted to say, and Nephis had too. In the end, the champions of the human domain were unconvinced. Their faith in Changing Star remained unshaken despite the Dreamspawn's efforts. As for their wariness of a new conflict between two supremes, on one hand, those fears were put to rest. It did not seem like there would be another violent war, at least not anytime soon. However, at the same time, it was clear that there was a deep animosity between their ruler and the last of the original sovereigns. More than that, even if Nephis had not outright called Asterion a threat, she made it clear that he was not an ally to humanity, that he could not be trusted. Some had known it already, others were only learning it now. In any case, the council had served its purpose. The leading figures of the human domain had been informed of the situation and witnessed a verbal clash between the Supremes with their own eyes. Eventually, they were dismissed and left the Immortal Flame Manor. Only a few people stayed behind. On one side of the hall, Nephis and the members of her cohort remained in their seats. Across from them, Asterion was still leaning back in his chair. His legs crossed. Sunny quietly emerged from the shadows. "Did you enjoy yourself?" Asterion gave him an amused glance. "Enjoy myself." He pondered the question for a short while. "No, not particularly. To be honest, I don't really enjoy much of anything, unless I remember to make myself enjoy it." The answer solidified Sunny's suspicion that Asterion did not experience emotions as ordinary people did. In fact, it seemed that he did not feel anything at all. Perhaps he had always been that way, or maybe it was the result of having purposefully neutered his heart with the powers of his aspect. Now Asterion only seemed to feel emotions that he chose to conjure, or stole like a sinister spirit that fed on the emotions of the others. Sunny sighed. "That's a pity. I hoped that at least somebody would enjoy that distasteful performance." Asterion chuckled. "Well, I'll have to admit it then. It was a bit fun. Ruffling your feathers like that?" He looked at Effie. "Saint Athena, it is a pleasure to see you again. We didn't get a chance to chat the last time. How is your son? Little Ling is such a precious boy. I hear that he is busy studying right now." Effie regarded him in silence, then looked away with a somber expression. "You really talk a lot, don't you?" Asterion shrugged. "Do I? Well, perhaps. I spent close to decades on the moon, after all. I couldn't even escape into the dream realm or be expelled from this dreary world by its laws, all because of the unholy thing that dwells there. And as you can imagine, it was not exactly a good conversation partner. In fact, all I could do was hide and pray that it doesn't find me. So, forgive me for finding joy in simple things like talking." He smiled. "Ah, but you didn't answer my—" However, at that moment, Nephis finally interrupted him in a cold tone. "I just don't understand what you're counting on." Asterion looked at her in surprise. "You don't? Oh my!" And there I was, thinking that I explained my plans quite clearly. Considering that you haven't been able to offer me any meaningful resistance, I'd say I am doing well." Nephis studied him impassively. "So, what is your plan exactly? Spread your influence slowly, enthrall more and more people, then drive me into a corner when all of humanity has become encompassed by your domain?" Asterion grinned. "Well, yes, roughly that is the plan." She remained silent for a short while, then sighed. "You weren't wrong, though, about me, about how I only care about my personal goal, that goal being conquering the nightmare spell." He raised an eyebrow. "So," Nephis looked at him evenly. "So, what do you think I will do when humanity ceases to be my responsibility and becomes an obstacle that stands in my way instead?" Asterion looked at her with interest. "What? Will you burn all these pitiful people that you've chosen to protect to ash?" Nephis just stared at him silently. Then she raised an eyebrow. "You think I won't?" A faint, eerie smile twisted her lips. Asterion seemed to frown a little at the sight of that smile. He chuckled. "Don't tell me that you took what I said about you being the Star of Ruin seriously. Then again, I guess extinction is also a change." He lingered for a few moments, then shrugged. "I guess we will see when the time comes. You will be a supreme only in name by then, anyway, while my domain will have become staggering and immense. With a domain like that, even dealing with carriers of divine aspects like you three shouldn't be much of a problem." Asterion shifted his gaze to Sunny and studied him with a look of regret. "Of course, I'd much prefer to devour you instead of simply destroying you, but, to be honest, I have never enthralled a supreme before. I'm not even sure that it's possible. We'll see about that, too." With that, he rose from his chair and looked at them, his gaze lingering on Cassie for a few moments. Then Asterion bowed. "So what do you think? Do you regret making that bet yet?" Chuckling quietly, he turned around and walked out of the hall, leaving an oppressive silence behind him. As soon as Asterion disappeared from sight, his shadow seemed to vanish from Sunny's senses, as well as if it had never existed at all. He let out a heavy sigh. This went about as well as expected. "Do you remember how we wanted to stall for time while searching for a way to deal with that creepy guy?" Sunny turned and looked at his friends with a dark expression. "I think the time we thought we had was just reduced by half." Chapter 2793, Rumor Mill. In the days following the fateful gathering in the Immortal Flame Manor, everything transpired exactly as Sunny had expected. The champions of the human domain were not the most talkative of people, especially when important matters were concerned. However, there had been too many witnesses to the confrontation between Changing Star and the Dreamspawn, so the rumors about it inevitably spread. They spread slowly at first, but then exploded all over the world, reaching its farthest corners in no time at all, almost as if someone was purposefully helping them proliferate through some unknown means. In a matter of days, everyone seemed to know about the spat between the two Supremes. Everyone seemed to have learned what Asterion had accused Nephis of as well. His unexpected return had become old news almost instantly, and instead, all that people talked about was Changing Star and her many secrets, as well as the dire sacrifice she had supposedly been prepared to make to achieve her goals. The government attempted to suppress the spread of the rumors, but it was of no use. Soon enough, the whispers of what the last daughter of the immortal flame had done, and what she had chosen to keep from becoming known, could be heard everywhere, in the human hives of NQSC, on the lively streets of Bastion, under the ashen sky of Ravenheart, in the military camps on the frontiers of the Dream Realm. And of course, every time Changing Star's name was mentioned, Asterion was mentioned as well. The detrimental effect of rumors was not immediately noticeable. After all, Nephis and her companions had spent an entire decade carefully building the foundation of the longing domain, both with words and with actions. It was not going to be shaken so easily. Some people simply refused to believe that Changing Star had consciously put hundreds of millions of lives at risk in pursuit of vengeance. Others did believe the rumors, but saw no fault in the decisions of their goddess, finding various ways to rationalize them. A small number of people felt disturbed and outraged, and ever fewer simply did not care. Regardless of their opinion, everyone felt anxious about the animosity between the two Supremes. The memories of the Domain War were still fresh in everyone's mind after all, but that was all right. People who lived in the era of the Nightmare spell were no strangers to anxiety. The world was literally coming undone around them. So one more thing to worry about was not going to change the usual pace of their lives. However, even if the change in the mood of the subjects of the human domain was not too drastic, it was enough to weaken mankind's immunity against the thought virus conjured by the Dreamspawn. People felt relieved that the conflict between Changing Star and Asterion had not turned into a war, but in fact, they were wrong. The war between the longing domain and the hunger domain had already started. It was just that the battlefields of this war were neither in the dream realm nor in the waking world. Instead, it was happening in the minds of people. Every argument held between friends was a skirmish, and every conversation at the dinner table was a battle. All humans in the world had become soldiers in the war without even knowing it, and even if Asterion was at an absolute numerical disadvantage, the number of his followers was slowly swelling. The rate at which new victims were enchanted by his insidious aspect was steadily increasing. That was because every new acolyte of his domain added to the voices that praised the Dreamspawn while diminishing Chaining Star. And more of them there were, the louder their voices would become. At this point, it seemed meaningless to try containing them. There were too many thralls being created every day to identify and capture them all, so all Sunny could do was keep an eye on them and make sure that they were not up to no good. The prison camp on the Forgotten Shore had reached maximum capacity and stopped accepting new residents as a result. Asterion himself, meanwhile, was not doing anything in particular, nothing nefarious, at the very least. True to his word, he did not use his growing influence to further sabotage the human domain. Those who fell under his influence simply continued with their lives, doing all the things they used to do, whether it was tending to the fields in the dream realm, maintaining the deteriorating infrastructure of the waking world, or fighting the nightmare creatures that threatened to consume humanity. The Dreamspawn mostly stayed in his abandoned church. Only. It was not so abandoned anymore, even if people tended to stay away from the odd Supreme. He had already gained a few loyal followers. These followers maintained the church, having formed a small community. They also followed him around, listening to his every word with zealous expressions. Sunny could have been imagining it, but Asterion seemed almost put upon by their attention. Sunny and Nephis, meanwhile, did not stay idle. They needed to bolster the morale of the human domain, more than ever now, so they kept themselves busy with numerous duties and responsibilities. going out of their way to produce immediate and palpable results. The exploratory force in the far east of the known territory of the Dream Realm had discovered and conquered another citadel. The enchanted tram lines in Bastion continued to expand. The red fields of Ravenheart were ready to give harvest. Naval corridor across the Atlantic Ocean was finally secured, re-establishing the connection to the last human colonies in South America that had been destroyed with the fall of Antarctica. This hopeful news dampened the flames of worrisome rumors somewhat. But of course it was nothing but a temporary measure. Their true goal was to find a way to seal Asterion away without sacrificing too many human lives in the process. And in that regard, there was no progress at all. Was in that atmosphere that Rain finally returned to Bastion. Chapter 2794, Signs of Decline. Rain had spent some time in NQSC, catching up with old friends and going on a little trip down memory lane. The latter, sadly enough, did not feel as meaningful as she had expected it to. She spent her entire childhood in this vast ancient city, but oddly enough, it did not feel like home anymore. Her family had long left the cradle of humanity for Ravenheart. In their absence, NQSC just felt empty. It was far more developed and technologically advanced than any city in the dream real, true and on Earth as well for that matter, but perhaps because Rain had spent a great amount of time away from this dying world, she could not help but feel that everything here seemed shabby. The air was stale, the space was limited, the buildings were colorless and oppressive, the people were stressed, and everywhere she looked, there were signs of decline and decay. The waking world even seemed to have lost its main advantage over the dream realm in these last few years. It did not feel safer than that dire world anymore. There were too many soldiers on the streets, too many traces of past battles, and too many quarantined nightmare gates standing among ordinary buildings, contained within armored domes because of all the gates. Numerous small areas in the city suffered from interference that messed up electronics. Some of these areas overlapped, creating whole islands of technological deterioration. It was as if parts of NQSC were slowly sliding into the Dark Ages. As Sunny had explained, that happened because the laws of the Dream Realm were seeping into the War Realm through the rifts in its fabric. For Rain, however, it just meant that access to the network had become unreliable, and any communicator she used ran the risk of malfunctioning if she did not choose her routes carefully. She visited the Terrace district where her family had lived once, as well as her school and a few other places. In the end, she came to the convenience store where Sunny had first found her. The store did not exist anymore, and most of the building had turned to rubble. The white wall of a containment dome towered nearby, proving that a nightmare gate had opened here at some point in the past, causing the nearby streets to suffer heavy damage. Staring at the ruins of the store, Rain sighed. You know, I guess it truly feels like the end of the world now. She had noticed the signs of the approaching end before, but after being apart from NQSC for a while, they were unmistakable. Her shadow shrugged and remained silent. Feeling a little down, Rain left the ruins of the convenience store and went to find a coffee shop somewhere nearby. It was there that she first heard about the clash between Nephis and Asterion. The people in the line were discussing the stunning rumors in hushed voices. I'm telling you, they are all monsters. The Supreme's changing star is no exception. She is just better at pretending to be human than the rest. I knew it all along. How can you say that? No, I won't stand it. Take it back now. What did I say that is wrong? You have to ask. At that moment, another bystander suddenly intruded upon the private conversation. Sorry, but I couldn't help but overhear. I have to agree that you went too far, sir. All Supremes are monsters? Surely not. That Lord Asterion seems like a reasonable man. Rain scowled. Sometime later she sat on a rusty bench across from a busy police station, cradling a cup of coffee in her hand. Her expression was dark. Why are people such fools? Look at them, spouting nonsense about things they have no idea about. None of them were there in Godgrave, so what do they even know? But she had been there. She had witnessed the senseless war began by the original sovereigns and saw countless people die, break, or become murderers because of them. She had seen Nephis and Sunny cutting the sovereigns down as well to put an end to the war, so Rain was pretty sure that no one who had fought in Godgrave would ever betray Changing Star, their savior. Her shadow finally spoke. Hundreds of millions of people almost died because of their goddess. Naturally, people are shaken. Rain gave it a sidelong glance. No, they are spouting nonsense. The whole premise is preposterous. No offense, big brother, but her shadow sighed. Why do I feel like I'm about to be insulted? Rain took a sip of her coffee. From the side, it looked like the King of Swords was giving you the pummeling of a lifetime until you became a supreme. Nephis was not doing too hot against the queen either, so the whole point is moot. Was either become supreme and win or fail and die. Killing them as mere saints was never an option. Her shadow remained silent for a while. Hey, the pummeling of a lifetime. As if, no way, ridiculous. Rain looked at her shadow. Are you trying to say that he wasn't pummeling you that hard? Or that he was, but you had been pummeled way worse in the past? Her shadow coughed. The latter. She chuckled. Soon after. Rain used a Shadow Clan connection to expedite her request to use the Dream Gate and crossed to Bastion. It was nice to return to the Dream Realm after spending time on Earth. The air was fresh, the sky was blue, and the sunlight was warm. The streets of the city were safe. But most of all, the energy of the city was different. In NQSC, Rain could not help but feel like she was witnessing the last days of a dying world. But in Bastion, it felt like she was in a world that was full of life and endless potential, even if it was hostile, deadly, and terrifying. Sadly, the persistent whispers and rumors about Changing Star and the Dreamspawn followed her here as well. At some point, Rain stopped and looked up at the beautiful silhouette of the Ivory Island drifting among the clouds high above the city. She wondered about the being who had built it. Eventually, Rain sighed and continued on her way. Chapter 2795, Farewell Party. So, where are you off to now, Ronnie? Chief Bethany raised her glass, discovered that it was empty, and reached for a pack of chips instead. One of her subordinates instantly popped a can of synth beer open and filled her glass to the brim. Taking a big gulp, she let out a satisfied sigh and leaned back. Ah, that awful taste, the indescribable blandness, the subtle scent of industrial recyclers. That is what I've been missing. Rain smiled, taking a sip of her own beer. She had come to Bastion wanting to focus on pushing toward ascension, but before that, she had to quit her current job and say goodbye to her teammates. Luckily, Chief Bethany had just returned from Rivergate to Bastion after dealing with the recent crisis there. Usually, it would have been hard to gather the entire core team for something unrelated to work. But Rain had loaded the bag of withholding with a small feast of drinks and snacks from Earth before passing through the Dream Gate. So, she had been able to lure her colleagues to a modest farewell party with the promise of contraband. Chief Bethany looked at her with curiosity. You helped build the Dark Road and then worked on the launch of Rivergate Hydro. So what's next for our industrious, awakened intern? No, don't tell me. Let me guess. She nursed her glass and smiled. Marine architecture. The citadels in the Storm Sea are grossly overpopulated, so expanding the settlements around them into floating cities is now a big priority for the human domain. The construction of the port at the estuary of the River of Tears should start soon, too. Or are you off to Ravenheart? Our eastern colleagues are keeping quiet about it, but I know that they have not abandoned their geothermal dreams yet. Rain just smiled and shook her head slightly. Chief Bethany raised an eyebrow. No, where the hell are you going then? No, I must know. Which bastard poached you from my team? Master Quentin looked at her curiously, too. Yeah, I'd like to know as well. Rain hesitated for a few moments, then pointed up without saying anything. Chief Bethany frowned up. What are you? Then her eyes widened. The Ivory Island, the bastard who poached you, is Changing Star? Rain chuckled. Of course not. I just received a job offer from the Firekeepers to be a member of the Ivory Tower custodial staff. Even if that tower had belonged to a deity once, its floors still won't clean themselves, you know. Chief Bethany raised an eyebrow. Custodial staff, won't that be a waste of your talent? Rain laughed. Thank you for thinking so highly of me. Might be true. But when else will I get the chance to study the Tower of Hope up close? I'm quite interested in what we people of Earth are building here in Dream Realm and how. But I'm also interested in the ancient wonders that have withstood the test of time without falling into ruin. Ideally, I want to marry the two. There were a few moments of silence, and then her colleagues raised their glasses. Here, here. Rain smiled. She was lying, of course. She was indeed interested in the Tower of Hope. But that was not the reason for her departure. For the Ivory Island, in truth, that was simply the best place for her to concentrate on becoming a master, away from all distractions and as safe as she could be. Plus, her teacher of shaping was there. You should be careful, though. Rain turned to one of the engineers, frowning in confusion. He lingered for a second or two, then added somberly, "That changing star, she's a bit eerie, isn't she? Who knows what she'll do, considering the rumors." Rain's frown deepened. She looked away and said in a neutral tone, "You should not believe random rumors." The man bristled. "I'm not some naive fool, all right, but facts are facts. She was prepared to kill an incalculable number of innocent people, and now she rules all of us. That is not something you can ignore. That is something that will keep you up at night. Ah, damn it. Just thinking about it makes my skin crawl." Rain remained silent. However, Chief Bethany spoke at that second instead. "Russell, don't spoil the mood. What's gotten into you?" He looked at her with a complicated expression. "Am I wrong, though? What do you think, Chief?" Chief Bethany remained silent for a while, then shrugged and took a sip of beer. "I think that everyone is overreacting. People put Lady Nephis on the pedestal without being asked. And now, they are appalled to see she doesn't fit the pretty picture they painted in their minds. But they are all forgetting one thing. She is not really a goddess. And she is not a queen either. She is a military commander." Rain looked at her with curiosity. "A military commander?" Chief Bethany nodded, then took another sip, of course. "Humanity is at war, with our survival as a species at stake, so every single one of us has been conscripted to fight in the war, whether we like it or not. Lady Nephis is our commander, and commanders cannot follow the same logic ordinary people do. Sometimes winning a war means making sacrifices." Her expression turned a little distant. "I was in the Antarctic Center when the chain of nightmares started, you know? I ended up having to cross it from one end to another with a refugee caravan to get to Falcon Scott, and we only reached safety alive because of a master from the evacuation army who practically dragged us there on his back, refusing to give up." A faint smile graced her lips, but then vanished. Instead, Chief Bethany sighed heavily. "Most of the refugees who had reached Falcon Scott were evacuated across the strait, but millions ended up being left behind to die. Actually, I more or less left on the last ship, and I only made it on that ship because someone else chose to stay behind. So I am alive today because someone else was sacrificed. It would be hypocritical of me to condemn Changing Star for making difficult choices, not that I want to." She fell silent for a while and then added in a wistful tone, "Still, most of those who had been evacuated from Falcon Scott were still in East Antarctica when the Sovereigns opened the Dream Gates. Therefore, they ended up coming here, to the Dream Realm. If they all died after having survived the chain of nightmares despite everything, I would have been really pissed at Changing Star. Well, I'd be dead, but I would have died very angry." Chief Bethany smiled. "So let's raise a toast to Lady Nephis, and to being alive. I won't hear any of your fools defaming her either." Bottoms up after they finished drinking, the man who had spoken about the rumors frowned. "Still, we can't just pretend that Lord Asterion—" A packet of chips hit him in the face. Chief Bethany scowled. "I said cut it out, Russell. Are you already drunk? That's great, then. There'll be more for me." Rain diligently refilled her glass. She felt cozy and happy in the company of these people, her former colleagues. It was a bit sad to have to say goodbye to them, especially immediately after she had said goodbye to her cohort. But at the same time, Rain couldn't help but feel uneasy, because Pill had been reasonable and friendly as well at the start. "I think I'm ready to go to the Ivory Tower." She felt an urgent need to become stronger, to become a master. If that was how she felt, then how much pressure did her brother feel at the moment? Chapter 2796. Moving up, eventually Rain made it to the Ivory Island. seemed more deserted than it had been before, which meant that most veterans of the Firekeepers had been dispatched to somewhere else. She should have expected as much, considering what was going on in the world. The elite forces of the human domain had to be scrambling to put out multiple fires. Since there was no one around, her brother rose from the shadows and assumed his human form. She studied him carefully. "Are things not going great?" He smiled, but the smile did not reach his eyes. "Yes, it is a bit of a mess." Rain considered everything she knew, slowly realizing that the situation was probably far more serious than she had assumed. Sonny had not told her everything, but because of the few pieces of information that he did let slip, she was able to form a few unsettling theories. However, she had never once imagined the possibility of a true calamity until now. As far as Rain was concerned, her brother and Nephis possessed truly unimaginable power. There were profane creatures out there who could wipe them out. Sure, but they were few and distant, no different from a scary legend, but now the threat suddenly seemed close and real. She hesitated for a moment. "Is there a possibility that you will lose?" He chuckled, remained silent for a bit, and then shook his head. "No, I don't think that our defeat at this stage is possible." His expression turned grim. Then, however, our victory might come at a price that we are not ready to pay. That is the real problem. With that, he guided her to the ivory tower. Sonny seemed quite busy, so he handed her off to Lady Cassia in the gateway hall and disappeared somewhere. Seeing the blind seer only made the ominous feeling in Rain's heart stronger. Lady Cassia looked like her usual self, but something about her was not quite right. Oh, her rapier. She usually wore the rapier in a sheath on her belt, but today the sheath was nowhere to be seen. Additionally, for some reason, the familiar blue blindfold seemed to sit a little awkwardly on her face. Was Rain only imagining it? Or did Lady Cassia seem a little paler than usual? "Welcome." When the radiant saint smiled, Rain briefly forgot about her worries. "Oh, good day, Lady Cassia." She had visited the ivory tower often in the past, but this would be her first time staying here for a prolonged period of time. "Come, let's say hi to Nephis, and then I'll show you to your quarters." Today, they climbed to a higher floor of the ivory tower than the ones familiar to Rain. In fact, there was only one floor left above them now, Changing Star's personal quarters. The second-to-last floor was where Lady Cassia's office was, but other than that, Rain did not really know much about it. They stopped near a closed door and waited patiently there for a while. Eventually, the door opened, and Nephis walked out before carefully closing the door behind her. In that brief moment, though, Rain could see the brightly lit chamber hidden behind it. It looked like someone's bedroom, but was peculiarly barren. There was a bed, a wardrobe, and a nightstand. A vase with a bouquet of pretty flowers stood on the nightstand. The flowers looked fresh, as if Nephis had just put them there. There was also a wheelchair standing in front of the window, with a stunning woman sitting calmly in it. Rain could only see half of her face, so she wasn't sure who she was. She thought that there was a strong resemblance between her and Nephis, though, even if the woman was slightly older. Rain couldn't tell how large the age gap was, considering that awakened of the higher ranks aged differently from ordinary people. They looked like they could have been sisters. However, Rain knew for a fact that Changing Star was an only child. She was not called the last daughter of the Immortal Flame clan for nothing, after all. So who was this woman? There was a strange air of passiveness about her, as if she was not simply calm, but rather absent. Rain wasn't sure if she was serene or merely hollow. Before she could see more, the door closed, and Nephis looked at her neutrally. "Ah, Rain, you're here." Rain tried to hide her curiosity and nodded. "Yes, teacher." Nephis was not the most expressive person, but at that moment she seemed to be surrounded by a subtle air of melancholy. The next second, however, it was gone. She turned and headed away, gesturing for them to follow. "It is good that you are here. I was told that you want to concentrate on becoming an Ascended now." "That is good, too. I think one of the volunteers who has been following your example is slowly approaching the point where they'll be able to attempt forming a soul core. If they are successful, it won't be long before we can make the path to natural awakening known to everyone." As they passed a few doors, she said, "This is Cassie's office. This is her bedchamber. This is our library. There is a government committee responsible for preserving the cultural heritage of humanity now so that nothing important is lost during the transition to the dream realm. So we have many more printed books on the shelves than before, as well as a few priceless artworks. Finally, she stopped near a door that was not much different from the rest and smiled faintly. These will be your quarters. Don't worry about anything and concentrate on your ascension. I hope you will achieve it soon. Rain smiled. Soon? She wasn't sure if she would be able to ascend, let alone about the time frame of her ascension. However, it would be great if she could become a master before Tamar, and the rest return from their nightmare. Simply imagining their expressions when she welcomed them back as a fellow ascended made Rain's heavy mood lift a little. All right, thank you, teacher. Nephis left her to settle in, while Cassie stayed behind to explain a few things about the Tower of Hope and the nuances of living here. Then, she was gone too. Rain was left alone. Her living quarters consisted of a bedroom, a bathroom, a spacious meditation room, and a chamber that looked like it had been a chapel once, but was refitted to be a closet. If she needed to train, there was also a well-equipped training room, a few doors down. As far as living conditions went, this was probably the best she had ever experienced. Wow. Rain explored her quarters a little, then entered the peaceful meditation room and sat down, ready to begin working immediately. I wonder how long it will take. She closed her eyes. When she opened them again, however, the peace was no more. The ivory tower was quaking, and there was smoke drifting in the air. Rain was laying on the floor, dazed, and Lady Cassia was kneeling beside her, blood dripping from beneath her blindfold. Rain! Rain, stand up! We need to move now! Wah! Rain tried to sit up and was confused by the fact that she was not wearing the same clothes she had put on this morning. Her hair was both disheveled and visibly longer than it had been, too. Much more importantly, an incredible strength permeated her body. The flow of her essence was powerful and deep, and her essence itself seemed vastly more potent. Her control over it had become so much finer as well. So fine, in fact, that what she had called control before seemed pitiful in comparison. Huh? How come? Was she a master already? Stand up! Rain! Lady Cassia pulled her to her feet. It was only then that Rain faced the window and caught a glimpse of what was happening beyond it. She froze, dumbstruck and horrified, out there in the blue sky. The night garden was drifting among the clouds, casting a shadow on the ivory island. Immense chains connected it to the shore of the island like boarding hooks, and something flashed brightly on its deck every few seconds or so. Every time there was a flash, the Tower of Hope quaked. That was because the night garden was firing its cannons at it. Chapter 297, Celestial Siege. Why is? Rain lost her ability to speak. The scene transpiring in front of her was simply too senseless. Why was she a master? Why was the night garden, a great citadel of the human domain, besieging the seat of its ruler's power? Why were the people on its deck swarming like ants, as if preparing to board an adversary vessel Rain? It was only when Lady Cassia shouted that she regained her senses. Right, this was the age of the nightmare spell. All kinds of bizarre events were not only possible but also bound to happen sooner or later. If one wanted to survive, they had to react first and think later. If some unfathomable eldritch horror was trying to eat you, there was no point in trying to ponder the mysteries of its nature. You simply had to avoid being eaten. That was how soldiers had survived in Godgrave, so Rain was no stranger to situations that demanded rapid action in the absence of understanding. In the grand scheme of things, there was no difference between an eldritch horror and a great citadel, so she decided to save her questions for later. Rain turned to Lady Cassia, ready to follow her, and instantly lost the composure she had just barely managed to regain. Her eyes widened in terror. It was only then that she noticed that the gorgeous saint's tunic was painted red with blood. The hilt of a dagger was protruding from just beneath her ribs, and at that moment, Lady Cassia grasped it and slowly pulled the black blade of the serpentine stiletto from her flesh with a quiet groan. That dagger? It looked familiar. Lady Cassia? She turned her head to Rain and pressed a hand to the bleeding wound. "Release your epithets, Rain." Rain spent a heartbeat allowing herself to feel confused. She wanted to protest the command of the older woman. Both of the epithets she could assign had been granted to Tamar's sword. She had made sure to make them useful, but not powerful enough to drain her essence. That way she could maintain them indefinitely, or at least until the day Tamar returned from the nightmare. Releasing the epithets would mean taking away some of her friend's strength. But then, Rain felt a peculiar incongruity in how reality was supposed to be and how it was. She could not sense the two epithets she had assigned to Tamar's sword siphoning a bit of her essence away. Instead, she felt three of them devouring her essence with astonishing speed, and they were assigned to Lady Cassia. "Since when can I sustain three epithets at the same?" "Oh, right." Rain released the epithets, and a moment later Lady Cassie staggered a little and let out a relieved sigh. "Good, now, let's go." She walked close to Rain and pushed the hilt of the bloody dagger into her hands. Rain looked down slowly, studying the serpentine blade with a hollow look. Then, the dagger rippled and turned into a large black snake, which slid into her sleeve and vanished. "It's grown bigger." Lady Cassia pulled her toward the door. They left Rain's quarters as the Tower of Longing shook and groaned around them. There was more smoke in the corridor. The deafening impacts of the charged cannonballs were dampened by the ancient walls, but still made Rain's ears ring. "Lady Cassia, your wounds." The gorgeous saint guided Rain through the smoke, navigating the chaos far better than she could have, despite being blind. "Don't worry about me. The blade missed my heart, and I am someone who cannot be killed unless it is done in one strike." And indeed, as soon as she spoke those words, a soft radiance shone from beneath her bloodied tunic, erasing the dire wound. Rain stared at the blood with a dazed look. It missed the heart. Could she have aimed for the heart? What about her flaw? No, why would she have attacked Lady Cassia in the first place? Sunny, Rain perked up. Right, the Ivory Island was under attack, but there were two Supremes living here. Why weren't they doing anything? Where are Sunny and Lady Nephis? Lady Cassia grabbed the wall to withstand another quake, then wiped the blood off her face and continued forward with calm, confident steps. "They are fighting a different battle, somewhere far away." Her voice was eerily calm despite the dire peril of their situation. Rain wanted to say something, but at that moment someone else appeared from the smoke. It was one of the firekeepers, a master named Sid. Before Rain could let out a sigh of relief, Sid was suddenly near them, her sword flashing as it plummeted toward Lady Cassia's neck. It all happened so fast that Rain barely had time to react, but in fact, it was already peculiar that she had been able to perceive the attack and move before the sword landed. It did not land on Lady Cassia's neck, though. She took the smallest of steps and turned her torso slightly, allowing the sword to flash harmlessly past it. With one hand, she grasped the firekeeper's wrist. The other shot forward and slammed into the woman's chest, sending her staggering toward the wall. Before Sid could recover, Lady Cassia was only a step away. Her palm shot forward again, the force of the strike causing the back of Sid's head to crash into the wall of the ivory tower. The firekeeper slid to the floor, leaving a trail of blood on the white stone. She was still alive, but thoroughly unconscious. Outside, a peculiar silver flash illuminated the deck of the night garden. "Come!" Now there was a sense of urgency in Lady Cassia's voice. They rushed along the corridor and reached the room where Nephis had left flowers for the mysterious woman. The woman was still there, staring into the window with a placid expression. The chaos of the calamitous siege did not seem to have affected her at all. The vase that stood on her nightstand was overturned, and the flowers were scattered on the floor. It was only now that Rain saw the gorgeous woman up close that he realized the eerie truth. She was not serene, placid, or calm. Instead, she was hollow. Her resemblance to Nephis was undeniable, as well. So, Rain suddenly got an idea of who she was. "Rain, push the wheelchair. Once we reach the stairs, use your aspect to keep it steady." Rain obediently grasped the handles of the wheelchair, then hesitated for a moment. "But where are we going?" The Ivory Island was under attack. and both supremes who were meant to protect it were inexplicably gone. The Night Garden was a gigantic ship, with innumerable awakened warriors on board. If even the firekeepers could not be trusted, then how was Lady Cassia intending to repel the attack? Unless, naturally, Rain was suddenly as pale as a ghost. If Lady Cassia were to take control of the great citadel, she would be able to command its components. And if she invoked the crushing, are you going to destroy the Night Garden? The crushing was a mystical force capable of flattening entire regions of the dream realm, or keeping hundreds of enormous islands floating in the air for thousands of years. It did not apply the same amount of force to everything it could reach, though. Instead, the power of the crushing grew exponentially the closer one got to its source. It could crush a building into rubble, while the ivory island was flying numerous kilometers above the ground. The Night Garden was mere hundreds of meters away from the shores of the flying island, though being pulled closer with every second as the chains connected to its boarding hooks grew taut. At this distance, the crushing would be harrowing enough to shatter the body of a god. Would it be able to break the Night Garden as well, turning it into a vast cloud of splinters? But there were innumerable humans living aboard the living ship. Lady Cassia smiled bitterly. "What are you thinking about? No, naturally not. We are simply going to escape." Chapter 2798, Abandoned Throne Rain let out a relieved sigh. Then she trembled. Escape? They were abandoning the Ivory Island. The Tower of Longing had become the symbol of the human domain, and was synonymous with changing stars' throne. So if it were to fall into the hands of the adversary, whomever the enemy was, wouldn't it mean that the human domain fell too? Not to mention that they were high above ground, with nothing but open sky all around them. Even if Lady Cassia could summon a winged echo, how were they supposed to escape the pursuit of the Night Garden? Go. Lady Cassia was already exiting the room, biting her lip. Rain assigned 3 epithets to the wheelchair: stable, light, and levitating, and pushed it forward while assessing how much of her essence was being consumed. It was far less than she had anticipated. So the efficiency of the epithets is affected by my rank as well. Being a master was quite neat. She wondered what her ascended ability was. Sadly, now was not the time to find out. Rushing through the acrid smoke, they reached the main stairs of the ivory tower, and swiftly descended to the ground floor. As they did, a few more firekeepers attacked them. Lady Cassia clashed with them each time, bringing them down in mere seconds. The woman in the wheelchair remained emotionless and detached through all the mayhem. Rain, meanwhile, had to reassess her opinion of Song of the Fallen. Lady Cassia was renowned among the saints, of course, but not exactly for her battle prowess, more so for her insight, virtue, and diligence. She was seen as a wise advisor and assistant to the radiant changing star, all but indistinguishable in the brilliance of her master. However, seeing her fight the Firekeepers, the best of the best among the warriors of humanity, Rain had to admit that Lady Cassia was a bit terrifying. More so, because her strength had gone unnoticed for so long, despite the spotlight aimed at her at all times. Yes, the Firekeepers were of a lesser rank than her, but she did not simply defeat them. She crushed them with impossible swiftness, a cold kind of grace, and flawless efficiency in her movements. More than that, she did so barehanded despite the array of powerful memories her opponents wielded, while managing to keep them all alive. Suddenly, Rain felt that the blind saint was far more suited for the darkness of the Shadow Clan than for the splendor of the Firekeepers. In fact, she was far more suited for that darkness than most of the actual members of the Shadow Clan. They passed through the jaws of the dead dragon and escaped onto the emerald grass of the Ivory Island. From here, the Night Garden was like a dark wall that loomed above the great pagoda, blotting out the sun. There were already winged echoes and awakened warriors trying to breach the gap between its deck and the shores of the flying island. A complicated runic array was keeping them at bay for now, but it was not going to last long against the devastating cannonade. Hurry! Lady Cassia guided Rain around the ivory tower and moved across the grass toward the grove of ancient trees in the distance. Then, however, the whole island shook, and the runic array was extinguished in a flood of silver light. Rain barely kept her balance, sensing something colossal and terrifying approaching them from the sky. Lady Cassia turned and raised her head. Her expression turned grave. "Nightwalker." She hesitated for a moment, then faced Rain. "You go forward, Rain. There will be a gazebo and a stone arch behind the grove. Invoke the true names of fire, divinity, and stepping across thresholds. When you get there, then channel them into the stone. I'll join you shortly." Rain hesitated, looking at her with worry. But Lady Cassia was already turning away, outstretching a hand to summon a memory. "Go! There is no time to waste!" Gritting her teeth. Rain turned her back to her and pushed the wheelchair forward. The island quaked and quaked as they rushed toward the grove. Then, the ground beneath her feet seemed to ripple, and a flash of silver light drowned everything around. A deafening thunderclap slammed into her back, sending Rain to the ground. "Damn it!" Rising, she grabbed the handles of the levitating wheelchair once more and hurried toward the stone arch Lady Cassia had told her about there. Rain stopped and invoked the true names. The true name of fire was simple enough to channel. So was the name of stepping across thresholds. Divinity. However, that was one of the first names Nephis had taught her, since it was the foundation of countless other names. It was also the opposite of the void, and therefore of corruption. However, although all Shapers had to know it, they almost never invoked it. Rather, they were incapable of invoking it, since mortals were not meant to command divinity. Nephis could channel it because of the flame of divinity burning in her soul, as well as because of her divine lineage. Rain, however, possessed neither. So she had never even attempted to do the same. She had no other choice now, though. The weight of the primordial name was almost crushing. To Rain's surprise, however, she was not torn apart by it. Instead, her mark of shadows seemed to respond to the name of divinity, and assisted her in channeling its radiant melody. As Rain swayed from the burden of invoking three names, the ivory arch seemed to grow a little hazy. Then, the emptiness within it was suddenly replaced by a cool darkness. It was a startling sight. Behind the arch was the blue sky, but inside it was a dark hall, illuminated only by the ghostly light of an enchanted lantern. "What? Now?" Before Rain could finish the thought, someone suddenly landed on the ground near her. Then a delicate hand pushed her into the darkness. Rain stumbled forward, passed through the portal, and rolled on the stone floor. Turning around, she saw Lady Cassia, her bloodied garments disheveled and torn, their hems singed, pushing the wheelchair from the grass of the ivory island onto the obsidian floor of the dark hall. As soon as they passed through the portal, it was extinguished. All that was left was an ebony arch that seemed to grow from the floor. Lady Cassia exhaled heavily and fell to her knees. In the silence that followed, Rain suddenly heard the sound of unhurried footsteps approaching them from the darkness. Looking up, she saw eyes that were like two pools of mercury looking down at her. Her reflection in them looked small, weak, and frightened. "Well, well, well, look what the cat dragged in." A tall man with strange mirror-like eyes was looking down at her, smiling faintly. Then he turned to Lady Cassia, his smile turning a little sinister. "Ah, if it isn't my favorite witch. Welcome to my domain, Lady Cassia, I must say. Being covered in blood suits you really well." Chapter 2799, Thoughtborn. Cassie was dazed by the chaotic current of memories she was absorbing. In one memory, Rain was preparing to embark on a journey to Ascension. In the next, she was trying to escape the Ivory Island as it was being besieged by the thralls of the Hunger Domain. Sunny and Nephis were absent, gone to fight some unknown battle. The Firekeepers, those most loyal to Changing Star among all of mankind, had fallen to the plague of Asterion, proving that the Longing Domain was all but extinguished. It did not make any sense. Why had they allowed things to become so dire? Even if the Dreamspawn held humanity hostage, there should have been a point where the price of inaction had grown heavier than the cost of engaging him in a direct battle. And yet he had been allowed to continue spreading his abominable influence until even the Tower of Longing was lost. The answers lay in Rain's memories. But those memories were gone, erased by Cassie herself, so she had to abandon that direction and focus on a new one. In the beginning, when she had yet to remember who she was, her actions were nothing but instinct. But now that Cassie had collected more pieces of herself, solving her own being like a puzzle, she gained more control over her will. So, the speed at which she absorbed the memories vastly accelerated, and she could discern their nature more easily. The tendrils of her will shot through the ocean of memories, catching dozens of small shards that glistened weakly in the darkness. She was searching only for the memories of what had happened after the Council of the Champions of the Human Domain and the Siege of the Ivory Tower. The memories of the plague. The smaller shards flashed through her mind, becoming a part of her instantly. In one scene, Chief Bethany was spending a peaceful evening with Quentin, her romantic partner and a hidden blade of the Shadow Clan. His expression was somber. "Have you heard about what happened in the glass hell, Beth? The rumors are most likely exaggerated, but even if some of it is true, damn it, these days it really feels like the world has gone mad." Beth, who was sitting on the sofa and reading a book, her feet resting on his lap, looked at him with a wry smile. "These days, the world has never not been mad. Don't you think?" She turned a page and shrugged. The glass hell, the glass hell. I've heard about it. I wonder how much solar energy can be collected from that glass plane. Nobody is mad enough to build a solar farm in Godgrave. But the glass hell? That can be done, I think. Quentin looked at her in confusion and frowned. "Hey, I know how you love to lose yourself in academic ponderings, but this is a little inappropriate, don't you think? So many people have already died, and if the rumors are true, many more will die soon. Aren't you concerned?" Beth looked at him and sighed. Leaning forward to pat his shoulder, she said in a reassuring tone, "Don't worry. It will all be resolved soon. There's no reason to be concerned, really." He raised an eyebrow. "There isn't. Why do you think that?" Beth looked at him and smiled. Her tone was chipper. "Because of Lord Asterion, of course? Hasn't he promised to help? I'm sure he'll sort things out." Quentin froze. His expression did not betray any emotions, but his eyes trembled a little. "What? What did you say?" Beth blinked a couple of times. "I said that Lord Asterion will deal with it. I mean, he's a supreme, right? And he's much older and more experienced than the other two, so he'll help." Quentin remained silent for a while, frowning. Then he asked in a neutral tone, "Didn't you get into a fight with Russell just a week ago because he was going around advocating for that man? You even put him on probation for disrupting morale." Beth tilted her head, surprised. Something odd glistened in her eyes, as if a golden spark ignited in their depths. Then she laughed. "Oh, did I really? Well, I must have been in a mood. I'll have to apologize to Russell." In another memory, Seishan was looking at Ravenheart from the slopes of a tall mountain, accompanied by two of her sisters. Lonesome Howl was saying in a low tone, "They even smell different. It is difficult to notice, but once you know the scent, you can't mistake it for anything." There were a few at first, then many. Now, the entire city reeks of hunger. I don't even know how many people are still free of the plague. Nightingale is worried about the wrong things. Moonveil, who was standing nearby, raised an eyebrow. "What are you trying to say?" Lonesome Howl gave her a somber look. "LAM saying that while we are all running around panicked because of Mordred, what we should really be worrying about is being stabbed in the back." Seishan exhaled slowly. "I agree with Howl. I felt it too. The blood flows differently now. Things are far worse than we anticipated. I don't know what Nephis is thinking, not burning the infection away." Moonveil shrugged. "She probably doesn't want to massacre half of the human population. Plus, is there really a need to dispose of the infected?" Both Seishan and Lonesome, Howl gave her odd looks. "What do you mean?" Moonveil smiled faintly. "The subjects of the hunger domain have not done anything remotely harmful yet. It doesn't seem like they are going to turn against humanity either. The only thing they are guilty of is diminishing the power of Changing Star's domain. Is that really a crime worthy of being punished by death?" Seishan frowned deeply. "You were the first one to affirm your loyalty to Nephis. Why are you changing your tune now, all of a sudden?" Moonveil met her gaze and tilted her head a little. "Perhaps we were too hasty in dismissing him as an enemy." Lonesome Howl scoffed. "You must have lost your mind. Have you forgotten that his real goal is to devour us all?" Moonveil stared at her silently for a while. Then, she frowned and brought her hand to her forehead in confusion. Right? How did I forget? Her face was deathly pale all of a sudden, and she looked at her sisters with wide eyes. I can't be. I am still myself, right? Sachin and Lonesome Howl studied her with alarmed expressions. They were worried about their sister, but at the same time an even deeper anxiety was taking hold of them. How would they themselves know that they were still who they used to be?